Senior, I want to challenge the 10 Formations Pagoda. Is there anything to take note of? Su Zimo came to the elder and asked respectfully. Although Su Zimo had stayed at Array Peak for 3 months, this was his first time coming to the 10 Formations Pagoda. The elder paused for a while on Su Zimo's face. He sized him up and asked, "You look very unfamiliar. You're not a disciple of my Array Peak, are you?" "I'm from Weapon Peak." Su Zimo nodded. "Oh," the elder replied casually. He looked at the sect badge on Su Zimo's waist and passed him a wooden badge, saying in a deep voice, "Take this badge. If you can't hold it or encounter danger inside, break this badge immediately. You will be transported out safely." "There are dangers to be encountered within the 10 Formations Pagoda?" Su Zimo was slightly stunned. The elder explained patiently, "Level 1 of the 10 Formations Pagoda is very simple. As long as you set up a supplementary formation, you can reach Level 2. Level 2 is an illusion formation and the type of illusion is random. You will need to dispel the formation to reach Level 3. Level 3 is a trap formation. Once you clear the trap formation, you will be able to see the entrance to the Level 4, the Killing Array. It is extremely dangerous inside, and if you aren't careful, you might lose your life. If you can't crack it, don't force yourself. Crush this badge. Level 5 is a combination formation consisting of 2 of either a trap, illusion, or killing formation. You can only be considered as an elementary array formation master after dispelling the formation. With that, you can ascend to Level 6. With a rough understanding of the 10 Formations Pagoda now, Su Zimo bowed and expressed his thanks before entering the pagoda. Looking at Su Zimo's back view, the elder smiled and mumbled to himself, "It's rare for disciples of Weapon Peak to come and try to clear the 10 Formations Pagoda. I wonder how many levels that lad can clear. Perhaps 2. Su Zimo. That's quite a familiar name. I seem to have heard it before somewhere." Murmuring softly, the elder shook his head and did not think much about it. After all, there were many disciples challenging the 10 Formations Pagoda on a daily basis, and he only paid attention to some of the more outstanding ones from Array Peak. 10 Formations Pagoda, Level 1. This was a slightly spacious room that was empty. The floor was a little strange. It was soft with some elasticity. Surrounded by 4 walls, the door behind Su Zimo slammed shut the moment he entered, and the entrance to Level 2 was not in sight. Su Zimo thought for a moment and understood. The entrance to Level 2 would only appear if he laid out a supplementary formation on the ground. He did not hesitate as a stream of spirit chi shot out from his fingertips. Squatting down, he drew on the ground carefully. He was drawing a soundproof formation. Inside, no one could hear any noise made from the outside. This was the first formation that Su Zimo learnt, and his motive was to isolate little cranes chirping. While drawing a formation pattern, one had to focus intently without any distractions or deviations. Even the slightest deviation of the formation pattern would result in a failed formation that could not be activated. This was a test of a cultivator's patience and conscientiousness towards details. The better they were, the more perfect things would be. Array formation masters were all meticulous people. If the setting up of a formation was seen as a game of chess, the array formation master would be the player. A chess game was unpredictable, and a single misstep could lead to a loss. For array formation masters, any mistakes in their spirit patterns would render their previous efforts wasted. The soundproof formation was relatively simple, and its patterns were not complex as well. Before long, Su Zimo had drawn the formation on the ground. A spirit stone was placed in the eye of the formation as it shone brightly on the ground. The soundproof formation was activated. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, a stone door appeared on a wall in the south, revealing a stone staircase made of granite that led to Level 2. The soundproof formation that Su Zimo had just drawn on the ground slowly disappeared, as well as the ground returned to normalcy, while the spirit stone he placed in the eye rebounded to him. What an ingenious setup! Chuckling, Su Zimo picked up the spirit stone and headed to Level 2. The moment he entered Level 2, his body broke into a shudder. He was faced with a towering mountain covered in clouds and surrounded by water and greenery. There was a magnificent palace that looked like a paradise. Su Zimo realized that he had entered an illusionary formation. From level 2 on, the disciple's ability to dispel formations would be tested. The principle of dispelling formations was simple. One had to locate the core of the formation, also known as the formation eye. The higher the grade of the formation, the more formation eyes there were. Grade 1 formations only contained a single formation eye. Grade 2 formations had two. If one wanted to dispel a Grade 2 formation, it wasn't enough to merely locate one formation eye. They had to find and destroy both in order to dispel the formation. Even though it sounded simple, a formation eye was difficult to locate within the formation. Take the illusion formation before Su Zimo, for example. The eye could be a simple blade of grass, a cloud floating above, a stone on the mountain, or even a fish swimming within the river. A formation contained a world within itself. If it was someone who knew nothing about formations, they might not be able to locate and destroy the formation eye within its parallel world, even if they spent their entire life and effort. However, array formation masters could locate the formation eye based on their understanding of formations and guts alongside logical analysis. One thing was certain: formation eyes were definitely far from ordinary. Even if they may look to be normal, careful analysis would uncover their unusualness. Brilliant array formation masters would make sure to conceal their formation eyes so carefully that it would be difficult to detect. Right as Su Zimo entered level 2 of 10 Formations Pagoda, a group of disciples from Array Peak were headed towards it. The leader amongst them wore black robes, looking cold and cool. His eyes were indifferent, with his hands behind his back. Even though he was only at level 9 Qi condensation, he had an air of superiority. This was Zhongwen, a publicly recognized talent amongst the trial disciples and a genius of the sect. He was the top of Array Peak and was already an elementary array formation master. He was currently stuck at level 7 of the 10 Formations Pagoda. Today, he came to challenge the 10 Formations Pagoda again to see if he could clear level 7. Even if he couldn't, he wanted to break the record of his previous clear time of level 6. Knowing that Zhongwen was here to challenge the pagoda today, many disciples from Array Peak came to watch and surrounded him. Senior Brother Zhong, I wish you success this time. Be the first person in the history of our sect to clear level 7. Senior Brother Zhong is a level 9 Qi refinement warrior right now, and he still has many chances before entering Foundation establishment. Who knows, he might even be able to clear level 8 in the future. Many disciples of Array Peak complimented him. Zhongwen was only in his 20s. Even though he seemed mature, he definitely felt gleeful upon hearing those words. No matter what, it was a proud accomplishment for anyone to be the top of any one of the 5 peaks. His gaze lingered on the stele at the right of the 10 Formations Pagoda, pride flashing through his eyes. The ancient stele was thick and heavy. At about 10 feet tall, it was called the 10 Formations stele. It was of extraordinary significance and honor for any trial disciples of Ethereal Peak to have their names left behind on the 10 Formations stele. Carrying with it the memories of Ethereal sect over thousands of years, the 10 Formations stele had also witnessed the changes of the sect through those years. There were a total of 100 names on the stele, all of them geniuses through the history of Array Peak. Time was merciless, and cultivators were no exception to that rule. Many of the genius cultivators on the list had passed away, and the only trace left of them was probably on the stele. Behind every single name was the number of levels cleared as well as time taken. The higher the levels cleared, the further ahead one's name would be. For those at the same level, ranking would be dependent on time taken. The bottom 30-odd names on the 10 Formation stele were trial disciples who had passed level 4. A huge chunk of names in the middle were disciples who had passed level 5, with the fastest amongst them using 12 hours. The tens of disciples on top were those who had cleared level 6. Zhongwen's name was right at the top of the list. He was the top of Array Peak. There was reason for Zhongwen to be proud, and he was definitely qualified as well. After all, he had already taken over every single genius through the thousands of years of history of Array Peak. He was the true number 1 of Array Peak. A line of words was displayed on the first row of the 10 Formation stele. Zhongwen cleared level 6, 11 hours. Right then, Level 2 of the 10 Formations Pagoda suddenly shone with a bright light, attracting the attention of the array peak disciples. That unique light that belonged to a formation pattern would only shine if someone had cleared the level. Zhongwen declared indifferently. To think that someone would be here earlier than me today to challenge the pagoda. Interesting. Greetings, Elder Luo. Zhongwen arrived before the 10 Formations Pagoda and bowed slightly to the elder at the entrance. Elder Luo looked at Zhongwen in appreciation. You're here so early to challenge the pagoda. Are you intending to clear level 7 this time round? Yes. Zhongwen nodded. Pausing for a moment, he continued. I've learned quite a bit during this period of time. Even if I can't clear level 7, I should be able to make a new record on the 10 Formations stele. The so-called record was naturally the one he had created. In Zhongwen's eyes, no one from the 5 peaks could compare to him in array formations. What he wanted to do was to constantly challenge himself. All right, I'll be awaiting your return from the challenge. Elder Luo smiled encouragingly and passed Zhongwen a wooden badge. Nodding to the many array peak disciples behind him, Zhongwen entered the 10 Formations Pagoda. Challenging the pagoda was something he was extremely familiar with. Without hesitation, spirit chi seeped out from his fingers and he started drawing the moment he entered level 1. His choice of supplementary formation was the simplest type. Challenging the pagoda wasn't only a test of the number of levels cleared, one had to take into account the time taken too. Zhongwen was naturally not going to waste any time. Before long, he was done drawing the formation pattern. Placing a spirit stone in the formation eye, the entrance to level 2 appeared. Retrieving his spirit stone, Zhongwen rushed up to level 2 swiftly. Similar to Su Zimo, Zhongwen found himself transported into an illusionary formation the moment he entered level 2. Looking calm, he surveyed his surroundings and walked about casually, stopping from time to time to observe the ground. 15 minutes later, he heaved out a sigh gently and summoned his flying sword, piercing it at the ground nearby. All of a sudden, the surrounding illusion disappeared and the entrance to level 3 came into sight. Zhongwen was in excellent condition as he walked confidently to level 3. Su Zimo was in the level 3 trap formation at the moment as well. Even though they were in the same level, they were in different formations and neither would see nor affect the other. Outside the 10 Formations Pagoda, when they saw the burst of light emit from level 2, the crowd gasped. Senior Brother Zhong only took around 15 minutes to clear 2 levels. That's slightly faster than before. Of course, he wouldn't have come for the challenge if he wasn't confident. More and more trial disciples were gathered when they heard about Zhongwen's challenge of the pagoda today. An hour passed and a bright light shone from level 3. He passed. Yes, an hour. That's around the same as before. The disciples of Array Peak discussed. I wonder how long Senior Brother Zhong will take for level 4. I remember he took 2 hours previously. Actually, level 4 is not too bad. It's just a singular formation after all. Level 5 is the most difficult since it's a combination formation. The difficulty is doubly high. Time passed by quickly and another 2 hours were gone. A bright light shone from level 4. Just as the shocked disciples were about to speak, a bright light shone from level 3. That caused a clamor. Huh? There's someone else other than Senior Brother Zhong challenging the pagoda today? Some of the Array Peak disciples that had arrived later asked in confusion. Many disciples of Array Peak would normally choose to avoid the pagoda if Zhongwen was challenging it. Even though all challengers were unaffected by one another, they would undoubtedly feel the pressure knowing that they were doing it at the same time as the number 1 of Array Peak and that would affect their performance as well. Humph. That person sure is ambitious to want a challenge at the same time as Senior Brother Zhong. Someone scoffed coldly. I wonder who he is. He'll definitely suffer at level 4. Foo-foo. I'll wait here and see that person get kicked out of the 10 Formations Pagoda in a wretched state. Many Array Peak disciples were waiting to see a joke. Shocked, Elder Luo turned to look at the 10 Formations Pagoda as he recalled a handsome disciple in green. Disciple of Weapon Peak? Chuckling and shaking his head, Elder Luo murmured to himself. To think that the lad could clear level 3 as well. Yes. Someone like that is definitely talented in formations. I wonder why he was sent to Weapon Peak to begin with. In truth, notwithstanding the many Array Peak disciples, even Elder Luo did not expect much of Suzimo. To Elder Luo, even if Suzimo could get through level 3, he would definitely fail at level 4. After all, level 4 was a killing formation. Every single step within was filled with danger. Any misstep and one could lose their life there. Under such tense circumstances, most people would be so rattled that they would instinctively break the wooden badge and be transported out, let alone compose themselves to dispel the formation. For a first-timer like Suzimo who had never experienced a killing formation, it was a level he couldn't possibly clear. Not only did level 4 test one's understanding towards formations, it also tested one's determination and courage in life and death. How should one maintain their composure within a treacherous situation to calmly analyze the formation while detecting the loophole within? That was the key to clearing level 4. However, neither the Array Peak disciples or Elder Luo understood Suzimo. Compared to the knights in Songlang Mountain Range, the danger posed by a grade 1 killing formation was way too weak for Suzimo. Furthermore, he possessed an ability no one else had, spirit perception. The current state of Array Peak was akin to a calm lake where Suzimo's appearance was like a pebble dropping into the lake. Right then, no one realized that the pebble would not merely cause a few ripples. Instead, it was about to whip up a torrential tide that would shock all 5 peaks and the sect. Suzimo, who had just entered level 4 of the 10 Formations Pagoda, did not know that someone had cleared it previously. He did not know that there were more Array Peak disciples gathered outside and that he was starting to gain attention as well. Level 4 was the killing formation. Amongst the formations, killing formations were the most powerful. If a cultivator was stuck in it without any means of dispelling and he wasn't strong enough, he would definitely die within. Cultivators could hold out temporarily against the formation. However, there would come a time where they would get exhausted and by then, they would be destroyed by the formation. However, killing formations were the easiest to dispel across the various formations. The main goal of a killing formation was to kill and destroy everything. As the saying goes, things would reverse at extremities. In this world, there was no such thing as absolute destruction. Therefore, life force was bound to exist within the destruction. If one could locate the life force, the killing formation would naturally be dispelled. Not far ahead was a volcano spouting billowing ashes. The moment Suzimo was transported in, a rumble boomed out from the mountain. Immediately after, scarlet lava gushed out from the peak of the volcano as gigantic flaming rocks plummeted down from the skies endlessly in an earth-shattering manner. Suffocating black smoke filled the air and blocked one's vision. It was as though the world was ending in an apocalypse. Faced with such devastating destruction, most cultivators would shatter their protection talisman and run off instinctively, finding a place to hide from the falling lava. However, that was an extremely unwise move in reality. This was a formation. Unless they dispelled it, cultivators had no way of escaping. That also meant to say that no matter the speed of the cultivator, they wouldn't be able to escape the radius of the falling lava within the formation. With a calm expression, Suzimo summoned his flying sword and leapt down. Instead of retreating, he advanced. All the plants on the ground were burnt to a crisp as bubbling lava that emitted a scorching heat flowed. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath Suzimo had turned into a scarlet sea of lava, leaving only rocks that had yet to melt. For other Array formation masters, they would have to analyze how to dispel the killing formation while avoiding its power. However, that was no the case for Suzimo. Through the dangers of the killing formation, there was only a single spot where Suzimo's spirit perception had no reaction to. That must be where the loophole of the killing formation was. Because illusionary and trap formations merely aim to bewitch and restrain instead of kill, Suzimo's spirit perception was of no use since he could not sense any danger. He had to rely on his own capabilities to dispel those two types of formations. However, his spirit perception worked in killing formations, turning everything else into mere decorations. Before long, Suzimo arrived on a single rock. It looked ordinary like any other rocks protruding from the lava and only had room to fit a single person. However, one could avoid all the dangers in the killing formation just by standing motionlessly on the rock. If anyone else saw this, their jaws would definitely drop wide open. As the torrential lava rained down through the world, a man in green stood without suffering any bit of damage at all. However, locating this rock was not enough to dispel the killing formation. After all, the volcano was spewing continuously, and Su Zimo did not know when it would stop. He can't wait here forever. After pondering for a long time, he looked at the seemingly ordinary rock he was standing on and smiled. Logically speaking, this should be the formation eye. However, if it was a wrong deduction and the killing formation was not dispelled by destroying the rock, the person trapped in the formation would fall right into the lava and be burnt to a crisp. The array formation master who had set this formation had indeed gave it much thought. This was not just a test of the cultivator's dispel capabilities. It was also a test of their courage. Would you dare to break away your only lifeline? In reality, the array formation master's mindset was actually aligned with how killing formations worked. Both required the trapped cultivator to seek life through desperate times. Smiling, Su Zimo stomped down on his foot. Bam! The rock beneath him broke apart and Su Zimo's body descended. Right as he was about to drop into the lava, everything around him disappeared and reality set in once more. The entrance of level 5 had appeared. Su Zimo strolled towards it. At that moment, outside 10 Formation's pagoda, when the light of level 4 shone not long after level 3's light was lit up, the discussions of the disciples outside came to a halt. Everyone looked at the nearby 10 Formation's pagoda with widened eyes and gaping mouths. They could not recover from the shock. Elder Luo sensed it and looked back. When he saw the light of level 4 shining, he was stumped as well. That lad had cleared level 4? Also, it was so fast. It seemed like it only took 17 seconds? How was that possible? Countless questions surfaced in Elder Luo's mind as he frowned. What did I just see? Level 4's formation pattern had lit up as well. From the moment he stepped into level 4 to the lights shining, it only took a few seconds. How could he be so fast? Who is that person? After a brief moment of silence, sounds were heard from the crowd as the Array Peak disciples discussed fervently. Even the number 1 of Array Peak, Zhong1, took 2 entire hours to clear level 4. How did that man dispel level 4's formation using just a couple of seconds? I've got it! Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed, there must be 2 people in 10 Formation's pagoda other than senior brother Zhong. So, someone had cleared level 3 previously and another person cleared level 4. Right. That must be the case. Another disciple nodded furiously in enlightenment. Yes, it must be a coincidence that someone had managed to clear level 4 right after the first person cleared level 3. Damn, that scared me. I told you it was impossible. The Array Peak disciples relaxed slightly as the crowd calmed down. After all, many of them were unable to dispel level 4's formation yet. If they knew that someone had cleared it using only a few seconds, it would be a huge blow for them. Upon hearing the conclusion in the crowd, Elder Luo lowered his head slightly to conceal his shock. No one knew better than him that from morning till now, only 2 people had entered the 10 Formation's pagoda. Since Zhongwen had already cleared level 4, there was only one other person who could have cleared level 4 using a couple of seconds. It was that trial disciple from Weapon Peak, Su Zimo. Elder Luo turned and glanced at the 10 Formation steel. The 30 over lines at the bottom were all formation geniuses who had cleared level 4. The fastest amongst them was Situ Boyan, who had spent 1 hour. Even if Su Zimo failed at level 5, he would definitely leave a mark on the 10 Formation steel above Situ Boyan's name. His time taken to clear level 4 was the fastest through history, 17 seconds. Right as Zhong entered level 5, Su Zimo ascended as well. This level was the final test for one to become an elementary array formation master. A combination array formation. Even between elementary array formation masters, some had deeper understanding towards formations. Some could combine 2, 3, or even more formations together. Level 5's combination formation comprised of 2 of either an illusory, trap, or killing formation. The reason why it was difficult was partly because the combination of formation patterns was difficult to distinguish, making it easy to commit a wrong judgment. At the same time, a combination of two grade 1 formations implied that there were two formation eyes, and that increased the difficulty level of the formation. Even though grade 2 formations had two formation eyes as well, they were still more difficult to dispel than two grade 1 formations combined together. The reason for that was simple. Destroying a formation eye was equivalent to destroying half of the combination formation. With that, the remaining half would be much easier to dispel. However, destroying a formation eye in a grade 2 formation would not dispel the formation entirely. Su Zimo stood on the spot and sensed his surroundings, realizing instantly that he was in a trap and illusion combination formation. My luck's average. Su Zimo muttered softly. Things would have been much simpler for Su Zimo if it was a combination formation with a killing formation. However, given his current understanding of formations, clearing level 5 wasn't difficult. It was just a matter of time. Time slowly passed. The array peak disciples outside of 10 Formations Pagoda did not leave. At the moment, most of the people's attention was not on Zhongwen. Instead, they were curious as to who the person who cleared the level 4 formation was. As evening approached, level 5 lit up. That must be senior brother Zhong. Yes, he broke another record once more. He's even faster than before. I wonder if he can clear level 6. The disciples began to discuss once more. From level 6 on, it was a test of the array formation master's understanding of grade 2 formations. Similar to level 1, level 6 only required laying a supplementary type of grade 2 formation. The formation patterns of a grade 2 formation were much more complex than a grade 1, and its difficulty was doubly so. Any slight mistake would render the formation a failure. The array peak disciples knew that 2 hours was all it took to know whether or not one could pass level 6. Everyone waited patiently. 2 hours were nearly up, and there was still no sign of light from level 6. All of a sudden, a blur appeared at the entrance of 10 Formations Pagoda as a figure appeared. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they looked over. It was Zhongwen. Ugh! It's a pity, but I failed level 6. Actually, it's a good thing. You took a faster time clearing the first 5 levels, so you've already broken your previous record, senior brother Zhong. Because he had gone through the killing formation of the 10 Formations Pagoda, Zhongwen's clothes were tattered and he looked somewhat wretched. However, his expression was still calm and firm as he looked towards the 10 Formations stele. A bedazzling bright light shone on the first row of the 10 Formations stele. The name written was still Zhongwen, and it was still stated that he had cleared level 5. However, the time taken had changed from 11 hours to 10 hours and 15 minutes. Zhongwen heaved a sigh of relief. His arm had quivered slightly at the critical juncture of setting up his grade 2 formation. As such, there were some deviations in his formation patterns and his previous efforts were wasted. However, he had still gained something for breaking his own record once more. Elder Luo smiled. Not bad, not bad. Work harder when you get back and try to break through level 6 before you become an intersect disciple. Don't worry, Elder Luo. Level 6 can't stop me. Zhongwen replied confidently. He believed that as long as he spent more time researching, he would be able to get through level 6. Cupping his fists, Zhongwen bid farewell to Elder Luo and nodded to the array peak disciples behind him before turning to leave. He walked a few steps before realizing something strange. The reason why those array peak disciples had gathered was because they wanted to see if he could break a new record. However, now that he had left, they did not seem like they had any intention of leaving. Now that night had descended and those disciples weren't attempting to challenge the pagoda. What were they waiting for? Zhongwen stopped in his tracks and swept his gaze across the faces of those array peak disciples. He realized that everyone was looking at 10 Formations Pagoda from time to time as though they were waiting for something. Was someone challenging the pagoda? But who else other than him would attract all of those audiences for their challenge of the pagoda? Frowning, Zhongwen came beside an array peak disciple and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Junior Brother Wang, what are you guys waiting for?" Ah! That disciple was somewhat flustered as he stammered. There are 2 other people challenging the pagoda right now, and one of them made it through level 4 as well. However, we don't know who it is. I'm waiting to see who that person is. Yeah, it's just out of curiosity. Another disciple smiled awkwardly. After all, they had accompanied Zhongwen for the pagoda challenge initially. As such, they naturally felt somewhat embarrassed that they were still lingering on with their attention on someone else despite Zhongwen wanting to leave. Zhongwen's expression relaxed as he chuckled and waved it off. All right, since I've got nothing on, I'll wait and see too. The moment he said that, level 5 lit up. The crowd was in an uproar. He cleared level 5? That's enough to leave a name on the 10 formations stele. Amazing! Who is that person? When he heard the discussions of the crowd, Zhongwen's expression turned serious. Even though he knew that grade 2 formation patterns were much more complex and this person would not be able to clear level 6, for some reason, he felt uneasy. It felt as though his status was being threatened. Elder Luo's gaze lingered for a long time on level 5. Where did that disheveled old man find this treasure? To think that he's an array formation genius. However, how did he manage to clear the killing formation in just 17 seconds? Could the formation I have appeared right beside that lad? Was it luck? Elder Luo frowned in thought. The array peak disciples who already had no intention of leaving were even more determined to stay on after seeing the mysterious person clear level 5. Level 6 was a test of grade 2 formation skills. An outcome would be determined within 2 hours. None of them minded waiting for another 2 hours. The night got darker. Having spent an entire day waiting in front of the 10 formations pagoda, even the Qi refinement warriors were showing signs of fatigue. An hour has passed. It'll be soon. Yes, let's wait and see. Right after that disciple spoke, a bright light shone from level 6 and illuminated the night skies. Silence. Hundreds of array peak disciples raised their heads and watched with agape mouths, forgetting to even breathe momentarily. Everyone's expressions were frozen. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions. Shock, confusion, amazement, surprise. In only an hour, Su Zimo had cleared level 6. Elder Luo bolted upright and looked at the shining formation pattern light on level 6, lamenting internally, "Holy shit! Holy shit! A true formation genius has appeared in our sect." A new record for the 10 formations pagoda was born. It was so sudden, unexpected and shocking. This was supposed to be the most ordinary day on Array Peak. However, everything changed the moment level 6 lit up. The birth of a new record also implied that Zhongwen was dethroned from his number 1 status in Array Peak from this moment. Many Array Peak disciples turned to look at Zhongwen subconsciously. His expression was extremely ugly as he glared fiercely at level 6. Because he was gripping his fists so tightly, both his arms were shivering in rage. Everyone could more or less empathize with how Zhongwen was feeling at the moment, as there was inevitably a look of pity in their gazes. It was a hard pill to swallow even for anyone else in Zhongwen's position. Closing his eyes for a long time, Zhongwen let out a deep breath. By the time he opened his eyes once more, his gaze shone with a renewed confidence. At that, Elder Luo nodded to himself. To be able to walk out of such a trauma that quickly meant that Zhongwen had a good character. His accomplishments in the future wouldn't be bad too. Very well. There's finally someone who can give me pressure. Smiling, Zhongwen muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. Even though I don't know who you are, your appearance will force out the best in me." With that said, Zhongwen looked at the 10 formations pagoda deeply once more and turned to leave without hesitation. Many Array Peak disciples understood that before long, Zhongwen would be back to challenge the 10 formations pagoda once more. At that time, the number 1 of Array Peak would be determined by the person who clears level 6 in the shortest period of time. Even after Zhongwen's departure, many of the Array Peak disciples had no intention of leaving. Everyone was even more curious to see who this mysterious person who was challenging the pagoda was. The thought of the challenger clearing level 7 did not cross everyone's minds. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before the person was sent out. However, Time continued to pass, and yet the challenger had not appeared. It was as though he was residing within the 10 formations pagoda silently. The night passed just like that. The morning sun rose, and the many-array peak disciples before the 10 formations pagoda were getting sleepy after staying awake for the entire night. Casually, they stretched their bodies and gathered their spirits. What's that person doing inside? He should come out if he can't continue. Why is he taking so long? I don't know, but I can't take it anymore. I've got to head back and rest. A worn-out disciple shook his head. No, intending to waste any more time here. Yeah, I'm heading back too. After all, this person will definitely leave his name on the 10 formation stele after clearing level 6. I'll just see who he is then, another disciple remarked. Right then, someone sped towards them on a flying sword. When the person approached, everyone focused their attention over. It was Xianxia who had left the previous night. He was back after a single night. One could imagine how he must have spent all his time and energy into researching on grade 2 formations rather than sleep the previous night. Arriving before Elder Luo, Xianxia declared deeply, "Elder, I'd like to challenge the 10 formations pagoda." Very well. Elder Luo nodded his head and passed Xianxia a wooden badge. Upon receiving it, Xianxia turned and entered the 10 formations pagoda. Upon seeing that, the disciples who planned on leaving hesitated. Cough, cough. Perhaps we can hold out for another day to see if Senior Brother Xianxia able to take down that person and reclaim the first spot on 10 formation stele. Fair enough. Let's wait another day. The disciples ultimately lost to their curiosity and chose to stay. In the blink of an eye, yet another day had passed and it was dusk. The challenger had yet to appear. As for Xianxia, he was at level 6 once more. After a while, level 6 lit up and everyone was shocked. He cleared it. How long did Senior Brother Xianxia take? More than an hour? That means he's still lost? Yeah, by a little. The many-array peak disciples sighed. Before long, Xianxia was sent out of the 10 formations pagoda and he glanced at the 10 formations pagoda. The first row of the 10 formations stele shone brightly. Even though it was still his name, the words at the back had changed. Xianxia, cleared level 6, 1 hour 15 minutes. Looking at the 10 formation stele, Xianxia frowned and asked around, "That person is not out yet?" "That's right." One of the disciples yawned and replied listlessly. The record on the 10 formation stele would only be updated when the challenger left the 10 formations pagoda. That mysterious person who had cleared level 6 merely took an hour, faster than Xianxia. However, for Xianxia's name to still be on the 10 formation stele, that meant that the challenger was still inside the 10 formations pagoda. That person has lasted for so long in level 7? Xianxia scoffed coldly internally. Let's see how long more you can hold out. Taking one last look at the 10 formation stele, Xianxia left. The difference between the both of them wasn't great at merely 15 minutes. He had the confidence of surpassing that challenger during his next challenge of the 10 formations pagoda. Many array peak disciples could not wait any longer and chose to head back and rest for the night before returning the next morning. Some of the disciples who were unwilling to give up remained waiting, bent on witnessing the person who created the new record. Yet another night passed. By now, the disciples that were waiting outside the 10 formations pagoda were in a mess. Some of them were asleep while others would open their eyes and look towards the 10 formations pagoda drowsily from time to time. There was no activity in the 10 formations pagoda throughout the entire night. The challenger had yet to appear. Disciples who were impatient had already asked Elder Luo about who the person was and if he was still inside the 10 formations pagoda. However, Elder Luo merely shook his head and did not reveal the person's identity, merely stating that the person was still within. That's strange. How is that person not out yet? He's already spent 2 whole nights in level 7. We're already exhausted from just waiting and doing nothing. It's hard to imagine how that person is going to survive while spending a great deal of effort on dispelling the formation. Right then, a disciple suddenly remarked, "Wait, aren't there 2 other people in the 10 formations pagoda other than Senior Brother Xianxia? Why is the other person not out yet?" Suddenly, The discussions quietened down as everyone's eyes flashed in bewilderment, as though they had just recalled something frightening. The presence of two individuals in the 10 Formations pagoda was just their speculation. The reason for that was because they could not believe that someone would be able to get through level 4's killing formation in such a short period of time. But now, a more realistic possibility existed. There was only one person inside the 10 Formations pagoda. That person had truly taken a few mere seconds to clear level 4. It was the same person who had created the new record. The atmosphere in front of the 10 Formations pagoda was stiff as no one spoke. It was as though an invisible arm had choked them into suffocating. Right then, Zhongwen arrived once more. He entered the 10 Formations pagoda again, bent on breaking the record of the mysterious challenger. This was already the morning of the third day. In the past 3 days, events on Array Peak gradually spread among the 5 peaks. A turbulent undercurrent was charging beneath the calm lake surface, ready to burst forth at any moment. Initially, a new record on the 10 Formation steel wasn't something trial disciples of the 5 peaks would be concerned about. That was because everyone knew that it must have been broken by Zhongwen, and because of that, they were already used to it. However, when they heard that the new record was broken by an unknown, mysterious disciple, it piqued everyone's curiosity. Following that, news spread of how Zhongwen had returned to challenge the pagoda once more, but he still lost to the mysterious challenger. Right now, it was his third attempt and the outcome was unknown. A clash between two top geniuses of Array Peak was akin to the year-end Array Peak face-off being brought forward. It wasn't just the young and inquisitive trial disciples who were interested. Even the 5 peak masters were aroused with slight curiosity. The number of people gathered before the 10 Formations pagoda was increasing as time went on. Other than Array Peak, disciples of the other 4 peaks came as well to witness the final outcome. Led by Feng Haoyu, a group of talents from Spirit Peak arrived. Little Fatty was among them. After 3 months, Little Fatty was already at the peak of level 8 Qi condensation. Lung Ro's appearance caused a huge stir as many disciples turned their gazes towards this ice-cold beauty. In less than a year, she was regarded by quite a number of people as the top beauty of all 5 peaks. It wasn't just because of her looks, it was also because she was extremely strong. Right now, she was the same as Feng Haoyu at the peak of level 9 Qi condensation. She was his biggest competitor for the year-end Spirit Peaks face-off. More than that, Lung Ro had displayed a shocking talent in the craft of talismans. She also stood a high chance of taking the number 1 spot on Talisman Peak's year-end face-off. Disciples of Elixir, Talisman and Weapon Peak had arrived to watch the show with Shui Yi and the others among them. There were still 3 months left to the year-end face-off. This challenge of the 10 Formations pagoda was probably the biggest event in all 5 peaks till then. In the blink of an eye, the third day was already half gone. As dusk arrived, level 5 of the 10 Formations pagoda lit up, indicating that Zhongwen was about to challenge level 6 once more. If he could clear level 6 within an hour, he would be able to reclaim his honor as the number 1 of Array Peak. Little Fatty squeezed through the crowd to get to Shui Yi and whispered, "Senior brother Shui, why haven't I seen bro at all recently? I've not seen him for a couple of days now as well. But I think things should be fine. Don't worry," Shui consoled. Little Fatty frowned and murmured, "Strange. I haven't seen him in 3 months and his cave abode was empty too. I was contemplating to help bro sharpen his fighting techniques." Shui smiled without saying anything. In his opinion, Su Zimo might have realized he had no hope of winning at the end of the year and made an excuse to leave. That way, he could avoid the year-end face-off. Even though he might get mocked by others for it, it was better than losing in front of everyone. Right then, level 6 burst forth with a bright, bedazzling light of formation patterns. He did it! How long did it take? Around 45 minutes. It's less than an hour. As expected of senior brother Zhong. He is backed by a strong foundation of knowledge towards array formations after all. As the discussions went on, some of the Array Peak disciples who were closer to Zhongwen heaved a sigh of relief. Before long, Zhongwen was sent out of the 10 Formations pagoda. At the same time, the top row of the 10 Formations steel shone brightly as the words shuffled. Zhongwen, cleared level 6, 45 minutes. Not bad, not bad. Elder Luo nodded with a smile. Congratulations, senior brother Zhong. You're still the best. You've cleared level 6 with such speed. Some disciples of Array Peak hurriedly congratulated him with cupped fists. Hands behind his back, Feng Haoyu nodded to Zhong Wen. Given Feng Haoyu's haughty character and status within the 5 peaks, he was already giving face to Zhong Wen by showing that gesture. Zhong Wen smiled and raised his voice. Everyone, please quiet down. The noisy crowd gradually calmed down. It's all thanks to your care and concern that I'm able to return to the top of the 10 formations steel. It's been a tiring few days, everyone, but Zhong Wen changed the topic and with a sharp gaze, looked towards the 10 formations pagoda intently and declared, "The person I must thank the most is that unknown challenger. I've mentioned previously, his appearance will force the best out of M- before Zhong Wen could even finish saying me." His pitch changed and his pupils constricted as though he had witnessed something horrifying. Everyone looked in Zhong Wen's direction. Level 7 of the 10 formations pagoda was lit up. The light was a little blinding. Before anyone knew it, Elder Luo was already standing up and looking at level 7 with a blank look of disbelief. The atmosphere in front of the 10 formations pagoda had turned extremely strange. No one spoke. Everyone was mesmerized by the light coming from level 7 that they forgot to breathe. It was as though they had lost their souls. Zhong Wen's expression changed a couple of times before settling on an ashen look with a dim gaze. He had lost. He had lost completely. Right then, he tried countless times to muster his courage and gather his confidence. But he couldn't do it. The shining light of level 7 gave him a pressure that no one could understand. It was a pressure called despair. He knew better than any other disciples among the 5 peaks about the obscurity of Grade 2 formations. Even that mysterious challenger had spent an entire 2 days and nights before deducing his way to clear level 7. However, a clear was a clear. Yet, Zhong Wen was completely lost in the face of level 7's formation. He was trapped by the illusion formation and could not locate any loopholes of it at all. In fact, he could not last for more than 4 hours within level 7. If he continued to stay on, there was a high chance he would suffer irrecoverable damage to his psyche. Ugh! Sighing sadly, Zhong Wen turned around and mumbled to himself despondently, "I've got no chance of surpassing him. You do." Right then, a warm voice rang out beside Zhong Wen. Zhong Wen looked up. Out of nowhere, Array Peak's master, Xianxia, had appeared and was standing not far away, smiling and looking at him encouragingly. When he met with that gaze, Zhong Wen shuddered and the haze within his heart dispersed, allowing him to see the light once more. Taking a deep breath of air, Zhong Wen nodded his head and replied deeply, "Don't worry, master. I won't be defeated that easily. I'll be back once more." "Well done. That's more like my disciple." With his confidence regained, Zhong Wen left the 10 formations pagoda once more. Xianxia looked at the fading level 7 light and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He floated towards Elder Luo and set up a soundproof barrier with the wave of his hand, asking, "Who is inside? When did someone like that appear in our Array Peak?" "That lad is not from our peak." Elder Luo chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Xianxia frowned and asked, "What's his name?" "Su Zimo." Xianxi's heart skipped a beat and his expression turned odd. Sensing the change in Xianxi's expression, Elder Luo asked, "Why? You know that person?" "His name does sound somewhat familiar, as though I've heard it somewhere." Xianxia did not reply him. He seemed to have thought of something fun as he smiled. "Things are getting interesting now." Elder Luo was flustered as he urged, "Don't beat around the bush. Who is he?" "The one that slashed at me on the front peak." "That's the lad." Xianxia chuckled. "Him?" Elder Luo realized what was going on. However, he was even more puzzled and frowned. Hasn't he already issued a challenge to Feng Haoyu and caused a huge stir about wanting to prevent the latter from getting number 1 for Elixir and Weapon Peak? What has that got to do with us? If he can challenge the 10 formations pagoda, he must have put in quite a lot of effort on learning formations. Why do you think he's doing this instead of spending his time on refining elixirs, weapons, and raising his cultivation? I've got no idea too. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. But don't you think that this is really interesting? So what if it is? He's not a seed from our peak, Sai, Elder Luo replied regrettably. Xianxia looked at the 10 Formations pagoda meaningfully and whispered, I'm just curious now to see how many levels he can clear. Gradually, night arrived. Many array peak disciples left while disciples of the other 4 peaks waited to see who the challenger was. Little Fatty rolled his eyes and stopped an array peak disciple casually, asking with a grin, Senior brother, why aren't you guys waiting anymore? Heh, junior brother, this is where you lack experience. The person replied mysteriously, Think about it. Even if you wait here the entire night, you might not get to see who the person is. You might as well come back tomorrow morning. Furthermore, even if that person can clear level 8, it'll take at least 2 days and nights too. Little Fatty nodded his head in agreement. Senior brother, you're really smart. That does make sense. The mysterious person had taken 2 days and nights to clear level 7. Even if he could clear level 8, it wouldn't be that soon. At that thought, Little Fatty headed back to rest. There was no activity in the 10 Formations pagoda for the next 2 days as more than half of the gathered disciples had lost their patience and left. Zhongwen arrived at the 10 Formations pagoda on the morning of the 6th day, ready to challenge it once more. Before night arrived, he was sent out by the pagoda. Even though he had cleared the first 6 levels even faster than before, he still failed at level 7. Just as he was about to leave, level 8 lit up. Level 8. That person has cleared level 8. That's a full 3 days and nights. That means that he's been inside for a whole 6 days now. What sort of a body does he have to withstand such a draining experience? In fact, many disciples did not know that Su Zimo's physique was much more terrifying than they had thought. Moreover, he was tortured by Little Crane endlessly back in his Weapon Peak cave abode, and it was almost 10 days of sleepless nights back then. It could be said that Su Zimo's current achievements in array formation was forced entirely by a stupid bird. When he saw the glowing light of level 8, Zhongwen felt a bitterness surge within him. He no longer had any hope. The difference was too great. Once again, he looked at that familiar name at the top of the 10 Formation stele. He found it a little eye-piercing and could not help but laugh at himself bitterly before leaving. When he saw Zhongwen's back view, Elder Luo shook his head and sighed. What a pity. If that person had not appeared, Zhongwen would have been a really great genius of array formations. By now, the disciples of the various peaks had a rough grasp of the timing for the 10 Formations pagoda. Based on that logic, the mysterious person was going to take even longer to clear level 9. With the year-end face-off approaching, most disciples would naturally not choose to spend their days wasted here. Moreover, it was already dark and everyone dispersed to rest in their cave abodes. Before long, it was peaceful at the 10 Formations pagoda once more. Elder Luo was the only one still guarding as he stood up and stretched. Xianxia walked over from afar and said, Elder Luo, go and rest first. I don't think there'll be much activity for the next few days now that the lad's at level 9. Elder Luo shook his head. Why? You're still worried. Xianxia chuckled. If you are, I'll help you watch over tonight. Elder Luo let out a mysterious smile and asked, Do you know what type of formation is at level 9? Killing? Xianxia was puzzled as to why Elder Luo would raise that question. Elder Luo asked once more, Do you know how long that Su Zimo took to get through level 4's killing formation? Realizing that there was something more to it, Xianxi's eyes gleamed as he made a guess. 15 minutes? Elder Luo snickered, beating around the bush slightly before replying slowly. 17 seconds. Pest! Xianxi's expression changed entirely as he gasped. How could that be? After a deep silence, Xianxia asked in a testing manner, Is it a coincidence? Gazing at the 10 Formations pagoda, Elder Luo remarked softly, We'll know soon if that's the case. All of a sudden, the moment Elder Luo said that, level 9 lit up the night skies. Xianxia and Elder Luo exchanged glances. Both could tell of the other's shock. How long did he take this time round? Around 47 seconds. Seems like that lad really does have a method to get through killing formations. Level 10 comprises a combination array formation of two types. If one of them is a killing formation, the combination formation would be extremely easy for that lad. If he manages to clear level 10. Su Zimo, who had just entered level 10, did not know that he would cause such a huge commotion among the 5 peaks with his challenge of the pagoda. He had reaped a lot from this challenge. Even though he had spent a lot of time studying in the array chamber, that was all just theory without any practical aspect. However, Su Zimo had witnessed and learned from the various methods and techniques deployed by different array formation masters in setting up the formations in the 10 formations pagoda. Observing carefully in level 10, Su Zimo smiled. It was a combination formation comprising of a killing and trap formation. A killing formation was almost non-existent for him, and the only thing he had to dispel was the trap formation. Seems like my luck's better this time round. A deep fatigue could be seen from Su Zimo, but still, his eyes remained clear and resolute. For 6 whole days, Su Zimo had not rested at all as he spent his time dispelling formations. Even though it didn't expend much spirit chi, he was physically and mentally exhausted. It was a huge toll on one's mental state to dispel formations. However, fully motivated by the thought of not having to worry about that stupid bird after getting out of this place, Su Zimo picked himself up and worked at dispelling the formation. On around midnight of the 8th day, the moon was bright with little stars in the skies. Other than Elder Luo, there was no one else in front of the 10 formations pagoda. Just as Elder Luo was about to fall asleep, the peak of the 10 formations pagoda lit up without any warning. Astonished, Elder Luo looked at those shining formation patterns for the longest time in silence. According to the time that Su Zimo cleared level 10, it was now short of 6 hours to make a full 8 days since he had entered the 10 formations pagoda. A challenge of this duration was not merely a test of a cultivator's ability to set up and dispel formations, it was also a test of their determination, physique, mental state, etc. Elder Luo was very pleased. It was as though he was looking at the gradual emergence of a monster in array formations from this pagoda that he was guarding in a corner of Tianhuang mainland. Level 10 of the 10 formations pagoda. When Su Zimo dispelled the formation, he saw a man clad in white robes. Hands behind his back. The man's black hair was casually draped over his shoulders and swayed gently against the breeze. Standing at the exit on the top of the pagoda, the man was back facing Su Zimo, looking as though he was part of the night skies. Even though Su Zimo could not see the person's face, he caught sight of a hexagonal, obscure emblem on the person's sleeve. It was Array Peak's master, Xianxia. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Was this an illusion formation? Could level 10 be made up of 3 instead of 2 different formations? There was an illusion formation left after he dispelled the killing and trap formation. This is not an illusion. You've already cleared the 10 formations pagoda successfully. Xianxi's voice suddenly rang, gentle and calm, as though he could read Su Zimo's thoughts. Certain powerful array formation masters were experts of games and could deduce the other party's thoughts with just some clues. Su Zimo did not get careless despite hearing Xianxi's reply. After all, similar circumstances could happen within an illusion formation as well. It was hard to differentiate between reality. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo observed for a long time. When he sensed no aura of formation patterns, he advanced and cupped his fists. Greetings, Peak Master. Xianxia did not turn around, merely asking, "How long have you been studying formations?" 3 months. Su Zimo did not hide anything. A shocked expression flashed through Xianxi's eyes and disappeared quickly. "3 months?" Xianxia mumbled repeatedly to himself. After a long time, he turned slightly and smiled at Su Zimo, nodding. "Come on, stand beside me." Momentarily startled, Su Zimo continued walking forth until he was beside Xianxia. "Tired?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Su Zimo nodded his head. Right then, the only thing he wanted was to head back to his cave abode and sleep in silence without a care for the world. "I've heard about your challenge with Feng Haoyu as well. Why did you suddenly come and learn about formations despite not having much time?" Xianxia was curious. The image of that stupid bird flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he shook his head with a bitter chuckle. There's a long story behind it. It's less than 3 months until the year-end face-off. I'm not concerned about elixir and weapon refinement, but I heard that you challenged Feng Haoyu to a fight after the Spirit Peak face-off. Xianxia asked. Yes. Are you confident? Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo shook his head. No, he would be confident if not for his concern that his demonic self might be exposed. However, in terms of pure cultivation techniques, Su Zimo was far inferior. Xianxia replied deeply. Actually, the killing methods of qi refinement warriors are rather simple, because the spirit qi in their dantian is limited. Even at perfected qi condensation where their dantian opened up like a vast sea, it will still be in spirit qi state. One can only deploy stronger spirit arts when they advance to become a foundation establishment cultivator and their spirit qi's quality condenses into liquid form. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled when he was being pursued by Joyful Sect. Some of the foundation establishment cultivators deployed strange techniques like the ground caving and vinewood twining skills which caused him great trouble. Those must be the spirit arts that Xianxia was referring to. Between qi refinement warriors, the only thing that they compare is one's mastery of sword wielding. Xianxia continued. In terms of sword wielding, one of our sect's 3 major secret skills, Ethereal Sword, is famous through the northern region of Tianhuang and is ranked at the top. Feng Haoyu is already cultivating it. Su Zimo could tell what Xianxia was implying. In other words, he had no chance of winning against Feng Haoyu who was already cultivating Ethereal Sword. In the hazy, starry night, both men stood at the peak of the 10 Formations Pagoda. One was clad in white and had a graceful bearing, while the other was clad in green with a delicate, handsome face. If any trial disciples of the 5 peaks saw this scene, their jaws would drop in shock. Every single peak master was a golden core. What sort of status did they bear in the sect? The fact that a mere trial disciple at only level 6 qi condensation was able to stand shoulder to shoulder and chat with a Ray Peaks master was a treatment that would make anyone envious. Noticing Su Zimo's silence, Xianxia spoke once more. Initially, I had not meant to say these things to you. However, since you've already cleared the 10 Formations Pagoda, I can offer you a way out. Whether or not you succeed depends on yourself. Thank you, Peak Master. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he bowed hurriedly to express his thanks. Xianxia continued slowly. Other than the standard skills and secret techniques of sword wielding, there is another method that can raise a cultivator's fighting strength. It's called a sword formation. Sword formation? Su Zimo furrowed his brows in deep thought. In a ray chamber, he had chanced across a bamboo scroll named Tripartite Sword Formation. Xianxia replied, most array formation masters are weak because in fights, opponents would not give you a lot of time to set up your formation before rushing in blindly. However, there exists a special branch amongst array formation masters, the Sword Formation Master. The prerequisite of becoming a Sword Formation Master is that they must first be an array formation master with a deep understanding towards formations. Secondly, they had to cultivate a type of sword formation. Su Zimo nodded. Sword formation manuals are extremely rare and even within our sect, we only have 2. One is called the Tripartite Sword Formation while the other is the Hexagonal Sword Formation. The former is a Grade 1 formation while the latter is a Grade 2. The activation of a sword formation is through remnant marks created by tearing through the void with a flying sword. By using them as replacement for formation patterns, an array formation master is able to create a formation that can produce a powerful force. Su Zimo was shocked to hear this. Just setting up of formation patterns was something that was extremely difficult for array formation masters. Any single mistake and the formations would fail. Furthermore, they were now talking about using the remnant marks in the void as a replacement for formation patterns. Xianxia spoke. The reason why there are so little sword formation masters is because the conditions are way too harsh. Every single sword formation master is an elite among the array formation masters and have a far superior understanding of formations. Furthermore, sword formations usually require the use of multiple flying swords. Using a single flying sword in battle is tough enough, let alone using many for a sword formation. Su Zimo nodded. For example, 3 flying swords were required for the tripartite sword formation. As the name implied, hexagonal sword formation would most likely require 6 flying swords. Also, controlling multiple flying swords would cause one's spirit chi to deplete faster. If the formation was a failure, it would be a waste of spirit chi for the sword formation master, and he would end up placing himself in danger. Xianxia chuckled. Furthermore, how are normal array formation masters going to get that many flying swords? For example, many of our trial disciples barely have a single inferior grade flying sword, let alone 3, 6, or even more. Can they use flying swords of different grades as replacement? Su Zimo asked. No, Xianxia shook his head. You have to understand that the flying swords used for a sword formation must be of the same grade. If the grades were different, the formation patterns left in the void would deviate and the formation would definitely fail. Of course, if the flying swords used are of the same build, size, weight, and sharpness, etc., it would be even easier to set up a formation. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia chuckled. But that's not too realistic unless the flying swords are created by the same weapon refinement master who had specially created them as a set. A set of flying swords? Su Zimo's eyes twinkled meaningfully. You're a disciple of Weapon Peak. Even though you have yet to become a weapon refinement master, I'm sure you understand how difficult it is to refine weapons. It's already difficult enough to create a single graded spirit weapon, let alone a set. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. Everything else aside, it wasn't really difficult for him to create a set of almost identical inferior grade flying swords. But of course, I know that this is not an easy path to undertake, and this idea might not even be of help for you to defeat Feng Haoyu. After all, with just 3 months left to the year-end face-off, time is limited for you. Xianxia continued expectantly. However, you're the most talented array formation master that I've ever seen. Perhaps, you can one day be a true sword formation master if you continue in this direction. Peak Master? Are you a sword formation master? Su Zimo suddenly asked. I'm the only sword formation master in our sect. Xianxia nodded his head with a smile. It was only then that Su Zimo understood why Xianxia was waiting for him and telling him about those things. The latter wanted to find a sword formation master successor in the sect. Pulling out a scroll from his storage bag, Xianxia passed it over to Su Zimo. I believe you must have come across the tripartite sword formation in the array chamber. This is the hexagonal sword formation. Burn it after you memorize it. Do not spread it. Su Zimo received it with both hands and nodded his head. Xianxia pondered for a moment and continued, Zimo, don't harp on a moment's failure. There is still a long way to go. Su Zimo knew that Xianxia was worried he would lose to Feng Haoyu and have his confidence dashed. Hence that advice. In truth, Xianxia was not the only one. Neither of the 4 peak masters nor anyone in the sect had their eyes on Su Zimo winning. Perhaps he might be evenly matched with Feng Haoyu in terms of elixir and weapon refinement. However, in everyone's eyes, the outcome was already decided. If the both of them fought, Su Zimo would only humiliate himself. Of course, there was a single existence in Ethereal Peak who thought highly of Su Zimo. Only that existence wasn't human. Go on, time is precious. Spend more effort on elixir and weapon refinement so that you can get number 1 for those 2 peaks. Xianxia instructed. Su Zimo nodded his head and closed the hexagonal sword formations manual. Summoning his flying sword, he left the 10 formations pagoda and disappeared into the night skies. The moment Su Zimo left the 10 formations pagoda, the names on the 10 formation stele started shifting as everything was pushed down for a blank space above. Zhong Wen's previous record was now pushed to the 2nd row. A line of words appeared on the 1st row of the 10 formation stele. Cleared level 10, 7 days 18 hours. However, the portion where his name was supposed to be was a complete blank. Right then, Xianxia descended from the 10 formations pagoda and accidentally caught sight of what happened. Slightly surprised, he murmured softly, that lad must be so tired that he forgot to place his sect badge on the 10 formation stele. Stunned for a moment, Elder Luo suddenly realized. I forgot to tell him about this. The 10 formation stele would only record one's name after they tapped their sect badge on it after the pagoda challenge. For the past 3 months, Su Zimo spent his time buried in the ancient texts in Array Chamber with absolute focus. He did not interact with any Array Peak disciples as well. In fact, he did not even know about the function of the 10 formation stele. When he saw the huge stele before his challenge, he did not think much nor ask about it and headed for the pagoda straight. Elder Luo thought that as a disciple of Weapon Peak, Su Zimo was merely there to join the crowd and did not mention it since he had not expected the latter to leave a mark on the stele either. Should I call him back? Elder Luo leapt into the air, prepared to chase after Su Zimo to inform him about it. Xianxia waved it off and shook his head. Forget it. That lad hasn't slept a single week in nearly 8 days. Let him have a good rest. Should I look for him tomorrow then? Elder Luo asked. Xianxia remained silent for a moment. Perhaps after the 5 peaks face-off. Let's hide this for him for the time being. Needless to say, something like this would definitely cause a commotion among the 5 peaks and it'll attract trouble for him if the other disciples knew that he was the one who cleared the 10 formations pagoda. Yes, that's good too. Elder Luo nodded his head. It's less than 3 months to the end of the year. Let's not affect his cultivation because of this. The both of them chatted casually for a little more before leaving the place. Elder Luo could finally rest in peace as well. Once again, the 10 formations pagoda returned to normalcy. Disciples of the 5 peaks were fast asleep at the moment as no one realized that overnight, a new line had appeared on the 10 formations stele. Yu Ping was a disciple of Array Peak. His habit for the past few days would involve running to the 10 formation stele for a look in the morning before going off to do his own things. This morning, Yu Ping arrived on his flying sword and took a spin around 10 formations pagoda, glancing at 10 formation stele casually. Yeah, no changes, he murmured softly. There were a total of 100 lines on the 10 formation stele, and there were truly not many changes with a single glance. All of a sudden, Yu Ping's expression changed starkly as he turned around, glaring at the first row intently. His eyes widened as his pupils constricted. Something changed. There was a change on the 10 formation stele. Senior brother Zhong was pushed to the second row. The name of the first row was MMM. What was the meaning of this? Blank? Yu Ping was dazed. Blinking his eyes, he looked again. It was truly a blank. Landing on the ground, he approached even closer and rubbed his eyes. However, it was still blank. The challenger had no name? Instinctively, Yu Ping continued reading the row of words as his jaws dropped apart while his eyes flooded with shock. Cleared level 10? 7 days 18 hours. That line of words had him rattled silly. Yu Ping stood there motionlessly, absolutely stunned as his mind went into chaos. The only thing he did was mumble subconsciously, "Cleared level 10? Cleared level 10? Junior brother Yu, you're so early today?" Someone greeted him from the back to be met with his silence. "What are you doing standing here and getting immersed in the 10 formation stele?" A disciple of Array Peak who came after Yu Ping patted him on the shoulder and commented casually before raising his head. Instantly, that person's smile froze as well. After a long time, a shrill shriek tore through the skies, waking countless of Array Peak disciples who were still deep in their sleep. Cleared! Cleared! The mysterious challenger cleared level 10. A new record is born. Zhongwen has lost completely. Within an hour, the news spread through all 5 peaks. It was earth-shattering. This day, the 5 peaks quaked as countless of trial disciples rushed towards Array Peak. Not just that, more than half of Ethereal Peak's intersect disciples rushed over because of the news as well. Logically speaking, the birth of a new record on the 10 formation stele shouldn't have created such a stir. However, it was said that the record was downright broken. There were only 10 levels to the 10 formations pagoda, and the challenger had cleared them all. Before long, many sect disciples gathered before the 10 formations pagoda, and in the skies, many were still continuously streaming in on their flying swords. Spirit Peak's Feng Haoyu, Lung Ro and Little Fatty were among them. Shui and the others from Weapon Peak came over too. Zhongwen looked at the first row on the 10 formations stele with a deep sorrow in his eyes. Had he known that this would be the case, he need not have tried repeatedly to challenge the pagoda previously just to beat this person. The both of them were not even on the same level of understanding towards formations. One can be called an intermediate array formation master after clearing level 10 of the 10 formations pagoda. Becoming an intermediate array formation master at the chi condensation realm is way too terrifying. Not only is this record unprecedented, no one should be able to surpass it in the future. This guy spent close to 8 days without eating or sleeping. How did he manage to survive? The fact that the challenger did not leave his name piqued everyone's curiosity as countless guesses were made. Just who is that person? There must be a reason why the mysterious challenger did not leave his name. No matter how hard everyone tried, they would not be able to guess. The reason was because Su Zimo did not know the purpose of the 10 formation steel, and neither did he know how to leave his name on it. Could it be Senior Brother Liu? Other than Senior Brother Zhong? He's the only one with the deepest understanding of formations. I saw Senior Brother Liu a couple of days back. It can't be him. Or could it be Senior Brother Tseng? He hasn't appeared for the past few days. There's a chance it's him. I heard that Senior Brother Tseng left to do a sect mission. Everyone continued discussing fervently with wild guesses. I think this senior brother must be the true genius hiding within our array peak. Definitely someone handsome and extraordinary. Most importantly, he is someone indifferent to fame and isn't cocky. A female disciple of Array Peak muttered to herself, immersed in her fantasy as her eyes swooned with love. I think that he probably wants to reveal his identity at the year-end face-off and shock everyone. Another disciple deduced. All the gathered disciples looked on with awe. Clearing level 10 meant that one could set up a grade 2 formation. In Elixir and Talisman Peak, the geniuses were barely able to refine grade 1 elixirs or talismans. In Weapon Peak, no one could even create an inferior grade spirit weapon. From that perspective, that mysterious challenger had already surpassed all the trial disciples in the 5 peaks. Within the crowd, Feng Haoyu suddenly chuckled and shook his head. The Tao of formations is merely a supplementary skill at the end of the day. In the cultivation world, one's true strength is what matters in life and death situations. With that statement, Feng Haoyu turned around to leave with a bunch of Spirit Peak disciples behind him. Humph! What's he getting cocky for? He thinks he's a somebody just because he's good at fighting. Isn't that right? If this mysterious senior brother were to set up an array formation for him, he'd have to obediently surrender. Listen to how salty he sounds. That's the number 1 of Spirit Peak? How crass. Instantly, many Array Peak disciples were displeased as they mocked behind Feng Haoyu's back. To them, Feng Haoyu's disdain of that mysterious challenger was equivalent to his disdain of Array Peak and indirectly them. Furthermore, even though the Tao of formations was a supplementary skill, it was extremely important. If a sect was weak but possessed an extremely strong array formation master, he could set up a sect protecting formation to withstand powerful enemies. That was why some sects in the cultivation world who had strong array formation masters were almost impenetrable. Amazing! That's amazing! Little Fatty rubbed his chubby palms and declared, it'd be such a pity if I don't get to know someone so amazing. Just who is this person? Lung Ro's gaze lingered for a long time on the 10 formation steel before she nodded her head. Impressive. With that, Lung Ro left Array Peak too. When the many disciples beside Lung Ro heard that, they could not help but yelp. She had a cold and aloof nature and barely spoke. Even a genius like Feng Haoyu had not received an appraisal as such from her. However, that single word she said was enough to tell of her thoughts. Little Fatty squinted his eyes and looked around the crowd for a long time as though he was searching for someone. After a while, he found nothing and frowned, murmuring to himself, where did bro disappear to recently? He isn't even here to take a look at such a huge commotion. No, I've got to go take a look at Weapon Peak. His mind made up, Little Fatty summoned his flying sword and sped towards Weapon Peak. In the distant skies, 5 golden cores stood among the clouds, watching the rare spectacle on Array Peak. They were the 5 peak masters. Just who is the person who challenged the pagoda? Even I'm curious. The brown-haired youth of Elixir Peak said with a gaudy tone. For pairs of eyes landed on Xianxia as when Xian chuckled. Say it. I don't believe that you don't know who it is as Array Peak's master. Hands behind his back, Xianxia smiled in silence. Stop beating around the bush. Say it. Talisman Peak's master, a cold-looking woman, barked. Xianxi's smile froze on his face. Ha ha. The disheveled old man rubbed his hands in laughter. You wouldn't want Qishan to get angry. If she throws a bunch of talismans on your face, you'll know what's true suffering. No, no. The brown-haired youth shook his head with a serious expression. Qishan won't bear to attack Xianxia. Qishan's face blushed for a brief moment as she glared at the disheveled old man and brown-haired youth with grit teeth. You damned fogies. Nothing good comes out of your mouths. With an awkward expression, Xianxia looked at Qishan warily before coughing. I really can't reveal this. Eh? When Xian was puzzled. That's strange. How unique is the identity of this lad that you can't tell us? Xianxia shook his head in silence. The disheveled old man waved it off. Forget it. Let's not make things difficult for him. Pausing for a moment, the disheveled old man couldn't help but remark. But, you're quite something, Xianxia, to think that you've managed to groom such a talent without letting us know about it. That's quite skillful of you. Humph. I reckon he must have spent quite a bit of time and energy on that lad. Qishan scoffed. Xianxia smiled. Not really. He's self-taught. Self-taught. The 4 peak masters exchanged surprised glances. If someone could clear the 10 formations pagoda based on his own studies without the guidance of a strong array formation master as backing, that was truly something incredible. Damn, that's going to make us even more curious. When Xian laughed bitterly. Xianxia pondered for a moment and replied, Don't worry, his identity won't be hidden for long. It's just a matter of time before you guys know about it. Weapon Peak. Little Fatty arrived at the entrance of Su Zimo's cave abode. The door of the entrance was destroyed by Little Crane and Su Zimo had not fixed it. Looking inside, Little Fatty caught sight of a green-robed man in deep sleep on the stone bed with a ferocious spirit tiger guarding at the side. A twinkle appeared in Little Fatty's eyes as he cast his flying sword aside and rushed in. When the spirit tiger saw Little Fatty, it growled softly but did not show any animosity. It naturally knew that Little Fatty was Su Zimo's friend. If anyone else had barged in as such, the spirit tiger would have rushed in front of Su Zimo to block. Bro, wake up! Little Fatty was already yelling before he approached. Even though Su Zimo was deep in sleep, he was already awake subconsciously the moment Little Fatty had barged in. Shaking his drowsy head, Su Zimo sat up and blinked his sleepy eyes while stretching his tendons. Bro, where have you been for the past 3 months? Why haven't I seen you anywhere? Little Fatty asked. Su Zimo replied casually, I went out to relax. Rolling his eyes, Little Fatty grumbled. Bro, you sure are confident. The 5 Peaks face-off is approaching and yet you went out to relax? Pausing for a moment, Little Fatty inched towards Su Zimo and said mysteriously, Bro, haven't you heard that something major happened in our sect recently? Ah. Su Zimo was somewhat puzzled as he shook his head. I don't know. Bro, you know that there's a 10 formations pagoda in Array Peak, right? Yeah. A mysterious disciple cleared the entire 10 formations pagoda. Su Zimo's heart skipped a bit and he was more awake now. Frowning, he asked, How did you know about it? I'm not the only one. All trial disciples of the 5 Peaks know about it. Before long, the entire sect's going to know about it. There's a lot of people gathered on Array Peak right now. Su Zimo was shocked. He had not expected that his unintentional actions would have caused such a stir. Could Elder Luo and Peak Master Xianxia have spread the news? Wrong. On second thought, Su Zimo asked, What do you mean by mysterious disciple? Nobody knows who cleared the 10 formations pagoda. Hee. Little Fatty gave a mysterious smile as he said beamingly, That's the most incredible part. After the disciple cleared the pagoda, he did not leave his name on the 10 formations stele. Now, disciples of all 5 peaks are guessing at that person's identity. 10 formations stele? Su Zimo blinked his eyes and vaguely recalled that there was a huge stele filled with words beside the 10 formations pagoda. What do you mean leaving a name on the 10 formations stele? Su Zimo asked once more. Little Fatty explained the use of the 10 formations stele. After clearing the pagoda, one has to tap their sect badge on the 10 formations stele for their name to be recorded. Su Zimo froze for a moment and muttered to himself. So, there's such a thing. That incredible person cleared all 10 levels in one go and left gracefully just like that. How admirable. Little Fatty's eyes were filled with awe as though he was imagining a cultivator's extraordinary demeanor amidst the ethereal clouds, leaving as he flicked his sleeves. In reality, Su Zimo was thoroughly exhausted that night and had barely managed to return on his flying sword. There was no way he was that carefree. Little Fatty noticed that Su Zimo was distracted and seemingly disinterested. He then reached for Su Zimo's arm, saying, "Bro, let's go. I'll take you to Array Peak, and you'll see just how amazing that person is." Discreetly, Su Zimo avoided Little Fatty's hand and shook his head. "I'll give it a pass." Su Zimo did not have much time to begin with. Now that he had spent 3 months on Array Peak without refining elixirs, raising his cultivation or practicing sword-wielding, he was left with less than 3 months to the end of the year. How would he have the mood to join the crowd? Furthermore, he was that mysterious challenger. Su Zimo wasn't curious in the slightest bit. At the same time, Su Zimo realized that if word were to spread out, it would bring quite a bit of trouble for him. He decided to hide it for the time being. "Bro, it's a huge crowd on Array Peak right now. It's absolutely unprecedented. It'd be such a pity if you didn't go take a look." Little Fatty did not give up and continued persuading. Su Zimo chuckled and replied casually, "I know nothing about formations too. What's the big deal about challenging the pagoda?" That statement was casually thrown out by Su Zimo. However, Little Fatty was instantly displeased. Bang! His chubby palm slammed down heavily on Su Zimo's stone bed, giving off a dull thud. Su Zimo was dazed. "Bro, that's not a nice thing to say." Little Fatty kept his smile and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. "Perhaps that mysterious disciple might not be your match in terms of weapon refinement. But bro, you should not underestimate him like that." "What do you mean, what's the big deal about challenging the pagoda? Do you know what it implies for someone to be able to clear level 10 of the 10 formations pagoda?" Su Zimo asked automatically. "What?" Little Fatty was stunned at Su Zimo's question. After holding it for a long time, his face flushed and he could not give a reply either. Naturally, Little Fatty was not really angry. It was just a moment of indignance for that mysterious challenger. Su Zimo looked at Little Fatty's embarrassed face and could not help but smile. "Actually, I'm that mysterious disciple." "Bro, stop messing around." Little Fatty waved his hand to interrupt him. "Su Zimo," Little Fatty said in a deep voice. "Bro, you have to understand that through the generations of trial disciples in the history of the sect, there have been many geniuses. However, the best among them have only cleared level 6. Look at that Feng Haoyu. He may seem impressive now, but it's not like there hasn't been another genius with a wind spirit root in the sect. He's just one of them. However, this mysterious disciple that cleared level 10, he's the first person through the thousands of years of history of our sect." Su Zimo could only nod his head in agreement. "Think about it. Bro, wasn't it incredible when you got through the 8 distresses formation and destroyed the spirit testing gate? Just like you. The accomplishment of this mystery disciple is unprecedented." With a stoic face, Little Fatty said earnestly, "Bro, you've got to be humble. Humility is important. You can't look down on others casually. That won't do." "All right, I got it. I'll check it out when I've got time." Su Zimo was sweating profusely for this conversation. When he saw that Little Fatty had no intention of stopping, he changed the topic. "It's been a long time since I've cultivated. I've got to seize the opportunity to raise my cultivation." Little Fatty scanned Su Zimo with the spirit-peering art. He was still at level 6 chi condensation? Bitterly, Little Fatty said, "Bro, look at you. You were already at level 6 Qi condensation 3 months ago, but you haven't progressed at all. How are you going to fight Feng Haoyu? Bro, even if you know you can't win him, you've got to pick yourself up and not give up. The path of cultivation is like going against the waters. If you don't advance, you get pushed back. You've wasted 3 months just like that. What should I say about you? Sigh. Su Zimo. With a great deal of effort, Su Zimo finally managed to send little Fatty away. He then squatted at the entrance of his cave abode and focused on setting up a formation. He set up a grade 2 formation, smoke gathering formation, because the stupid bird's identity was unique. Su Zimo did not dare to set up a killing formation. It would suffice for him to set up a trap formation and restrain the stupid bird. Standing at the side, the spirit tiger watched. Even though it did not understand what was going on, it realized that Su Zimo's return must mean that the latter had found a way to suppress that stupid bird. He was gone for a full 3 months. It wasn't a short period of time. Su Zimo took an entire day to set up the smoke gathering formation. However, he had no intention of stopping right after. He continued to set up another soundproof formation outside the smoke gathering formation. That way, Su Zimo wouldn't be affected no matter how the stupid bird cried within the trap. Thereafter, he made an imprint using the Spirit Beast badge on the Spirit Tiger's neck, so that the latter would have unrestricted access to the cave abode. By the time everything was set up, it was night. Su Zimo looked at the night skies without feeling sleepy in the slightest bit. It was less than 3 months to the year-end face-off. He did not have much time left. According to his original plan, he would have been able to reach perfected Qi condensation through sufficient use of spirit stones. Now that he had spent so much time on Array Peak, he would only be able to reach level 9 Qi condensation at max come the end of the year. After all, he did not have much progress on elixir refinement yet. Against Feng Haoyu's perfected Qi condensation, Su Zimo knew that he had no chance of winning. Furthermore, Feng Haoyu was cultivating one of the 3 major secret skills, Ethereal Sword. Su Zimo's only chance of winning was on the 2 sword formation manuals. He had to master the tripartite and hexagonal sword formation before the year-end face-off and become a sword formation master. Su Zimo did not sleep the entire night as he summoned his elixir furnace and started with refinement. Previously, he had a chance of refining grade 1 elixirs. However, it exploded due to Little Crane's interference, wasting all his previous efforts. After 3 months of not refining elixirs, Su Zimo's technique was clearly rusty. Unable to control the temperature of the flames precisely, the spirit herbs were burnt to ashes. It was only till midnight when he finally found the feeling and got into the groove. Failing many times in between, Su Zimo finally managed to refine a cauldron of elixirs come early morning. Usually, a cauldron would contain 9 elixirs. However, the complexity of the refinement increased with the recipe, and as such, the number of elixirs were reduced. For example, among grade 1 elixirs, the most difficult of them was the Foundation Establishment elixir, and each refinement would only produce a single elixir, nothing more. Spirit Gathering elixir was the most simple to refine amongst grade 1 elixirs. 9 Spirit Gathering elixirs burst forth from the holes in the elixir furnace and hovered in midair. 8 of the elixirs had 3 elixir patterns etched on them. Those were superior grade elixirs. 1 of them had 4 elixir patterns, a supreme grade elixir. Looking at the 9 elixirs that he had refined floating in the air, Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he pondered. It was out of his expectations that he had managed to produce elixirs of such quality with his first attempt. Refinement of elixirs was unlike that of weapons. For weapon refinement, fire was the foundation. However, the true core of it was on the steps of tempering and spirit gathering. As for elixir refinement, the true core lies in the 2 extraction steps. The more thorough the extraction, the less the impurities of the elixir and the better the quality of the end product. With a single thought, a scarlet flame appeared from the fingertip of Su Zimo's right hand with a loud thud. There was only a single explanation as to why he could create elixirs of such quality. It was the level 3 spirit fire. He could vaguely sense that the level 3 spirit fire produced by his right hand was unlike normal level 3 spirit fires. In fact, it seemed to give him a unique advantage in terms of refining spirit herbs. As long as he continued practicing on grasping the flame's temperature precisely and familiarizing himself with the ratio of spirit herbs, it wouldn't be impossible for him to create perfect elixirs. Perhaps this flame of mine isn't actually a level 3 spirit fire? Maybe it just shares the same color as one. Su Zimo looked at his right hand repeatedly and fell into deep thought. Right then, a familiar cry of a crane appeared outside his cave abode. Caw, caw. The spirit tiger trembled as it jolted up in fright. The hair on its back all stood up as fear seeped out of its eyes. Even after 3 months, the spirit tiger still had lingering fears. That was enough to tell how tormented it was by Little Crane. It's finally here. Su Zimo smiled gently as he looked calmly at Little Crane descending from the skies. Flapping its wings, Little Crane looked at Su Zimo with a taunting and gleeful expression. Its meaning was clear: small fry, even if you hide outside for 3 months, you'll have to come back sooner or later. You can't escape from my grasp. Right as Little Crane descended upon the entrance of the cave abode, a bright, bedazzling light shone from the ground. The formation pattern shone brightly as the smoke-gathering formation was activated. Caw! Little Crane's expression changed as it panicked. It wanted to soar into the skies, but it realized that no matter how it tried, it could not fly out of that small region. It was trapped. Having grown up in Ethereal Peak, Little Crane naturally knew of the methods deployed by cultivators. Instantly, it realized that it might have fallen into a type of array formation. Caw, caw. Enraged, Little Crane shrieked sharply and loudly. However, its voice reverberated around the soundproof formation and could not pass through. Inside the cave abode, the spirit tiger looked at Little Crane opening its mouth without any sound coming out. Instantly, it beamed and jumped around the spot in excitement. It was his turn to see the stupid bird suffer. Finally, comeuppance. It's my turn for revenge. The spirit tiger reared its head and howled, letting out all its indignance. When it saw the spirit tiger's provocation, Little Crane was even more enraged. It stood silent on the spot for some time before suddenly flapping its wings. Amidst the raging hurricane formed, it swooped towards the cave abode with cold, sharp talons. The spirit tiger jumped in right. Just as it was about to dodge, it realized that Little Crane was still stuck within the same region and could not escape at all. It merely slammed around the corners like a headless bug. That caused the spirit tiger to laugh even more merrily. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. It was obvious that the stupid bird knew nothing about formations. Furthermore, it was not strong enough to break through the formation with brute force. He could finally cultivate in peace for the next few days. Totally indifferent towards Little Crane, who was rampaging and crying at the entrance of the cave abode, Su Zimo took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and channeled chi condensation to cultivate. His cultivation was stagnant for 3 months now, and he had to raise it as soon as possible. Even though he had just refined a cauldron of spirit-gathering elixirs, Su Zimo had no intention of consuming them. He found out from Elixir Peak's master previously that other than perfect elixirs, all other graded elixirs had impurities. The impact they had on cultivators was something that was undetermined. At that time, Su Zimo had already made a choice. Unless it was a perfect elixir, he was not going to consume it casually. At that moment, Su Zimo did not realize it yet. However, that choice of his was precisely the reason why he would gain a solid foundation that no one could match in his path of cultivation. After 3 days, Su Zimo finally refined a cauldron of spirit-gathering elixirs with a perfect elixir. He placed that perfect elixir carefully into a jade bottle and kept it in his storage bag. Little Crane was trapped by the smoke-gathering formation for the past 3 days and was unable to escape. It was also hoarse after crying for 3 days and nights. By now, it was sprawled on the ground in a despondent manner, looking at Su Zimo pitifully. Su Zimo came before the smoke-gathering formation and looked at Little Crane with a fake smile. "Stupid bird, you know how strong I am now?" Little Crane nodded hurriedly and let out a look of awe. Su Zimo was unmoved. This stupid bird had a high status and had never suffered before in the sect. There was no way it was going to give in so easily. If Su Zimo let it go, it might even come back and cause a greater ruckus. Stay here for 3 months. I'll let you off after the 5 peaks face-off, Suzimo remarked casually. Caw, caw. Instantly, Little Crane's expression changed as it yelled at Suzimo as though threatening him. Scoffing coldly, Suzimo pretended as though he saw nothing and left his cave abode, riding his flying sword towards Elixir Peak. Knowing how to refine spirit-gathering elixirs was not enough for him to be the #1 of Elixir Peak. The greatest difficulty of weapon refinement lies in spirit gathering. As for elixir refinement, the difficulty lies in the deep knowledge that was required of all the various types of spirit herbs. An elementary elixir refinement master would be able to differentiate between the spirit herbs for grade 1 elixirs as well as their attributes and the temperature they could endure. Someone who was unfamiliar with those things would be put in a spot if someone were to give them a recipe and they did not know of the spirit herbs listed. If so, how could they refine any elixirs? Incredible elixir refinement masters would be able to understand the recipe's description based on their imaginations and creativity. From there, they could refine new elixirs using their own ratios. But of course, Suzimo was still far from that. Suzimo's motive for heading to Elixir Peak was to exchange for a record of grade 1 spirit herbs so that he could memorize them. Thereafter, he would exchange for some recipes and spirit herbs to continue practicing on refinement. Before long, Suzimo returned to his cave abode. For the next few days, he worked on raising his cultivation and elixir refinement. Trapped in the formation, Little Crane had nothing to eat and had lost weight, looking even more pitiful. The spirit tiger could not bear to see it suffer, and hence, when it hunted for food outside, it would bring some back for Little Crane as well, chatting with it every now and then. During this period, the relationship between the tiger and Crane had improved quite a bit. Only, the way Little Crane looked at Suzimo was still filled with resentment and pride. Suzimo could not be bothered. This day he refined another cauldron of elixirs with 4 supreme grade and the rest being superior grades. Just as Suzimo was about to keep the elixirs, he had an idea. Even though he was not going to consume those elixirs, they still contained the essence of spirit herbs. He wondered if they would work to help spirit beasts raise their cultivation faster too. At that thought, Suzimo walked towards the spirit tiger with the fragrant-smelling elixirs. Right as he was about to ask, the spirit tiger wagged its tail with a pandering look. Its mouth was gaping and saliva was almost drooling. Alright, that saved him the question. Look at your worthless expression, Suzimo scolded jokingly before tossing some of the freshly refined elixirs over. The spirit tiger leapt into the air and opened its mouth, catching an elixir and chewing in satisfaction. When Little Crane, who was trapped in the formation, saw that, it was stunned. That works too. It was completely stupefied. It had taken elixirs in the past before. However, even if its mother was the mystical guardian beast, the elixirs given to her were middle grade at best. Little Crane had never seen someone like Suzimo who would feed a dog superior grade elixirs. To Little Crane, the way the spirit tiger fawned with a wagging tail earlier on was no different from a dog. Little Crane had a clear view of everything. There were even supreme grade elixirs. How extravagant! How wasteful! How exciting! How sinful! But, I like it! Little Crane jumped on the ground excitedly and winked at Spirit Tiger, trying to signal to it. There were many cultivators who reared spirit beasts in the cultivation world. However, only few of them would be willing to feed their spirit beasts with elixirs, much less superior or supreme grade elixirs. Cultivators would not even bear to eat those elixirs, much less feed their spirit beasts. Little Crane felt that it was getting along quite well with the spirit tiger these days, and it was implying for the latter to share some elixirs with it. The spirit tiger glanced at Little Crane and hesitated for a long time. Finally, it picked up an elixir of the worst quality from the ground and tossed it into the smoke-gathering formation. Little Crane was enraged, but it couldn't do anything at all. Twerking its butt, the spirit tiger ran back and clawed a circle on the ground, protecting the rest of the elixirs in front of it. It looked like it was ready to fight anyone to the death if they dared touch those pills. Suzimo shook his head and smiled. Retrieving a couple of jade bottles from his storage bag, he poured all the elixirs within in front of the spirit tiger. Most of them were superior-grade elixirs with some supreme-grade ones. Even the lowest quality was at middle grade. He remarked, "It's all for you. Hurry and raise your cultivation." The spirit tiger was bedazzled. This happiness came too suddenly. Joy has finally come to me. The spirit tiger dove head first into the pile of elixirs and nearly fainted from the fragrance of it all. Little Crane was getting more and more anxious as it watched, crying repeatedly, but her voice could not be heard at all. "How can you finish so many elixirs? Share some with me." After a moment, the spirit tiger regained its senses and swallowed another few elixirs. It then sprawled on the ground and began snoring. Every spirit beast knew how to cultivate innately. However, certain spirit beasts with powerful bloodlines would contain a memory heritage that would make their cultivation techniques even stronger. The spirit tiger merely had an ordinary bloodline, and its cultivation technique would never be able to match the marrow cleansing section, let alone the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The thought of imparting the marrow cleansing section to the spirit tiger so that it could turn stronger had crossed Su Zimo's mind as well. However, Dayu had once warned him not to impart the skill to anyone else, and as such, Su Zimo could only abandon that thought. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, Little Crane felt extremely aggrieved. Left with no choice, it picked an elixir left behind by the spirit tiger earlier and began cultivating. Within a couple of days, the tiger and Crane finished all the elixirs. Even though Little Crane's cultivation rose, it wasn't obvious because it was a spirit demon and did not consume much elixirs to begin with. However, the spirit tiger's aura was clearly much more ferocious. Its gaze had turned more sinister, and its fur was now golden, standing erect like shimmering needles. If it continued cultivating as such, it wouldn't be long before the spirit tiger became a Foundation Establishment Realm spirit demon. After the elixirs were consumed, both the spirit tiger and Little Crane were yearning for more as they looked at Su Zimo wistfully, waiting for him to refine. By now, the spirit herbs that Su Zimo had exchanged for were used up entirely. Because he no longer had any contribution points, he would have to use spirit stones if he wanted to exchange for spirit herbs at Elixir Peak. However, Su Zimo required spirit stones to raise his cultivation. Meeting the anticipating gazes of the two spirit beasts, Su Zimo merely shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "I can't refine any more elixirs. I'm out of spirit herbs." It was like thunder striking. The news was a huge blow to the tiger and Crane. Both of them were addicted and had yet to enjoy to their heart's contentment. However, he was going to stop. The reason why Su Zimo wanted to stop refining elixirs was because he no longer needed it. Similar to weapon refinement, Su Zimo no longer had to waste time on it now that he could refine inferior-grade spirit weapons. There were 2 months left to the year-end face-off. At the moment, Su Zimo's cultivation was at level 7 Qi condensation. Coupled with the perfect elixirs he had refined previously, it was not going to be an issue for him to reach level 9 Qi condensation by the end of the year. However, perfected Qi condensation was impossible for him. At perfected Qi condensation, the Dantian would open up like a vast sea of Qi, and one would be much stronger than at level 9. That was something that required elixirs, spirit stones, and a long period of cultivation. Even cultivators with heaven spirit roots were no exception to that rule. During this period of time, Little Crane had consumed quite a bit of Su Zimo's elixirs. Even though it was still trapped in the smoke-gathering formation, its relationship with Su Zimo had improved. Despite that, Su Zimo did not dare to let Little Crane out. This day, Little Fatty arrived at Su Zimo's cave abode once more. When he saw that Su Zimo's cultivation had risen, he felt relieved and thought that Su Zimo had finally picked himself up. At the moment, Little Fatty's cultivation realm was at the peak of level 8 Qi condensation. By the end of the year, he was definitely going to hit level 9 Qi condensation. Even though his progress was already very fast, it was still slightly inferior compared to Feng Haoyu and Leng Ro. In theory, the cultivation speed of heaven spirit roots should not lose out to variant spirit roots. Su Zimo had vaguely sensed that Little Fatty's physique was different. Even though it could not be compared to his, it was definitely much stronger than most other Qi refinement warriors. There was a possibility that Little Fatty had used a portion of his spirit Qi on tempering his body. That might be why he was not on the same level as Feng Haoyu and Leng Ro. The reason for Little Fatty's arrival was naturally to impart to Su Zimo the various methods of sword-wielding and fighting between cultivators. As Xianxia had mentioned, the fights between Qi refinement warriors were relatively simple and there weren't many things to mention. Most of it had to be learned through practical experience. For that month, Little Fatty stayed in Su Zimo's cave abode. As the both of them sparred daily, Su Zimo's sword-wielding skills were becoming more and more proficient. Initially, Su Zimo was at a complete disadvantage. Each time Little Fatty summoned his flying sword, he could suppress Su Zimo in less than 3 moves. However, as time went on, Su Zimo was gradually able to match Little Fatty evenly. Subsequently, the Spirit Tiger even joined the fights and attacked Su Zimo together with Little Fatty. At the beginning, Su Zimo was not used to being attacked by Little Fatty and the Spirit Tiger together. However, as his sword-wielding skills improved, he was able to hold his ground without losing out. During this period of time, what puzzled Little Fatty at the most was that despite being at level 7 Qi condensation, Su Zimo was completely able to match him who was at level 8. That implied that the quality of Su Zimo's spirit Qi was far superior compared to Little Fatty's. But that didn't make any sense. Both of them had heaven spirit roots, so why would there be a level of difference between their spirit Qi? Little Fatty had asked about it before as well, but Su Zimo merely shook his head, indicating that he was unclear too. In truth, Su Zimo had a theory. It was because a change in quality would occur after spirit Qi enters his body through his right hand, causing it to be even purer within his body. Vaguely, Su Zimo had the feeling that his right hand might have something else that Daiyu left for him. That was the reason why he could produce the level 3 spirit fire too. However, everything was so strange that Su Zimo would naturally not mention it to anyone else. This day, Little Fatty had plans to leave. He had already taught Su Zimo most of what he had learned in Spirit Peak. It was meaningless to stay any longer. Before he left, Little Fatty suddenly declared mysteriously, "Bro, I know it seems like we're rather evenly matched recently, but, actually, I have a trump card." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow. A smug look flashed through Little Fatty's eyes as he chuckled. "Bro, I've actually been cultivating a body tempering technique that takes up quite a bit of spirit Qi. If not for that, I would be able to hit perfected Qi condensation by the end of the year." Indeed, Su Zimo had guessed correctly. When he saw that Su Zimo did not have a stark reaction, Little Fatty thought that it was because he did not understand the benefits of body tempering. Because of that, he rushed forward excitedly. "Bro, you haven't fought with cultivators who had tempered bodies before. If I make use of my trump card, you'll definitely lose for sure. Is that so?" Su Zimo chuckled and asked. When he heard that, Little Fatty glared at him and harumphed gently, "Bro, if you still don't believe me, we can have another spar so that I can show you my technique." "Very well." Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Little Fatty summoned a fatty. It was a pseudo-spirit weapon. Among the 5 peaks, there were not many trial disciples who had an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Because Little Fatty had just joined for less than a year, he naturally did not have one too. During their normal spars, Su Zimo naturally did not use the inferior-grade flying swords that he had created. Instead, he would also use a pseudo-spirit weapon. Go! A stream of spirit Qi shot out from both their fingertips into their flying swords. Shuttling through the cave abode, both flying swords clashed against one another. Cling! Clang! The sounds of metal clashing echoed as sparks flew. In terms of sword wielding, both of them were evenly matched and neither party's flying sword could break the other's defense. Right then, Little Fatty hollered and slapped on his storage bag, summoning a gigantic axe. The gigantic axe looked to be the same size as Little Fatty and it appeared extremely strange when he wielded it. While their flying swords were fighting in midair, Little Fatty took advantage of the chance and tunneled forth. A golden light shone on the surface of his body as he suddenly arrived before Su Zimo, swifter than ever. Swoosh! The gigantic axe tore through the voids and descended from the skies menacingly. Before it got close, Su Zimo's hair was already pushed backwards. "Haha, bro! You lost!" Little Fatty burst out in laughter. As the gigantic axe was about to strike Su Zimo's head, little Fatty hurriedly held back. Right then, with an unchanged expression, Su Zimo suddenly reached out and grabbed the incoming axe. Bang! Even though the gigantic axe had met with flesh, the sound that echoed felt like it was defeated. The gigantic axe could not advance anymore. Little Fatty's face turned pale with fright as he rushed over and asked in panic, "Bro, are you alright? Why did you grab my weapon?" Su Zimo had already tossed the axe onto the ground and retracted his nails discreetly. Holding up Su Zimo's hand, little Fatty checked it back and forth. There was no damage done at all. He was alright, completely unharmed. Little Fatty's gaze towards Su Zimo changed gradually. No matter how strong his body was, there was no way he would dare to receive a weapon with his bare hands. That was akin to courting death. However, little Fatty had witnessed the scene unfold right before his eyes. Before little Fatty managed to retract his momentum, Su Zimo had already stopped the axe. The feeling was no different from chopping an unshakable mountain. "Bro, you..." Little Fatty's eyes were filled with astonishment. Su Zimo chuckled casually. "I've also cultivated body tempering techniques before. You've got to help me hide it." For sure. Definitely." Little Fatty nodded instinctively. When little Fatty left Su Zimo's cave abode, he was still filled with doubts. In a daze, he had not snapped out of what happened earlier. There were no lack of amazing body tempering techniques in the cultivation world. However, he had never heard of one which the user could catch weapons barehanded. And he wasn't injured at all. Even demons who were known for their powerful bodies might not dare to do such a thing. Suddenly, little Fatty recalled the scene of them entering the sect. Su Zimo was carrying him while dealing with a spirit demon on the walls of the peak. That wasn't something that could be done with just body tempering. Frowning, little Fatty remembered the moment when his gigantic axe met with Su Zimo's palm. Other than the dull thud, there were some other strange noises. It was as though something sharp had scratched on his weapon, making a crisp sound. Because everything had happened so suddenly, little Fatty did not think too much into it. However, things felt odd in retrospect. Instinctively, he took out his gigantic axe and swept it with his gaze. Instantly, his pupils constricted as the hair on his back stood up. He was petrified. There were 5 small holes on the surface of the axe. With a deep breath of air, little Fatty composed himself and gestured his palm on the axe. He placed his palm on the blade of the axe. His fingers fit exactly where the 5 holes were. Broop! Little Fatty gulped. Keeping his axe hurriedly, he adjusted his emotions and calmed himself before leaving. In the cave abode, Su Zimo looked at his palm and sighed gently. He had merely wanted to grab little Fatty's axe on a whim earlier on. He didn't expect that he couldn't suppress the power of blood and forced out those sharp nails. It may not have been a big deal to be seen by little Fatty. However, if seniors of the sect saw it, they might turn suspicious, and that might even reveal his demonic bloodline. This matter is ultimately a problem. Su Zimo shook his head with a look of worry on his face. It was 1 month away from the year-end face-off. Su Zimo's cultivation had just risen to level 8 chi condensation. He retrieved the weapon tripod from his storage bag. No matter what, he had to master the tripartite sword formation within the month. It would be best if he could master the hexagonal sword formation too. That would increase his chances of victory against Feng Haoyu. The prerequisite of cultivating a sword formation was that one had to possess a set of flying swords. Su Zimo already had an inferior-grade flying sword. He had to refine 5 more. For him, refining inferior-grade flying swords was no longer a problem. He had the help of his spirit perception for the aspect of spirit gathering, turning it into a 100% success rate. However, he was still unable to refine middle-grade spirit weapons for some unknown reason. After a day, Su Zimo managed to refine 5 inferior-grade flying swords to make up a set. In his cave abode, he recalled the contents of the tripartite sword formation and began to cultivate. An extremely high mastery of flying swords was required for sword formations. The setup had to be perfect. Fortunately, Su Zimo had established a firm foundation in sword-wielding thanks to little Fatty's help through the past month. Now, what he had to learn was how to control multiple flying swords. In the final month, the atmosphere in the Five Peaks was clearly much more dense. Most disciples were holed up in their cave abodes cultivating, preparing to showcase their prowess in the face-off. The commotion caused by the mysterious challenger of Array Peak had gradually simmered as well. Previously, the identity of the mysterious challenger had become the most popular topic amongst disciples of the Five Peaks, with everyone guessing at his identity daily. However, the discussions had mostly died down as the end of the year approached. This day, a bell sounded from Ethereal Palace. There were a total of 5 sounds. The Five Peaks face-off had officially commenced. Many trial disciples appeared from their cave abodes one after another, speeding towards Weapon Peak with energized expressions. The Five Peaks face-off lasted 5 days. Because Weapon and Elixir Peaks were the weakest, according to the previous year's arrangement, their face-offs were arranged on the first and second day. However, things were different this year. Everyone of the Five Peaks knew of Feng Haoyu and Su Zimo's challenge. Coincidentally, both of them were going to take part in the Weapon and Elixir Peak face-offs. Be it refinement or weapons or elixirs, both took a huge toll on one's spirit chi, energy, and mental state. In order to ensure that the both of them could take part in the face-offs in their best condition, the Five Peak Masters agreed that they would separate the events. First day, Weapon Peak face-off. Second day, Talisman Peak face-off. Third day, Elixir Peak face-off. Fourth day, Array Peak face-off. Fifth day, Spirit Peak face-off. Because the Spirit Peak face-off was the most anticipated event among the Five Peaks, it was always on the last day every year. The reason why they arranged for the Array Peak face-off before it was so that Feng Haoyu could get sufficient rest and prepare for the Spirit Peak face-off. Weapon Peak's face-off was held in the Weapon Refinement Hall. On the first day, nearly all disciples of the Five Peaks had gathered outside the Weapon Refinement Hall. There were even inner sect disciples gathering. Weapon Peak had never seen such a crowd before. At a glance, the entire place was densely packed with people. The reason for this was because Weapon Peak's face-off was the first round of challenge between Feng Haoyu and Su Zimo. All eyes were on this. Everyone wanted to know who would have the last laugh in Weapon Refinement. The talent of Spirit Peak, Feng Haoyu, with his Wind Spirit Root, or Su Zimo with his level 3 Spirit Fire. Prior to this, disciples of the Five Peaks had already secretly wagered on the outcome. The Five Peak Masters sat right at the front of the Weapon Refinement Hall. There were more than 100 participating disciples standing below. As for the spectating disciples, they could only stand outside and were not allowed to enter lest they disrupted the weapon refinement process. "Make way, make way!" A holler sounded from outside the crowd as though someone had arrived. The crowd parted to the sides, revealing a passageway. Hands behind his back, a purple-robed chi refinement warrior strode in. With a haughty expression, he entered the Weapon Refinement Hall. It was Feng Haoyu. Amazing! He's already at perfected chi condensation. Humph, that's not all. I'm telling you, Senior Brother Feng already hit perfected chi condensation more than a month ago. Right now, he's only a single step away from entering Foundation Establishment Realm. I wonder what Cultivation Su Zimo is at right now. If he's too far apart, there won't be anything to look forward to for their sparring. Right then, someone shouted among the crowd. Su Zimo is here. Everyone looked over. Not far away, Su Zimo arrived on his flying sword. Still clad in green robes, he looked calm as though he was in no pressure at all. Ha! A disciple could not help but scoff. Am I seeing things? He's only at level 8 chi condensation. Fufu, you were right. The difference between them is 2 levels. The outcome is obvious without them even fighting. Another disciple shook his head and laughed, his ears clearly filled with disdain. If I were Su Zimo, I would admit defeat as soon as possible lest I get beaten up too badly in public and embarrass myself. Despite the ridicules of the crowd, Su Zimo remained expressionless. As if he had not heard anything, he walked straight to the Weapon Refinement Hall. As he had spent 3 months on Array Peak and placed much effort into learning about sword formations, Su Zimo's cultivation had not reached his expected level 9 chi condensation. But of course, there were still a couple more days before his final battle with Feng Haoyu. If Su Zimo were to seize the chance to cultivate during the few days, he would have a chance to reach level 9 chi condensation. Bro, good luck! Little Fatty's voice rang out from the crowd as he thumped his fist towards Su Zimo. Smiling, Su Zimo nodded his head and entered the weapon refinement hall. Within the hall, Shui Yi and the others nodded their heads to greet Su Zimo. Junior brother Su, don't let those nasty remarks distract you. Calm yourself and you'll definitely win, Shui Yi whispered when Su Zimo walked by him. Yes, you too, senior brother Shui. Su Zimo replied with a smile. Don't worry, I've managed to cultivate a level 2 spirit fire by now. I might not lose to Feng Haoyu too. Shui Yi's eyes flashed with confidence. It was not easy for someone in their chi condensation realm to cultivate a level 2 spirit fire as well. This time round, Su Zimo did not stand at the back of the hall. Instead, he walked right to the front and stood in the same row as Feng Haoyu. A tense aura gradually spread through the hall. Junior brother Su, I haven't seen you for half a year. Even though your cultivation hasn't increased much, you seem to have gotten much more daring. Feng Haoyu glanced at Su Zimo and remarked blandly, I've always been daring. Su Zimo's tone was indifferent as he did not even look over. Feng Haoyu continued, if you beg for mercy and admit defeat now, I'll give you some face after the Spirit Peak face-off and let you suffer a less shameful defeat. Is that so? Su Zimo smiled calmly. Of course, Feng Haoyu did not simply want to bicker with Su Zimo. His main goal was to disrupt Su Zimo's mind. Be it weapon or elixir refinement, any bit of distraction could result in a failure. Unfortunately, Feng Haoyu did not manage his goal. His 2 punches seemed as though they were hitting cotton and harmless. By the way, I forgot to tell you something. Feng Haoyu's lips curled as he extended his palm. With a swoosh, a flame rose in it. Dark red color, it was a level 2 spirit fire. Immediately after, Feng Haoyu's palm stirred as a spirit wind was injected into the level 2 spirit fire. Swoosh! The flames grew in size and the color intensified, transforming into scarlet in the blink of an eye. Level 3 spirit fire. Immediately, Feng Haoyu's voice rang out. I've also managed to cultivate a level 3 spirit fire. In front of me, your greatest support is nothing at all. It was clear that Feng Haoyu was trying to apply more pressure to Su Zimo. The more pressure Su Zimo was under, the more nervous he would be and the easier he would commit mistakes. A roar of surprise overtook the crowd outside when they saw the level 3 spirit fire in Feng Haoyu's palms. At first, I thought that this first match might be very intense. Now, it seems as though Su Zimo does not have much of a chance at winning. That's right. With the same level of spirit fire, how can Su Zimo's weapon refinement techniques match against senior brother Feng? Shui Yi's eyes darkened. He had given it his all to cultivate a level 2 spirit fire. He had thought that he could compete with Feng Haoyu, but he was still a little too weak. The other disciples participating in the face-off looked grim and nervous. Within the hall, Su Zimo was the only one who was calm as ever. He only glanced at it briefly before turning back. All 5 peak masters could not help but praise internally when they saw what happened. No matter what, Su Zimo's calm and composed attitude was enough to stand above the entire crowd. The disheveled old man stood up and gestured for silence with both hands as the crowd gradually quietened down. All disciples participating in the Weapon Peak face-off can come forth and select spirit materials. It is up to you what sort of weapon you want to create. Once the refinement is over, the victor will be judged after the weapons are submitted. Once the disheveled old man said that, the disciples in the hall went forth and chose the spirit components they wanted. There were more than 10 types of spirit components displayed, with the majority comprising of pure gold ores, the main material required for refining flying swords. There were comparatively less of other spirit components. The first step of weapon refinement, material selection, required some know-hows as well. If one were to refine a flying sword, other than pure gold ore, they merely needed 2 or 3 other supplementary spirit components. If they were to add in too many, there would be too much impurities which would result in a difficult refinement with a longer time required. During each weapon peak face-off, there were no disciples who could refine an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Everyone refined pseudo-spirit weapons. Because of that, they were judged based on quality and the time taken to complete. Before long, many disciples were done with material selection. Su Zimo was the only one still hovering around the spirit components thinking about something. Now that he already had 6 flying swords, it would seem excessive to refine another one. After much thought, he took a little of the different spirit components and headed back. That action of his attracted the ridicule of many. The more types of spirit components there were, the heavier the weapon created. If he was refining a flying sword, it would lose its advantage of being agile and it wouldn't be worth it. Is that Su Zimo stupid or what? Don't tell me he's trying to refine a huge hammer, right? Haha. From the looks of it, it's possible. Don't laugh. Who knows? He might be trying to refine a gigantic flying sword that would scare the hell out of you. There was a commotion outside the hall. Even the disheveled old man frowned confusedly at what Su Zimo was doing. The disciples headed back to their respective positions and took out their weapon tripods. They were all prepared. With a wave of his hand, the disheveled old man said darkly, "Let the weapon peak face-off commence." The moment he said that, the hall was filled with flames. Balls of spirit fire danced in the palms of many disciples, illuminating the hall in red. The crowd outside had quietened down too. Among them, Feng Haoyu and Su Zimo's level 3 spirit fires were the most eye-catching. Right after them was Shuiyi's level 2 spirit fire. Second step of weapon refinement, tripod warming. Almost at the same time, Feng Haoyu and Su Zimo were the first to be done with the tripod warming and insert their spirit components. Both of their movements were extremely fluid. It was clear they had put in a lot of effort. The 5 peak masters nodded approvingly. The scarlet flames burned under their weapon tripods as the temperature within rose. Before long, the spirit components showed signs of melting. Because Su Zimo had a wider mix of spirit components, his speed of smelting was evidently slower. Even with a level 3 spirit fire, Su Zimo had already fallen behind most of the disciples for this step. After an hour, the liquid within Feng Haoyu's tripod no longer reduced and he was done with the first smelting. Within Su Zimo's weapon tripod, the spirit components had only just started to melt. Burning scarlet red, they bubbled and impurities continued to be purged away. Right then, Feng Haoyu's advantage was obvious as he was far ahead of Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo was in no rush. Unhurriedly, he looked at the spirit components within his tripod and constantly increased the temperature of his flames to purge as much impurities as possible. By the time Feng Haoyu was done with forging and had started on tempering, Su Zimo was only just done with smelting. He was a full 2 steps behind. The amount of spirit component liquid left in Su Zimo's weapon tripod was significant. It was more than enough to refine a couple of flying swords, much less one. Just what sort of a spirit weapon was he refining? That question crossed everyone's mind. What Su Zimo wanted to refine was a gigantic axe. During this period of time, Little Fatty had helped him a lot. The last time the both of them fought, Su Zimo unintentionally dug 5 holes into Little Fatty's gigantic axe. This gigantic axe was made for Little Fatty. Another hour passed. The other cultivators had begun forging, but Su Zimo was only just done with smelting. Assuming a lotus position, he recovered spirit chi while waiting for the weapon tripod to cool down. A few disciples were already eliminated by this step. Those disciples did not manage to control the temperature and failed to be able to forge, wasting all their previous efforts. Another 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, Su Zimo stood up and created a pair of hands using spirit chi. Reaching into the weapon tripod, he began to forge. On the other side, tinkling sounds could be heard. Feng Haoyu was already at tempering. Each time his wind hammer landed, it would remove some impurities from the flying sword, solidifying it further. Every single strike of the wind hammer on the scarlet flying sword would send sparks flying. Landing on the bottom of the tripod, those sparks were actually the impurities of the flying sword. At Su Zimo's side, he was done with forging. What's that? A gigantic axe. Furthermore, that axe is way too stupid. Controlling it would just waste spirit chi. Who would use it? That's right. That axe has already lost the nimbleness and agility that a spirit weapon should have. On the contrary, it's more like a weapon a boorish punk would use without any form of advantages. Outside the hall, many disciples were already making a conclusion towards Su Zimo's axe. Little Fatty was the only one whose heart skipped a beat. Blinking his eyes, a possibility came to mind. Su Zimo's expression was calm as always. After forging, he ignited his level 3 spirit fire once more and started heating up the gigantic axe. It didn't take long before the gigantic axe was heated to a red crystalline state just as Su Zimo was about to begin tempering. Feng Haoyu was already done with that step. At that moment, Feng Haoyu hesitated. The next step was the all-important spirit gathering. Right now, Feng Haoyu's advantage was obvious. Be it in terms of the spirit weapon's shape or refinement speed, he was superior against Su Zimo. However, if he failed the spirit gathering and his flying sword exploded, he would be eliminated on the spot. Immense boldness was required for one to attempt spirit gathering. In the past few months, Feng Haoyu had truly succeeded in spirit gathering once. However, he did not dare to gamble on such a crucial moment. After hesitating for a long time, Feng Haoyu decided to give up on spirit gathering and dipped his flying sword into cold water. With a clang, green smoke billowed as the flying sword was formed. Feng Haoyu was now the first to refine a spirit weapon in the weapon peak face-off. He placed the flying sword at the front desk and returned to his position, looking at Su Zimo calmly. Senior brother Feng won. That's right. Unless Su Zimo succeeds in spirit gathering, he won't have a chance of winning. Succeed in spirit gathering? Fufu, can that even happen? Don't forget he just joined the sect for less than a year. In such an intense situation, even an advanced weapon refinement master would have a much lower success rate of spirit gathering. Many of the spirit peak disciples spectating outside heaved a sigh of relief. The second person to complete his weapon tempering was Shui of Weapon Peak. With a level 2 spirit fire in his possession, Shui's weapon tempering speed was superior compared to others too. The next step was spirit gathering. Unlike Feng Haoyu, Shui did not give up and chose to attempt spirit gathering. When the disheveled old man saw that, he nodded to himself. To be fair, Feng Haoyu was indeed quite talented in weapon refinement, even more so than Shui. However, he lacked the boldness. If Feng Haoyu had chosen to attempt spirit gathering, the disheveled old man would have thought better of him. Even disciples who did not have knowledge of weapon refinement, they knew how difficult it was to attempt spirit gathering. Therefore, Shui's choice attracted quite a bit of attention. With a solemn expression, Shui controlled the spirit chi within the weapon tripod warily and channeled it towards the flying sword. Crack! A crisp sound rang out from within the tripod, reverberating through the hall loud and clear. It was broken. Shui realized that something was wrong. The disciples watching shook their heads. That was the sound of cracks forming on the sword. True enough. The next moment, yet another crack sounded out. A boom echoed out from Shui's weapon tripod as his flying sword exploded. Shrapnels shot against the inner walls of the tripod, producing tinkling sounds. The spirit gathering had failed. Shui chuckled bitterly before putting away his weapon tripod. He bowed to the 5 peak masters and left the weapon refinement hall. The explosion of the flying sword meant that he was eliminated. Following that, other disciples were finishing up with their weapon refinements. Apart from Shui, no one else attempted spirit gathering. Right then, Su Zimo heaved out an air of relief as he was done with his tempering. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone fixed their gaze on Su Zimo. Some of the Weapon Peak disciples had looks of anticipation. Su Zimo was now Weapon Peak's final hope. If he failed, that would mean that the number 1 of Weapon Peak would be taken away by disciples of other peaks. Even though they were all of the same sect, it wasn't an honor for disciples of Weapon Peak. Su Zimo paused for a moment and suddenly, he did something that shocked everyone. He removed his weapon tripod. What is he doing? Is he giving up on spirit gathering? I'm not sure. If Su Zimo wanted to give up on spirit gathering, all he had to do was take the gigantic axe out of the weapon tripod and dip it in cold water. There was no need to remove the weapon tripod. Right after, in front of everyone, Su Zimo started channeling the surrounding spirit chi towards the gigantic axe with a solemn expression. Spirit gathering. He had chosen to attempt spirit gathering. However, this was quite a bizarre scene before them. All through history, there had never been a weapon refinement master who would remove their weapon tripod while conducting spirit gathering. That was completely pointless and way too dangerous for the weapon refinement master. If the spirit gathering failed and the spirit weapon exploded, the first person to suffer would be the weapon refinement master himself. When the disheveled old man saw that, his heart skipped a beat as he stood up instinctively, wanting to stop Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo had already begun. If the disheveled old man said something to distract Su Zimo, the spirit gathering may end up failing. Frowning, the disheveled old man hesitated for a long time before sitting down. He was extremely tense and was prepared to save Su Zimo immediately. Feng Haoyu, who was initially standing beside Su Zimo, was shocked by the latter's action and dodged aside right away. Right then, Su Zimo turned his head while spirit gathering and gave a fake smile. "Why are you running? You're afraid." That statement caused an uproar outside the hall. When it came to spirit gathering, one would usually have to focus intently to prevent mistakes. No one would behave like Su Zimo. Not only did he remove his weapon tripod, he was even chatting with others. Wasn't that just courting death? However, no one knew that Su Zimo's spirit gathering method was based on his spirit perception. Even if he was distracted, his spirit perception would warn him immediately about any signs of incoming failure. Su Zimo would then naturally stop. "Lunatic!" Feng Haoyu scolded coldly before retreating a couple of steps more. There were initially some other disciples besides Su Zimo. Some of them had just finished refining their weapons. However, they did not even bother to submit their flying swords before they dodged him like the plague. Some disciples were still tempering their spirit weapons. When they saw what happened, they ran off without caring about their weapons in the tripod, hating their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. It was chaos within the weapon refinement hall. In the blink of an eye, other than the 5 peak masters, there was no one else left around Su Zimo. This was the first time a scene this chaotic had happened during a weapon peak face-off. But of course, it was also because there hasn't been someone like Su Zimo in history. In the eyes of everyone, he was a lunatic who did not care for his life. I think he's creating a scene on purpose because he knows that he's going to lose. In my opinion, Su Zimo has some ulterior motives. The way he behaved earlier seemed as though he was trying to hurt senior brother Feng. Maybe if that happens, the both of them won't have to fight anymore. The crowd outside the hall was rife with guesses. "Su Zimo, are you going to attempt spirit gathering or are you giving up? Why are you doing something so strange?" Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian, asked harshly with furrowed brows. Su Zimo laughed. "Of course I'm attempting spirit gathering. Why are you removing your weapon tripod for spirit gathering?" Wen Xian asked again. "Why not?" Su Zimo reversed the question, rendering Wen Xian speechless. Indeed, there was no such rule that stated that spirit gathering had to be conducted within a weapon tripod. Su Zimo's actions were merely so strange that no one could comprehend. Right then, Su Zimo turned to look at Feng Haoyu while spirit gathering, chuckling and asking, "Feng Haoyu, did you think that you were going to win?" "Humph." Feng Haoyu harumphed coldly. "I don't believe you can succeed in spirit gathering." "Very well. I'll show you." In truth, during that short conversation, Su Zimo had already attempted multiple spirit gatherings. However, he stopped in time after sensing danger. This time round, a faint imprint of a spirit pattern appeared on the axe without any warning alerts. Su Zimo was elated. Success. Buzz! With a tremble, the axe glowed brightly, emitting a bedazzling light. A spirit pattern. The discussions outside the hall gradually died down. Many disciples watched dumbfounded with agape mouths, their eyeballs nearly dropping out of their sockets. He had managed to succeed in spirit gathering? Didn't they say that spirit gathering was difficult? How was it that Su Zimo had managed to create a spirit pattern even while chatting idly? Not to mention the many disciples outside the hall. Even the 5 peak masters were stunned and filled with questions. Was it luck? Coincidence? What had just happened? At the end of the day, the other 4 peak masters did not have a deep understanding of weapon refinement. All of them looked at the disheveled old man questioningly. Pondering for a long time, the disheveled old man could not come up with an answer and shook his head as well. With Su Zimo's success in spirit gathering, there was no doubt about his status as the number 1 for this face-off. Feng Haoyu's face turned ugly instantly. Even if he was faster in refining his weapon, it was a pseudo-spirit weapon without any grades. He won. Haha. Our peak won. Well done, junior brother Su. After a momentary silence, a series of cheers broke out from the crowd. Those spirit peak disciples who had initially thought highly of Feng Haoyu lowered their heads in defeat. Even at this moment, they were still confused as to how Su Zimo had managed to succeed in spirit gathering. Furthermore, he looked as though he was extremely relaxed. Others may learn about weapon refinement for many years without being able to refine an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Yet, this lad was able to create one even while chatting? Feng Haoyu composed himself swiftly. Sneering coldly, he turned to leave. Very well, very well. You win this round. We'll compete again on Elixir Peak's face-off. Even though his voice could be heard, he had already disappeared into the crowd. With a loud clang, Su Zimo dipped the gigantic axe into cold water. Instantly, an inferior-grade gigantic axe was formed. Shining with a cold aura, it looked formidable as though it could cleave an entire mountain. Humph! So what if it's an inferior-grade spirit weapon? Which chi refinement warrior would use such a stupid axe? What a joke! A spirit peak disciple remarked sourly. That's not a nice thing to say. That's the type of weapon I like. Little Fatty was displeased on the spot. That spirit weapon disciple sneered coldly. What's the use of liking it? It's not even your spirit weapon. Right then, Su Zimo beckoned to Little Fatty and declared, Fatty, this weapon is made for you. Here, take it. Air. The spirit peak disciple who spoke had a livid expression as he disappeared into the crowd dejectedly. Little Fatty stumbled over to Su Zimo excitedly. Rubbing his chubby palms together, he wanted to laugh, but he was embarrassed. Bro, for real? It's for me. Till now, Little Fatty did not have a single inferior-grade spirit weapon with him. He had not thought that Su Zimo would make one for him personally. Furthermore, this gigantic axe was absolutely suited for him, as though it was a custom-made piece. With this inferior-grade spirit weapon, Little Fatty would definitely be able to obtain a good ranking on the Spirit Peak face-off. Yes, do accept it. Su Zimo nodded his head and passed the gigantic axe to Little Fatty. When Little Fatty took it over, he could not bear to let it go and remarked intoxicatedly, I'm going to hug it to sleep tonight. With that, Little Fatty pecked a wet kiss on the gigantic axe. The 5 peak masters smiled as they saw that. The brown-haired youth said in a low voice, That's quite a favor. It's just a pity. If Su Zimo could make use of the opportunity to create an inferior-grade flying sword for himself, he might improve his chances of winning against Feng Haoyu, Xianxia remarked. When Xian shook his head, the difference in strength between him and Feng Haoyu is too great. It's not something a couple of inferior-grade spirit weapons can make up for. The disheveled old man waved it off. No matter. Su Zimo can select an inferior-grade spirit weapon of his desire from the spirit weapon chamber for getting number 1 of Weapon Peak. Rising, the disheveled old man declared, The outcome of this Weapon Peak face-off is obvious. The victor is Su Zimo, disciple of Weapon Peak. Many Weapon Peak disciples cheered loudly. The disheveled old man continued, Su Zimo, come up and explain to us the meaning of why you removed your weapon tripod earlier. Su Zimo looked apprehensive. Don't worry. There is no difference between those who are ahead or behind. Anyone who accomplishes the feat is a master. Share your insights so that all of us can learn from it. The disheveled old man encouraged him. Su Zimo walked to the disheveled old man and whispered, "Master, my method isn't really suitable for everyone." To be fair, Su Zimo was the only one who could attempt that method of spirit gathering. No one else could imitate it. "No matter, just mention a couple of things casually," the disheveled old man persuaded again. Left with no choice, Su Zimo headed up the front. Facing the many disciples of the 5 peaks, he coughed gently. Outside the hall, multiple disciples listened intently. It's actually a personal habit to remove the weapon tripod. I just feel like it'll help boost my chances of success in spirit gathering." Su Zimo braced himself and commented ambiguously. What he did not know was that his casual comment had stuck to the minds of many disciples. Removing the weapon tripod could improve the success rate of spirit gathering. Seeing the sparkle in the eyes of many disciples, Su Zimo continued hurriedly. "Removing the weapon tripod is a dangerous act. It's best if everyone does not try it." Even though he had said it out of goodwill, many disciples misunderstood that Su Zimo had only said it because he did not want them to learn his spirit-gathering method. Hence, for a period of time after this, disciples of the sect began to experience continuous accidents while refining weapons. Failing in spirit gathering, they were left half-dead by the fragments of the exploding spirit weapons. After the weapon peak face-off ended, many disciples dispersed gradually. The disheveled old man stopped Su Zimo. Coming before the spirit weapon chamber, he laughed and said, "The prize for the number 1 of weapon peak is to be able to get a spirit weapon of his choosing in the spirit weapon chamber. Go on in." Su Zimo's achievement of attaining the number 1 of weapon peak was an honor for the disheveled old man as well. The way he looked at Su Zimo was filled with pride. The spirit weapon chamber in weapon peak was filled with pseudo and inferior grade spirit weapons. As for middle grade spirit weapons, only inner sect disciples of Foundation Establishment Realm were qualified to obtain them on Ethereal Peak. Actually, given Su Zimo's current ability in weapon refinement, inferior grade spirit weapons were no longer attractive to him. However, since it was the sect's spirit weapon chamber after all, he decided to go take a look inside. There are various types of spirit weapons in the spirit weapon chamber. "Do you have anything in mind?" the disheveled old man asked. Su Zimo shook his head and questioned, "Do you have any suggestions, master?" "Indeed, I do have one." The disheveled old man pondered for a moment before saying, "You have a fight left with Feng Haoyu after the 5 peaks face-off. To be fair, you don't stand much of a chance winning." That was obviously an euphemistic statement. All 5 peak masters felt that Su Zimo had zero chance of winning. The disheveled old man continued, "Therefore, I suggest you choose an inferior grade defensive spirit weapon. That way, you won't be injured badly even if you lose." In general, spirit weapons were divided into 3 types. For offensive spirit weapons, the most common were flying swords. There were also defensive spirit weapons such as shields, armor, and heart-protecting mirrors. Lastly, there were support spirit weapons that came in all shapes, sizes, and uses. For offensive spirit weapons, the more spirit patterns and the higher grade they were, the more killing power they possessed. Vice versa, the higher the grade of defensive spirit weapons, the more damage they can prevent. Su Zimo did not comment. Nodding his head, he entered the spirit weapon chamber. Rows of spirit weapons were displayed within the spirit weapon chamber, with flying swords taking up the majority. There were less defensive and support spirit weapons. Su Zimo looked through the entire place and did not find anything of particular use to him. For defensive spirit weapons, he could refine them at any moment and he did not have to choose from one here. As for the other spirit weapons, they were of little value to his current state. Right as Su Zimo was about to randomly pick a spirit weapon and leave, he caught sight of a golden light shining for a brief moment at the corner of his eyes. Stopping in his tracks, he turned to look. After checking through the place, he did not find the source of the golden light. He thought that he was seeing things. Standing motionlessly on the spot and pausing for a moment, the golden light shone once more. This time round, Su Zimo saw it clearly. The source of the golden light was from the ground in a corner of the defensive spirit weapon section. Why is the ground reflecting golden light? Feeling that something was amiss, he walked closer to take a better look. The ground seemed to be covered by a golden silk cloth that was filled with dust. It seemed as though it was left there for a long time without anyone bothering about it. The golden light was reflected from this beneath the thick dust covering it. In the spirit weapon chamber, be it pseudo or inferior-grade spirit weapons, everything was placed on their respective shelves. What was the reason for the golden silk cloth to be thrown on the ground? Su Zimo used his sleeves to brush away the dust, looking at it intently. The golden silk cloth looked to be a defensive type of inner armor. Weaved with golden thread, it was only a thin layer. With an additional layer of dust covering it on the ground, it was difficult to notice it even when people walked by. It looked to be a pseudo-spirit weapon. The reason why it looked to be was because there was a single spirit pattern on the armor. However, it was broken into several portions, and even injecting spirit chi to it was not enough for it to unleash its strength as a spirit weapon. However, there was a strange thing. If spirit weapons were to receive a devastating blow, the spirit patterns would dissipate rather than break into several portions. In fact, most spirit weapons would end up breaking as well. Yet, the armor before him was not only perfect, its spirit pattern had not dissipated as well. That was quite contradictory. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and decided to take this pseudo-spirit weapon as his reward. Extending his palm, he grabbed the golden inner armor on the ground casually. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his expression changed. I can't lift it? The golden silk armor was still lying motionlessly on the ground. Even though Su Zimo did not activate his power of blood, that single grab of his had at least a ton worth of strength. How is this thing so heavy? Su Zimo was surprised. Using both arms, he grabbed it. However, the golden inner armor was merely slightly lifted with most of it still on the ground. Finally, Su Zimo understood why the golden inner armor was left casually on the ground. If it was placed on the stone racks, they would crumble instantly. Su Zimo's heart stirred. He took off his storage bag and channeled his blood. Instantly, his eyes shone bright red and his veins popped up. As a shocking power burst forth from his body, he yanked the golden inner armor and stuffed it into his storage bag. No matter how heavy something was, it would be light as air inside the storage bag. Slowly, Su Zimo composed his blood, and after his demon form disappeared, he walked out of the spirit weapon chamber. Have you chosen? The disheveled old man was waiting outside as he asked upon Su Zimo's exit. Nodding his head, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before saying, I saw a strange golden inner armor inside. I've got no idea where it came from, but I brought it out. Golden inner armor? The disheveled old man frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, his expression changed as he exclaimed, Mystic gold silk armor. Mystic gold silk armor? So, that's the name of that pseudo-spirit weapon. Su Zimo murmured softly. Pseudo-spirit weapon? The disheveled old man's gaze turned odd. Isn't it a pseudo-spirit weapon? I saw a spirit pattern on it, but it was broken into several segments and it can't be used. Isn't that considered as just a pseudo-spirit weapon? Su Zimo asked. The disheveled old man looked emotional as he asked, Su Zimo, do you know how many different grades there are for spirit weapons? 4. Inferior, middle, superior, and supreme, Su Zimo replied. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo recalled a speculation he had previously and continued. If 4 spirit patterns create a supreme grade, perhaps there's a perfect grade with 5 spirit patterns. The disheveled old man gave a look of approval and nodded. Not bad. Indeed, there are perfect spirit weapons above supreme grades. Right after, the disheveled old man asked again, But, do you know what's above perfect grade? There's more after perfect grades? Su Zimo was surprised. With a deep voice, the disheveled old man said, Connate comes after perfect. Connate spirit weapons. What are connate spirit weapons? They are created by the universe and formed after absorbing an endless amount of spirit chi. Perfect spirit weapons have 5 spirit patterns, but connate spirit weapons have 6. The 6th is known as the connate pattern. Connate pattern? Su Zimo frowned in deep thoughts. The disheveled old man continued. The broken segments on the mystic gold silk armor are the connate patterns. Since it's connate, postnatal weapon refinement masters are not able to create it, no matter how powerful they are. Su Zimo gradually returned to his senses. Shocked, he could not help but ask, "Master, what you mean to say is that the mystic gold silk armor is a connate spirit weapon?" It was. The disheveled old man drowned in reminiscence as he related slowly. It was said that 1,000 years ago, the mystic gold silk armor was one of the strongest defensive spirit weapons and was well known through the cultivation world. However, it was met with catastrophic damage, and its 5 postnatal spirit patterns were destroyed, leaving only the connate pattern that was broken into several segments. Since a connate spirit weapon is so strong, what destroyed it? Su Zimo could not help but ask. There are many things that can. The disheveled old man laughed. A connate spirit weapon is just a spirit weapon at the end of the day. Above spirit weapons are dharma weapons. For golden cores, spirit weapons are the best type of equipment. However, once you reach nascent soul realm, you will naturally be able to create dharma weapons and will no longer use spirit weapons. A strong dharma weapon is able to obliterate a connate spirit weapon. Those are items on completely different levels. Su Zimo roughly understood. No matter how sharp weapons in the mortal world were, they were easily destroyed by spirit weapons of cultivators as well. So, why is this mystic gold silk armor in Weapon Peak's spirit weapon chamber? Su Zimo felt that since it was a connate spirit weapon, it should be stronger than other spirit weapons even if it was destroyed. The disheveled old man shook his head. The mystic gold silk armor only has a broken connate pattern and is equivalent to a pseudo-spirit weapon. Even though it can block against sharp weapons, it's unable to defend against spirit techniques without a spirit pattern. In other words, even though a cultivator's sword would not be able to piece the mystic gold silk armor, the energy possessed by the flying sword would still penetrate through it and destroy the body beneath. If the other party was a Foundation Establishment cultivator and attacked with spirit techniques, the mystic gold silk armor would be of no use at all. The disheveled old man continued. Furthermore, even though the mystic gold silk armor is destroyed, it still retains its old weight of 5 tons. Which cultivator would be able to endure that? That is the reason why no one has touched it for the past 1,000 years. It's almost a useless spirit weapon. 5 tons. Even back then, there were not many golden cores who had the ability and qualifications to wear it. As though the disheveled old man recalled something, his expression looked somewhat wistful. Su Zimo naturally knew of how heavy the mystic gold silk armor was. If he hadn't activated his power of blood, he would not have been able to lift that seemingly thin inner armor. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he asked, "Since this mystic gold silk armor is here, does that mean that someone from our sect once wore it?" The disheveled old man remained silent. "Who is that person? Is he still in the sect?" Su Zimo asked out of curiosity. The disheveled old man's eyes fluttered. After a long time, he sighed and shook his head. "He is no longer in our sect, and neither have I seen him before. I've merely heard rumors about it. It was said that he was a powerful being of our sect 1,000 years ago. In the northern region of Tianhuang mainland, he was invincible amongst the Foundation Establishment and Golden Cores. There was no one who could challenge him." Su Zimo was shocked. Someone who was invincible through an entire realm? How terrifying was that? What happened after? Su Zimo asked right away. "I'm not sure. However, rumors about him disappeared thereafter." "Did he die?" Su Zimo frowned and thought to himself, "No, someone that strong isn't going to die that easily. But why is that person no longer in the sect, and it seems as though the disheveled old man is unwilling to talk about him? Did he commit some sort of violation?" After a momentary silence, the disheveled old man continued. "Ever since our sect set up the 8 Distresses formation, there have only been 2 people to go through it entirely. One is you, and the other is him." Su Zimo's mouth opened slightly. The disheveled old man waved it off, seeming vexed. "Return the mystic gold silk armor and choose another item. You can't use that anyways." Given Su Zimo's current situation, the mystic gold silk armor was not suitable for him. However, for some reason, Su Zimo felt that he might be able to make use of it in the future. After a moment of hesitation, Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Master, but I'm still decided on the mystic gold silk armor." Frowning, the disheveled old man did not say anything more and merely sighed. "It's up to you. However, do be careful during the fight against Feng Haoyu. If you think that you can't win him, just admit defeat and don't be reckless." Su Zimo could tell of the disheveled old man's concern and replied with a smile. "By the way, Master, I've got a question regarding weapon refinement." Su Zimo changed the topic and asked, "To be honest, Master, I've already successfully refined inferior-grade spirit weapons before the face-off. However, for some unknown reason, I just couldn't gather the second spirit pattern no matter what. Do you have any idea why?" "Ha." The disheveled old man could not help but laugh. "Lad, you sure hid yourself well. So, you've already refined an inferior-grade spirit weapon. Not bad, not bad." Automatically, the disheveled old man thought that Su Zimo had merely refined a single inferior-grade spirit weapon. After laughing, he said, "Actually, the most difficult step of weapon refinement is spirit gathering. However, the most crucial step is in fact tempering. That is a step that requires a lot of technique. In the cultivation world, sects that specialize in weapon refinement all have their unique tempering techniques. There are many impurities in spirit components, and making use of spirit fire alone is not enough to purge them all. Some of the remnant impurities can only be purged through advanced tempering techniques. If your tempering skill is weak and there are too many impurities, the forged spirit weapon would not be able to endure the immensity of a forcefully gathered second spirit pattern. That is why the spirit gathering will fail and the spirit weapon will explode." Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. The reason why he couldn't gather his second spirit pattern wasn't because of his spirit gathering method or the quality of his spirit components. It was because his tempering skill was not good enough. The disheveled old man said, "Right now, our sect doesn't have any really good tempering techniques. But don't worry about that. Leave it to me." Yes. Su Zimo could clearly sense the disheveled old man's care and love for him that couldn't be faked. After a deep bow, Su Zimo left on his flying sword. The disheveled old man frowned as he looked at Su Zimo's back view. Actually, he had already been looking for advanced tempering techniques outside from the moment Su Zimo cultivated his level 3 spirit fire because he wanted to help the latter raise his weapon refinement skills. However, most of the tempering techniques were secrets of the sects and it was difficult for outsiders to obtain them. "Sigh, the pearl is covered in dust. It's a pity." The disheveled old man sighed silently. He pondered about how he should go about looking for a suitable tempering technique for Su Zimo after the Five Peaks face-off was over. All of a sudden, the disheveled old man's expression changed as he recalled an almost neglected detail. The mystic gold silk armor had a weight of 5 tons. As a level 8 chi refinement warrior, how did Su Zimo manage to stuff it inside his storage bag? The more the disheveled old man thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he decided to abandon the thought of asking Su Zimo about it. Looks like this disciple of mine isn't that simple either. After the Weapon Peak face-off, many disciples of the Five Peaks were still talking about it. A number of Weapon Peak disciples were even prepared to celebrate, and it was extremely lively. Su Zimo did not participate and returned to his cave abode straight. Obtaining number 1 of Weapon Peak was entirely within his expectations. The only unexpected gain was the powerful mystic gold silk armor in his storage bag. By the time he returned to the cave abode, it was already past noon. "I want to be in seclusion. Guard outside the entrance and not let anyone in," Su Zimo said to the spirit tiger before assuming a lotus position on the stone bed and retrieving spirit stones from his storage bag. Tomorrow was Talisman Peak's face-off and he had no intention of spectating. Instead, he wanted to focus on his cultivation and attain a breakthrough as quickly as possible. Level 9 Chi condensation was much tougher than Su Zimo had imagined. But of course, the biggest reason for that was because he had wasted too much time on Array Peak in the past 6 months. In the final 2 months, he had spent most of his time on practicing his sword-wielding skills and the sword formation. He did not have much time to actually raise his cultivation realm. There was a perfect-grade spirit-gathering elixir within his storage bag. He was almost done absorbing more than 2,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. If he still could not achieve a breakthrough to level 9 chi condensation, he would consume that spirit-gathering elixir. The next morning, Shui and other Weapon Peak disciples arrived at Su Zimo's cave abode early in the morning to invite him along to spectate at Talisman Peak. Even though it was less than 5 days, the Five Peaks face-off was the biggest event of the year in the sect. Almost none of the trial disciples would continue to cultivate immensely in these 5 days. Even if they did not know anything about talismans, it was interesting to join the crowd too. But of course, more importantly, the person known as the number 1 beauty of the 5 peaks, Leng Ro, would be taking part in this year's Talisman Peak face-off. In fact, there was a high chance she could get number 1 of Talisman Peak. Many disciples wanted to go and catch a glimpse of the beauty's aura. However, Shui and the others were prevented from entering by the spirit tiger. They tried to explain things to the spirit tiger but to no avail, and finally, they could only leave. Before long, little Fatty arrived too. However, he had to leave as well against the snarling growls of the spirit tiger. Su Zimo was completely oblivious to everything happening outside. He was immersed in cultivation till the 3rd day of the 5 Peaks face-off. 3rd day, Elixir Peak face-off. This was Su Zimo's 2nd round of challenge against Feng Haoyu. Everyone knew that Feng Haoyu had lost the 1st round on Weapon Peaks face-off. Today's challenge would definitely be more intense than ever. Su Zimo pushed his door open and walked out of his cave abode. Even after a day and night with the spirit stones in his storage bag emptied out, he was still at the peak of level 8 chi condensation. Su Zimo was in no hurry. He still had time. After the Elixir Peak face-off, he would continue to cultivate and attempt for a breakthrough by consuming the spirit-gathering elixir. Early in the morning, many disciples had gathered on Elixir Peak. An endless stream of disciples arrived continuously in midair, their clothes fluttering gracefully in the skies. The moment Su Zimo arrived on Elixir Peak, he was held back by little Fatty. "Bro, why didn't you come yesterday? Who won 1st place?" Su Zimo avoided answering by asking another question. "Of course it's Sister Leng Ro." Little Fatty snickered. "That Li Liang from Talisman Peak is no match for Sister Leng Ro." He was completely crushed. It was so exciting. "Bro, you didn't get to witness Sister Leng Ro creating talismans. That's what I call beautiful. What nonsense is that?" Just then, a fair hand appeared behind little Fatty's head and rapped on it lightly. Although the person who spoke sounded cold, it didn't seem like there was any ill intentions. Su Zimo turned his glance and met with a pair of icy eyes. A ravishing girl emitted an aura that prevented people from approaching her. Standing behind little Fatty was Leng Ro, disciple of Spirit Peak. Unexpectedly, Leng Ro actually nodded when she met with Su Zimo's eyes. Slightly stunned, Su Zimo smiled and nodded in return. Even though the both of them joined the sect at the same time, this was the first time he was having such an interaction with her. Only Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Given Leng Ro's personality, she would usually ignore even if people greeted her. Now, even though she did not say anything, her action was still rather surprising. Actually, after Su Zimo won 1st place in the Weapon Peak face-off, a number of disciples from the 5 Peaks already had a changed impression of him. Or rather, they wanted to befriend him. No cultivator would not want to be friends with a weapon refinement master. Everyone witnessed little Fatty obtaining an inferior-grade spirit weapon previously. Even though they said nothing, all of them were extremely envious. "Come, let me introduce you." Little Fatty's beady eyes revolved around Su Zimo and Leng Ro as he giggled. "This is number 1 of Talisman Peak, Sister Leng Ro. This is my bro, number 1 of Weapon Peak, Su Zimo." Su Zimo and Leng Ro exchanged glances. Leng Ro avoided his gaze, and Su Zimo merely smiled with an indifferent expression. Blinking, little Fatty continued, "Don't just stand there. Both of you have your own strengths, and you should hang out more in the future." When he mentioned hang out, little Fatty winked at Su Zimo and sounded odd. Su Zimo was all right about it. However, Leng Ro seemed to have thought of something as a blush appeared across her cheeks. Compared to her snow-white skin, it was extremely obvious. More nonsense. You're asking for a beating. Lung Ro chided lightly and knocked Little Fatty on the head. Little Fatty merely continued giggling. Right then, Su Zimo felt an intense enmity as he looked over instinctively. Not far away, Feng Haoyu arrived on his flying sword with a group of Spirit Peak disciples. Upon seeing that Su Zimo and Lung Ro were standing closely together, rage flashed through the eyes of many Spirit Peak disciples. Even though Feng Haoyu's expression was cold and aloof as usual, his hands behind his back were curled into fists. Bro, other than Feng Haoyu, there's a Elixir Peak disciple called Huashiyuan who is also a strong competitor for you in this face-off. You must not underestimate him. Little Fatty said. He was the #1 of Elixir Peak last year. He's probably even stronger for this year's face-off. Su Zimo nodded. Compared to Weapon Peak, there were slightly more disciples taking part in the Elixir Peak face-off at around 200 odd. All of them gathered in the Elixir Refinement Hall and waited patiently. Refinement of elixirs was unlike that of weapons. During the Weapon Peak face-off, the disciples could choose the type of weapon they wanted to refine. However, for the Elixir Peak face-off, the Peak Master would decide on a specific elixir for the disciples to refine where they would be judged based on the final quality. Therefore, many disciples would always try to guess which elixir would be refined during the face-off. If they guessed it right and focused their practice on that specific elixir, their chances of winning the face-off would be much greater. Before long, the 5 Peak Masters arrived. When the time approached, the brown-haired youth stood up and declared, "The elixir to be refined for this face-off is..." At that, the brown-haired youth paused for a moment as all disciples within the hall listened intently with bated breath. The brown-haired youth then continued slowly, "Is the Foundation Establishment Elixir." The moment he said that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The Foundation Establishment Elixir was one of the most difficult to refine among Grade 1 elixirs. In the past, there was an instance of the Foundation Establishment Elixir being tested during a face-off as well. However, all participating disciples at that time failed to refine the pill, and as such, it turned out to be the dramatic outcome of having no #1 for that face-off. After that, in order to prevent such a situation from happening again, there had been no more requests for Foundation Establishment elixirs. To think that this year's Elixir Peak face-off would ask for the Foundation Establishment elixir once more. Many disciples in the hall frowned upon hearing Foundation Establishment elixir. Everyone had guessed wrongly. Within the 5 peaks, few disciples would attempt to refine the Foundation Establishment elixir. It required more than 10 types of ingredients and the refinement process was overly complex. Usually, only intermediate elixir refinement masters would have more confidence to try it. Out of the 200-odd disciples, Su Zimo, Feng Haoyu, and the previous year's #1, Huashiyuan, were the only ones who were still calm. During that period of time, some cultivators had already started placing plates of spirit herbs at the front of the hall. The brown-haired youth said in a deep voice, "Everyone's only allowed to take a single set, nothing more. Only a single set of spirit herbs." That was another increase in difficulty. Since the Foundation Establishment elixir required more than 10 types of spirit herbs, a mistake in extraction for any one of them would result in a wrong ratio for the recipe and a failure to refine the pills. Peak Master, this is too difficult. That's right. What if we were to make a mistake while extracting out of nervousness? Wouldn't that mean we won't have a chance anymore? Many disciples could not help but start to grumble. The brown-haired youth replied coldly, "The ingredients required for the Foundation Establishment elixir are still considered common, and our sect has them planted all around. But, do you know that some elixirs require spirit herbs that are extremely rare? For those, you only get one shot. If you fail your refinement, you can't blame anyone else but your own lack of skills." Everyone was silent. Feng Haoyu laughed softly as he had already returned from choosing a stalk of each spirit herb, preparing himself for the Foundation Establishment elixir. The second to do so was Huashiyuan. Right after, the disciples headed forth and chose their spirit herbs. Before long, many of them returned to their original positions and took out their elixir furnaces to make preparations. Let the elixir peak face-off commence. The brown-haired youth waved his hand. Spirit fires lit up within the hall. Su Zimo had never refined a foundation establishment elixir yet. However, he was no stranger to the spirit herbs used. They were all ingredients used for other elixirs as well. He was in no hurry as he picked up a stalk of spirit herb before him and closed his eyes to recall. As he went through his memories, he recalled the temperature required for the spirit herb as well as every single detail of the extraction process. He only had a single chance. If he were to fail the extraction, he would fail the elixir peak face-off. He had no room for errors. Ah! Right then, a disciple beside him yelped as he watched a pile of ashes on his palm with a vexed expression. He had failed his first spirit herb's extraction. Because the temperature he used was too high, the spirit herb instantly turned into ashes. Sighing, that disciple put away his elixir furnace and left the hall. Right after, 2 other disciples failed their extractions and left silently. A few people had been eliminated just on the first spirit herb's extraction. In truth, it wasn't because those disciples were bad at elixir refinement. However, because there was only a single chance and this was during Elixir Peak's face-off, it was only natural for them to feel pressured and make mistakes. Before long, most of the disciples had completed the extraction of their first spirit herb as they placed the essence into the elixir furnace. They had naturally started their first extraction with a spirit herb they were most familiar with and hence the success. What's Su Zimo doing? Has he fallen asleep? I think he has no clue what he's doing and he's just pretending that he does. Upon seeing that Su Zimo had not started on his extraction for a long time, some sarcastic voices could be heard from the crowd. It was only until the other disciples had started on their second spirit herb's extraction that Su Zimo opened his eyes. Igniting his spirit fire, he placed the spirit herb above it and started extracting. Before long, his extraction produced a tuft of powder which he placed in the elixir furnace. Picking up his second stalk of spirit herb, he closed his eyes and recalled once more. After a long time, he opened his eyes again and began extracting his second stalk of spirit herb. More disciples were eliminated at the second spirit herb's extraction. Compared to Feng Haoyu and Huoshiyuan, Su Zimo's speed was extremely slow. However, he made no mistakes at all as every single essence he produced gave off a refreshing medicinal scent. As time passed by, more and more disciples were eliminated. By the time Su Zimo was done with extraction of his spirit herbs, there were only around 80 of the 200-odd people left. Third step of elixir refinement, synthesis. The proportion of spirit herb essences required must be exact. The slightest mistake would result in a refinement failure. This step was a test of the elixir refinement master's attentiveness and conscientiousness. After synthesis came the secondary extraction. This time, the flame can be more intense. This was the step where Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu's level 3 spirit fire would be of great use. What was worth mentioning was that Huoshiyuan had also managed to cultivate a level 2 spirit fire which was extremely rare. Feng Haoyu was the first to be done with the fourth step followed swiftly by Huoshiyuan. Because he had spent too much time on the first extraction, Su Zimo was one of the slowest among the many disciples. Fifth step, formation. This step would reveal the quality of the elixir and it would be obvious who was better. Initially, Feng Haoyu and Huoshiyuan would take note of Su Zimo's progress and situation from time to time. However, neither of them dared to be distracted on the step of formation. It was absolutely silent outside of the hall as well. Everyone held their breaths and watched intently at the 2 people condensing their elixirs. Bang! There was a crisp sound. One of the disciples had failed his formation and the elixir exploded. Dejected, he left the elixir refinement hall in indignance. Right after, more crisp sounds echoed out of the hall. Bang! 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 Another couple of disciples failed their elixir formation and the number of people in the hall decreased. Form! One of the disciples cursed softly. Ha ha! I did it! That disciple burst out in laughter. Right as he was about to collect his elixir and check on its quality, black smoke puffed out of the holes in his elixir furnace, giving off a nasty stench. The brown-haired youth shook his head. For a black smoke as such to be released, It meant that the Foundation Establishment elixir was no different from a poisoned elixir. Form. Right then, Hua Shiyuan hollered softly. Immediately, a white smoke wafted out of the elixir furnace with a faint fragrance. Retrieve. A pill flew out of the elixir furnace and a clear pattern could be seen on it. It's an inferior-grade Foundation Establishment elixir. Senior Brother Hua is amazing. He did it. Huashuan heaved out a sigh of relief and looked towards Feng Haoyu subconsciously. Form. Right then, Feng Haoyu was also done with his elixir formation as a stronger fragrance was emitted from his side. An elixir flew out and hovered in midair. Spinning around, there were 2 elixir patterns clearly etched on it. A middle-grade elixir. Huashiyuan's eyes dimmed as he let out a long sigh. He believed that he was definitely not weaker than Feng Haoyu in terms of the first 3 steps. However, for the 4th step, secondary extraction, his level 2 spirit fire was no match for a level 3 which was able to extract more thoroughly. That was the reason for the difference in quality of their pills. Before long, the other disciples were done with their elixir formation as well. Even though there were more than 20 others who had succeeded in elixir formation, their elixirs contained too many impurities and had no grade because of their poor qualities. Right then, Su Zimo was completed with his elixir formation as well as a thick aroma spread across the place. The moment the disciples outside the hall caught a whiff of it, their bodies shuddered and they let out intoxicated expressions as the spirit chi in their bodies began to rumble. If the fragrance alone possessed such an effect, what grade was the elixir created? The brown-haired youth's nose quivered as he sniffed carefully. Instantly, his expression changed as he bolted upright. With disbelief in his eyes, he murmured softly, "Could it be?" Swash! An elixir flew out of the elixir furnace and hovered in midair. There were 5 patterns etched on it. It was a perfect Foundation Establishment elixir. Looking at the Foundation Establishment elixir that hovered in midair, it was pure silence both in and outside the hall. Everyone held their breaths subconsciously as their eyes and minds were drawn in by that single elixir. The 5 elixir patterns on the surface looked so profound and mystical. They were flawless, as though they were the most beautiful patterns in this world. 5 elixir patterns. A perfect Foundation Establishment elixir. Even advanced elixir refinement masters who could refine grade 3 elixirs would not dare to guarantee that they could definitely produce a perfect Foundation Establishment elixir. Perfection meant that there were no flaws at all. This proved that every step and every detail of an elixir refinement master during the entire pill refinement process had reached perfection. With such a Foundation Establishment elixir, even Qi refinement warriors with a pseudo-spirit root would have a chance to rise to Foundation Establishment realm. At that moment, most of the disciples forgot about victory or defeat. They forgot that this was Elixir Peak's face-off as they were all smitten by the elixir. That was the case until Su Zimo put away the Foundation Establishment elixir. Thousands of disciples let out a long sigh at the loss of that spectacular sight. That sigh contained many complicated emotions: disappointment, jealousy, envy, and respect. No doubt. He won without any doubt. I thought that Elixir Peak's face-off would be an even more intense challenge between Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu. To think that it would be this one-sided. The 5 peak masters nodded in approval as their eyes could not conceal their admiration for Su Zimo. Elixir Peak's number 1. Number 1 of 2 peaks. More importantly, this year's number 1 of Elixir and Weapon Peak was much stronger than previous years. For so many years, there had never been a number 1 of the Weapon Peak face-off who could successfully produce an inferior-grade spirit weapon. For so many years, there had never been a number 1 of the Elixir Peak face-off who could create a perfect elixir even for elixirs with easier recipes. Compared to the other sects, Ethereal Peak was much weaker in terms of elixir and weapon refinement. In the immortal meet of the Great Zhou dynasty held once every 10 years, Ethereal Sect has never had anyone leave their names on the rankings of elixir and weapon refinement for the sect competition. But this time, the 5 peak masters saw hope through Su Zimo. Perhaps, he might be able to leave his mark on the ranking list for elixir and weapon refinement during the sect competition. That would bring them immense prestige. Elixir Peak's Huashuan came before Su Zimo and laughed bitterly, cupping his fists. "Junior brother Su, you're really amazing. I've truly lost against you. I was just lucky, Su Zimo smiled. At that moment, everyone's gazes landed on Su Zimo. A look of admiration flickered through Lung Ro's eyes as well. On the other side, Feng Haoyu was surprisingly calm despite his defeat as he lowered his head in deep thoughts. At the same time, Su Zimo felt a mysterious sense of danger. It was extremely faint, but when he sensed for it carefully, he could not discover anything. Su Zimo frowned. It was an ominous feeling. Ever since he entered the sect, he had been very comfortable. Even if Feng Haoyu was hostile to him, it did not bring him such a sense of danger. Discreetly, Su Zimo swept his gaze past the 5 peak masters and did not notice anything unusual. Therefore, he turned sideways and glanced at the crowd outside the hall, but to no avail. The sense of danger earlier on seemed to be a hallucination. Right then, the brown-haired youth declared, "The outcome of the Elixir Peaks face-off is clear. I believe everyone has seen it. The victor is Su Zimo, disciple of Weapon Peak." Outside the hall, Little Fatty, Shui and other Weapon Peak disciples cheered loudly. Right then, every single Weapon Peak disciple beamed with pride. The disheveled old man sat where he was laughing non-stop as well. "Su Zimo, follow me to the elixir chamber to choose an elixir of your picking." Su Zimo nodded. Under the envious gaze of many disciples, he left the elixir refinement hall and headed to the elixir chamber with the brown-haired youth. Even though the disciples outside the hall gradually dispersed, they were still discussing the outcome. Losing 2 rounds in a row, Feng Haoyu left the elixir refinement hall expressionlessly. "Senior brother Feng, there's no need to take the outcome to heart. In any case, you can still teach that guy a lesson after the Spirit Peak face-off," a Spirit Peak disciple remarked consolingly. Feng Haoyu smiled calmly. Elixir and weapon refinement are merely supplementary skills at the end of the day. I hadn't spent much effort on them to begin with. If I lost, so be it. That doesn't matter to me. "You're right, senior brother Feng. That's right. In the cultivation world, it doesn't matter how amazing you are at elixir and weapon refinement. If you meet with danger, you will still die all the same. Only true strength is what matters." Many Spirit Peak disciples responded in unison. After leaving Elixir Peak, Feng Haoyu suddenly said, "You guys can head back first. I'll spend some time alone." Thinking that it was because Feng Haoyu was in a bad mood, the many disciples did not say anything else and left one after another. Once everyone left, Feng Haoyu turned around slowly and glared towards the elixir chamber. His calm gaze suddenly changed, emitting a chilling aura. On the other side, there were still some disciples lingering on Elixir Peak discussing things. Feng Haoyu had lost completely for both challenges. That's right. He boasted that he wanted to get number 1 of 3 peaks before the 5 peaks face-off. Now, I guess only Spirit Peaks left for him. I heard that Su Zimo had not intended to take part in the Elixir Peak face-off to begin with. Feng Haoyu was the one who provoked him into doing so. A disciple at the side shook his head. "In my opinion, this may not be a good thing for Su Zimo." "What do you mean?" someone asked. "That's right. He's number 1 for 2 peaks. The rewards aside, the honor itself is immense. Everyone will know of Su Zimo's name in the sect from now on." That person scoffed coldly. "Don't forget, he still has a fight with Feng Haoyu after the 5 peaks face-off." Upon saying that, everyone suddenly realized. Feng Haoyu was at perfected qi condensation while Su Zimo was only at level 8. Both of them were not on the same level. That person continued, "Su Zimo's 2 consecutive victories must have already angered Feng Haoyu. In their final fight, Su Zimo is mostly going to be crippled or dead." As everyone was discussing, Su Zimo came forth from the elixir chamber. This time, he had chosen a perfect spirit gathering elixir. Coupled with the existing perfect spirit gathering elixir in his storage bag, he was confident that he would be able to reach level 9 qi condensation within the next 2 days. Just as Su Zimo was about to leave, the brown-haired youth held him back and asked, "How confident are you for your last fight against Feng Haoyu?" "Not confident." Su Zimo shook his head. "I've got a suggestion," the brown-haired youth said. Now that you're number one of 2 peaks, there's no need for you to fight against Feng Haoyu. Even if you admit defeat, it's nothing much. After all, there's no long-lasting hatred within the same sect. Su Zimo did not reply to the question and merely nodded. Yes, I will consider it again. All right, you can go back now. The brown-haired youth nodded. Su Zimo had not left far from Elixir Peak on his flying sword when he caught sight of a person who seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Su Zimo, I didn't think much of you at first. But I have to admit that the surprises you've given me weren't too small, Feng Haoyu said with a fake smile. Su Zimo paused for a moment and ignored him, wanting to leave on his flying sword. Feng Haoyu continued, Oh yes, there's something I need to remind you about. Oh, Su Zimo remarked softly without turning back. From now on, you'd better keep your distance from Leng Ro, or else. Even though Feng Haoyu did not continue, there was a chilling coldness in his tone. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. He and Leng Ro were merely acquaintances. However, Feng Haoyu's threatening tone disgusted him. Su Zimo asked indifferently, Or else what? Or else you will die. Since there was no one else around them, Feng Haoyu had no qualms and did not conceal his killing intent. With his back facing Feng Haoyu, Su Zimo's gaze narrowed. He had indeed sensed Feng Haoyu's killing intent at that very instant. Su Zimo's expression remained unchanged as he laughed. Ethereal Peak forbids internal killing of disciples. You are no exception to that rule, Feng Haoyu. Fufu, it's fine. Feng Haoyu replied coolly. As long as you're in the sect, I'll play with you till you die. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at Feng Haoyu silently. He said expressionlessly, Do you believe that I'll kill you right now? For some reason, Feng Haoyu felt a chill run down his spine as Su Zimo stared at him. That feeling was as though he was being targeted by a ferocious ancient demon beast that could tear him apart at any moment. Frowning, Feng Haoyu dispelled the weird sensation within him. After all, Su Zimo was only at level 8 qi condensation and was no threat to him. When he saw that Feng Haoyu did not reply, Su Zimo turned around to leave, and before long, he disappeared from the former's vision. When Su Zimo returned to his cave abode, he stopped in his tracks. His eyes flickered as he pondered deeply. He gradually noticed that something was amiss. Previously, Feng Haoyu was indeed extremely hostile towards him. However, after the weapon and elixir peak face-offs, that hostility had gradually transformed into killing intent. Even though it seemed normal, there was something ridiculous about it. There was no deep hatred between fellow disciples. Even if there was competition, there was no need for Feng Haoyu to want to kill him. Earlier, Feng Haoyu asked him to keep his distance from Leng Ro. Right after that, he revealed his killing intent. Although it seemed logical, it felt like he was trying to hide something. If neither Leng Ro nor the 2 face-offs were the reason for Feng Haoyu to want to kill him, what was? Was Feng Haoyu hiding something? Or perhaps was he worrying too much? Was Feng Haoyu merely a narrow-minded person who was blunt? Su Zimo shook his head. He had a feeling that Feng Haoyu was not that simple. After pondering for a while more without any clues, Su Zimo entered his Cultivate and continued with his seclusion cultivation. The Array Peak face-off was tomorrow. The location of the face-off was at the 10 Formations Pagoda, where the challenge would be on who could clear the most levels the fastest. Su Zimo had no intention of taking part in it. First, he did not have much time and he had to focus on raising his cultivation. Second, even though clearing the 10 Formations Pagoda would not expend too much spirit qi, it would take a toll on his mental health and energy. It would take him more than 2 days to recover from it. He had to do his best to prepare for the battle against Feng Haoyu 2 days later. On the other side, Feng Haoyu had just returned to his cave abode when a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. It was hard to tell if it was a male or female. Feng Haoyu, you said too much to that lad. The voice sounded deep and sinister, making one's hair stand on end. Feng Haoyu spun around suddenly, but there was no trace of anyone. You don't have to doubt me. If I'm here to look for you, I naturally know of your identity. I'm just in time to remind you to be careful and not expose yourself. Also, don't forget about your mission. The voice sounded once more erratically. Feng Haoyu was finally relieved upon hearing that. Letting out a long breath of air, he laughed. "You're worrying too much, senior. I intentionally requested for him to keep his distance from Lung Ro. That Su Zimo must definitely think that she is the reason for my killing intent. Don't underestimate anyone. Understood?" Feng Haoyu nodded his head obediently. "That Su Zimo is a hidden danger. We cannot keep him alive." Feng Haoyu lowered his head and replied in a low voice, "Don't worry, senior. Leave it to me." "Senior, may I know who you are in Ethereal Peak?" After pausing for a moment, Feng Haoyu asked. "That's not for you to know now. If need be, I will tell you." "Yes." After a moment, that voice no longer sounded, and Feng Haoyu knew that the other party had left. Arranging his attire, he looked around before entering his cave abode. Fourth day, Array Peak Face-Off. Each year, there were not many disciples spectating Array Peak's face-off. After all, the challenge was to clear the 10 Formations Pagoda. Prior to this, there was already a record on the 10 Formation Stele, and everyone already knew who the number 1 would be. But it was different this year. Just 3 months ago, a mysterious challenger had appeared and destroyed every single record in the 10 Formations Stele's history. Cleared level 10? 7 days, 18 hours. That row of words was still at the first row of the 10 Formation Stele. It was eye-catching, but its name was completely blank. Out of curiosity, everyone wanted to know the identity of that mysterious challenger. To many disciples, they felt that the reason why that person had kept his identity hidden was because he wanted to shock everyone during the Array Peak face-off. As such, many trial disciples had already gathered on Array Peak early in the morning because they wanted to see his true identity. The 5 Peak Masters had arrived early on as well. Seated in a row, they conversed idly. "Xianyi, you're still unwilling to tell us even now?" When Xian laughed and asked. The brown-haired youth urged as well. "That's right. Since we're going to find out today, we'll at least be prepared if you tell us beforehand." Xianyi's gaze swept through the crowd, but he did not see Su Zimo. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. "Forget it, you guys can see for yourself." Since Su Zimo did not choose to announce it, Xianyi had no intention to reveal it either. Zhongwen of Array Peak came before the 10 Formation Stele and looked at the first row of words with a complicated expression. "Are you finally going to show yourself today?" he murmured softly. "Let me see who you are so that I can accept my defeat thoroughly." Before long, the Array Peak face-off began. Doves of disciples challenging the 10 Formations Pagoda entered it together. Everyone outside was waiting for that one person to walk to the 10 Formation Stele and tap his sect badge. As long as that person appeared, there would be no need to take part in the Array Peak face-off, and he would also be the true number 1 of Array Peak. At that moment, Su Zimo was in seclusion within his cave abode, attempting to reach level 9 Qi condensation. Time passed by gradually, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The lights of the 10 Formations Pagoda's formation patterns shone repeatedly through the day. The first row on the 10 Formation Stele still had a blank column where the name was supposed to be. By the time the last person was sent out of the 10 Formations Pagoda, there were still no changes on the 10 Formation Stele. Not to mention the many trial disciples gathered before Array Peak. Even the 4 Peak Masters looked to be slightly disappointed. Just who is that person? Why is he not here? Could that person truly think nothing of fame at all? The disciples were at the peak of their curiosity towards the mysterious challenger, such that they were getting anxious about it. Xianyi stood up and declared, "The face-off is over. The victor is Zhongwen, disciple of Array Peak." Sparse cheers rang out through the crowd. Everyone knew that the reason why Zhongwen could obtain the number 1 position was because the mysterious challenger had not appeared. At that moment, Zhongwen looked at the 10 Formation Stele and smiled bitterly too. His title as number 1 of Array Peak this year was probably the least convincing. The 5 Peak Masters were the first to leave. In midair, when Xian was still disgruntled and asked, "Xianyi, stop leaving us hanging. Just who is it?" Xianyi smiled and did not reply. After pondering for a while, he asked, "After the 5 Peaks face-off, Where are you guys intending to set the location for the fight between Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu? The location doesn't matter since the outcome will not change, Wen Xian replied indifferently. Xianyi shook his head. This match is the focus of everyone's attention. In fact, the hype might not even be less than the Five Peaks face-off itself. We had better take it more seriously. Su Zimo is forbidden from entering Spirit Peak, so we can't use the Spirit Arena there. Since Su Zimo is a disciple of Weapon Peak, it wouldn't be appropriate to hold it there either. That leaves us with the Spirit Arenas of Talisman, Array, and Elixir Peak, the brown-haired youth said. Xianyi suddenly said, "Let's hold it at Array Peak then." "All right," Wen Xian nodded. The other Peak Masters did not have any objections, and so the matter was settled. Each year, Spirit Peak's face-off was always placed on the last day. It was also the most valued event of the sect and all the cultivators. Be it array formations, talismans, weapons, or elixir refinement, their ultimate goal was to raise the fighting strength of a cultivator. The cultivation world was a place where it was survival of the fittest and the strongest reigned supreme. The degree of cruelty was even more brutal than the jungle mountains where fierce beasts were rampant. This was also the reason why you had Su Zimo survive in Songlang mountain range for a year. Now, Su Zimo had barely just stepped foot into the cultivation world and had yet to truly explore it and experience the threats within. Fifth day, Spirit Peak face-off. Almost all disciples of the Five Peaks were present. Many inner sect disciples who were in seclusion and even some elders turned up as well. The rules of the face-off were simple. Sect disciples would head up to draw lots for one-on-one fights. Finally, the eventual winner of the brackets is the number 1 of Spirit Peak. Even though Feng Haoyu had lost consecutively in the Weapon and Elixir Peak face-offs, he was still the one who received the most cheers during the Spirit Peak face-off. At the same time, all 5 Peak Masters thought the most highly of him too. In the process of competing with his opponents, Feng Haoyu had indeed displayed the strength expected of him. He won consecutively from the start to the end, and no one posed much of a challenge to him. Many disciples had heard that he was already cultivating one of the 3 major secret skills of the sect, Ethereal Sword, and wanted to catch a glimpse of its glory during Spirit Peak's face-off. However, Feng Haoyu did not use it at all. Other than Feng Haoyu, Lung Ro's performance was rather shocking too. Even though she did not possess an inferior-grade spirit weapon, she had a firm foundation in sword-wielding. Coupled with her talisman usage, she defeated many strong opponents of Spirit Peak. Lung Ro's flying sword carried a chilling aura. If one was careless and made contact with the sword, they would be covered in a layer of frost, reducing their mobility. Of course, Little Fatty was still the one who surprised everyone the most. He was only at level 9 chi condensation and did not have much of an advantage in sword kinesis. However, with the help of the inferior-grade gigantic axe given to him by Su Zimo and his powerful body tempering technique, he had managed to close the gap and obtain victory against quite a number of perfected chi refinement warriors. The final battle was still between Feng Haoyu and Lung Ro. Even though Lung Ro deployed a myriad of different talismans, Feng Haoyu was still stronger in terms of sword kinesis. With the aid of his wind spirit chi, Feng Haoyu's flying sword was more agile and graceful than anyone else. It was quite an eye-opener. Before sunset, Spirit Peak's face-off was over. As expected, Feng Haoyu was number 1 of Spirit Peak. Lung Ro was number 2. Little Fatty actually obtained 3rd place. The prize for the number 1 of Spirit Peak was also the most generous. Not only was Feng Haoyu awarded with many spirit stones and contribution points, he could also choose an elixir from the elixir chamber, an inferior-grade spirit weapon from the spirit weapon chamber, and a grade 1 talisman from the talisman chamber. Hee. Seems like someone will be crushed by Senior Brother Feng tomorrow. That's right. Even people like Lung Ro and Senior Brother Li, who are at perfected chi condensation, lost to Senior Brother Feng. There's no way Su Zimo is a match with his level 8 chi condensation. After the Spirit Peak face-off, no one had confidence in Su Zimo. That Feng Haoyu had managed to obtain the number 1 of Spirit Peak with much ease. He did not even use his full strength. The brown-haired youth chuckled. Wen Xian could not contain his smugness as he nodded. I'm never wrong in my judgment. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have pleaded with the sect master personally to let him learn our sect's secret skill in advance. To be fair, someone like Feng Haoyu with a wind spirit root is truly the best candidate to cultivate ethereal sword. The cold-faced lady nodded. When Xian laughed. Before this battle, I already told Haoyu that if he were to win his fellow seniors and juniors using the secret skill, he would have lost even if he got number 1, since no one would be convinced of his victory. Not bad. Haoyu had not let me down. The disheveled old man remained silent and looked slightly worried. The stronger Feng Haoyu was, the worse Su Zimo was going to be defeated tomorrow. As his beloved disciple, he could not bear to see Su Zimo suffer such a blow. When Xian, give me some face. Why don't you tell Feng Haoyu to forget about the battle tomorrow? The disheveled old man suddenly said after much hesitation. Given his status, the fact that he was saying something like that to plead for mercy for a disciple was extremely rare. Xian Yi, the brown-haired youth and cold-faced lady remained silent. It was inappropriate for them to interfere in something like this. When Xian remained silent for a moment before replying, the arrow is already on the bow and has to be shot. I can't do anything about this matter. But, right as the disheveled old man was about to continue, when Xian frowned and cut him off. Su Zimo won Haoyu twice in a row, but Haoyu's not even allowed to win one? Your disciple is dear to you, but mine isn't dear to me. With that, when Xian turned to leave and left the 4 of them alone. Slightly awkward, the disheveled old man sighed. The brown-haired youth coughed gently. Don't blame him. When Xian had poured too much effort into Feng Haoyu. Even though he did not say anything, he's definitely feeling upset about Feng Haoyu's 2 consecutive losses. It's only normal. Xian Yi patted the disheveled old man's shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. It's good to let Su Zimo suffer some setbacks too. His future achievements might not be any weaker than Feng Haoyu's. The road ahead is still long. Xian Yi's eyes flickered mysteriously as he said that. For the past 2 days, Su Zimo had not appeared at all. He was in seclusion attempting to reach level 9 chi condensation. On the night after Spirit Peak's face-off, Su Zimo consumed the 2nd spirit gathering elixir. His body seemed to have transformed into a whirlpool as a steady stream of spirit chi flowed through his right hand into his body, wildly surging towards his dantian. The spirit chi within Su Zimo's dantian expanded rapidly, vast as the seas. After a long time, his body shuddered as his eyes jerked wide open. In the darkness, 2 rays of divine light shone and rapidly disappeared. Level 9 chi condensation. In less than a year after he joined the sect, Su Zimo had finally reached level 9 chi condensation. His cultivation speed was definitely not slow even in the entire cultivation world. At the moment, Su Zimo carefully sensed the changes in his dantian with confused eyes. Based on the chi condensation manual, the spirit chi within one's dantian would experience a change upon reaching perfected chi condensation. In other words, the dantian would form a vast sea of chi. That was also the reason why it would take more time, resources, and difficulty to attain a breakthrough from level 9 to perfected chi condensation. But right now, Su Zimo's dantian had already formed a vast sea of chi despite having just attained level 9 chi condensation. This was completely different from what the chi condensation manual had described. This also meant that in terms of spirit chi, Su Zimo's level 9 chi condensation might not be weaker than Feng Haoyu's perfected chi condensation. Su Zimo smiled to himself. Suddenly, he was filled with anticipation and confidence towards tomorrow's battle. The next morning, when Su Zimo walked out of his cave abode, there were already many cultivators waiting for him to come out of seclusion. Little Fatty, Shui Yi, and many other Weapon Peak disciples awaited him. Bro, you're finally out of seclusion. You're already at level 9 chi condensation. Little Fatty's eyes lit up. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Was Feng Haoyu the number 1 of Spirit Peak? Su Zimo asked. Everyone nodded. When they recalled Feng Haoyu's performance yesterday, everyone's expressions turned solemn. They looked at Su Zimo with a hint of worry in their eyes. To everyone, even at level 9 chi condensation, the gap between Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu was way too great. Little Fatty said in a low voice, Feng Haoyu obtained number 1 yesterday, without even using the sect's secret skill. Clearly, he did not use his full strength. Bro, you've got to be careful today. Oh, so powerful? Su Zimo laughed. Shui smiled as well. Junior brother Su, don't be too stressed in this battle. Just give it all you've got. If you lose, let it be. You're already the number one of 2 peaks anyways. That's right. Even if Feng Haoyu wins you, so what? Weapon peak disciples are not good at fighting to begin with, so it's nothing embarrassing if he wins. Su Zimo smiled and asked, where's the venue of today's battle? Array Peak's Spirit Arena. Little Fatty replied. Array Peak. Su Zimo muttered softly with a strange look flashing through his eyes. Ever since he left Array Peak 3 months ago, he had not returned. Sensing that Su Zimo's expression was odd, Little Fatty was worried and asked hurriedly, what's wrong, bro? Is there anything wrong with Array Peak? Nothing's wrong. Su Zimo shook his head and did not explain. He waved his hand and said, let's go. Time to try out the skills of Spirit Peak's number 1. In just one day, Array Peak was once again filled with many disciples. Other than the trial disciples of the 5 peaks, some of the inner sect disciples also rushed over to watch the bustle. Chun Yu of the disciplinary hall, who had a grudge against Su Zimo, was among them. The 5 peak masters were all present. Array Peak's Spirit Arena was right beside the 10 Formations Pagoda and was close to the 10 Formations Steel too. Feng Haoyu arrived bright and early. He stood on the Spirit Arena with hands behind his back, looking proud and haughty. Before long, Su Zimo and the others arrived on their flying swords and descended in front of the Spirit Arena. Su Zimo's appearance instantly attracted countless stares. Fufu, I was wondering why he hasn't appeared for the past 2 days. So, he's been cultivating in seclusion and has actually reached level 9 chi condensation. The tone of the disciple who spoke did not sound surprised. Instead, it was filled with obvious mockery. So what if he's at level 9 chi condensation? He's still asking to be humiliated. I'm betting that Su Zimo's going to lose within 3 moves. Forget it. If senior brother Feng goes all out, Su Zimo won't be able to withstand even a single move. There was a flurry of discussion in the crowd. Even though Su Zimo attained number 1 of weapon and elixir peak, it did not mean that he was strong. No one thought highly of him for this battle. Many of the Spirit Peak disciples were just waiting to see Su Zimo make a fool of himself. Under countless scrutinizing gazes, Su Zimo entered the Spirit Arena. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's expression was extremely calm. His eyes were peaceful and clear as if they were unmoved entirely. Hey Su Zimo, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, senior brother Feng might let you off out of kindness. Among the crowd, Sun Tao shouted and caused a burst of laughter. He was the Spirit Peak disciple who was knocked out by Su Zimo with a single slap. Su Zimo cast a sideways glance at Sun Tao indifferently and said, why? Do you think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough last time? That incident had always been a disgrace for Sun Tao. Now that Su Zimo was mentioning it in front of everyone, Sun Tao's face turned green and red. He gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. Su Zimo, I haven't settled things with you for what happened back then. You ambushed me first, but yet you dare to shamelessly flaunt it here? Flaunt? Su Zimo laughed and shook his head. What's there to flaunt about beating someone like you? Anyone could tell of the casual and contemptuous tone in Su Zimo's voice. Instantly, Sun Tao's eyes were bloodshot as he hollered, Su Zimo, fight me fair and square if you've got the guts. I'll let you witness what I can do. Right then, Little Fatty sneered. You want to fight? Sure. I'll fight you. Sun Tao immediately wilted. During the Spirit Peak face-off, Little Fatty's strength was obvious to all. Sun Tao was no match for him. Alright, that's enough. Feng Haoyu, Su Zimo, you guys can begin. Right then, when Xian shouted softly and suppressed the crowd. In the Spirit Arena, Feng Haoyu looked at Su Zimo disdainfully and scoffed. Su Zimo, junior brother's son is right. If you beg me now, I can consider sparing you. If we really fight, you can't blame me for not showing mercy since a sword has no eyes. When he heard that, The disheveled old man frowned and could not help but declare, "When fellow disciples spar, one must not go overboard and threaten the other party's life." Feng Haoyu laughed. "Don't worry, Peak Master. I'm just going to teach junior brother Su a proper lesson about what it means to be a cultivator." Right as he said that, Feng Haoyu slapped his storage bag gently and summoned an inferior-grade flying sword. Without revealing how he controlled it, the flying sword revolved around his body and danced in the air, revealing an extremely precise mastery of sword kinesis. At the same time, Su Zimo summoned a flying sword from his storage bag. Everyone focused their attention. It was an inferior-grade flying sword as well. He must have gotten that as a reward from being Weapon Peak's #1. Yes, the #1 can pick an inferior-grade spirit weapon of his choosing in the spirit weapon chamber. This must have been his choice. Junior brother Su is not behaving rationally. If I were him, I would have definitely chosen a defensive spirit weapon. Pointing at Su Zimo's flying sword, Feng Haoyu chuckled. "Do you really think you're qualified to fight me just because you have a single inferior-grade flying sword? You're mistaken." Su Zimo replied indifferently, "It's not just one." Right as he said that, 2 more flying swords appeared in Su Zimo's palm. The crowd fell into an uproar upon seeing the 3 flying swords in Su Zimo's palm. If those were ordinary flying swords, they would not have caused such a scene. However, those were 3 inferior-grade flying swords. Even if Su Zimo was rewarded with an inferior-grade spirit weapon for being #1 of Weapon Peak, what was up with the other 2 flying swords? Even for Spirit Peak disciples who were well known for their combat strength, most of them did not have inferior-grade spirit weapons. Su Zimo had just joined the sect for less than a year, but he had 3? The many trial disciples below instantly turned green with envy. The Peak Master is way too biased. Why did he give Su Zimo 3 inferior-grade spirit weapons? It might be because Su Zimo was #1 for 2 peaks this year? So what if he's #1 of 2 peaks? Our sect doesn't have such a rule. That's right. Can't they give us one instead? I've joined the sect for 2 years now, but I haven't even gotten a single inferior-grade spirit weapon. The disciples were not the only ones. Even the 5 peak masters were stunned for a moment. Xianxi's heart skipped a beat as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, could that lad have already mastered the tripartite sword formation? He thought again, but it's impossible. How could he possibly have done so in such a short period of time? When he heard the discussions below, when Xian frowned and looked sideways to the disheveled old man. Sensing when Xian's gaze, the disheveled old man harumphed lightly. Don't tell me you also think that I gave Su Zimo those 3 flying swords? The brown-haired youth suddenly said, the 3 flying swords are almost identical in terms of shape and size. They should have been made by the same weapon refinement master. We shouldn't have 3 almost identical flying swords in the spirit weapon chamber. In other words, does that mean Su Zimo refined those 3 flying swords himself? The cold lady raised her eyebrows in surprise. Xianxia nodded. That should be the case. Using the vision of a golden core, they could naturally discern with a closer look that Su Zimo's 3 flying swords were almost identical and couldn't have been from the spirit weapon chamber. The brown-haired youth smiled. No wonder he was refining an inferior-grade gigantic axe for that little fatty of Spirit Peak during the Weapon Peak face-off. It was because he already had 3 flying swords. I've got to acknowledge that he does have an extraordinary attainment in weapon refinement. To think that he could manage to refine 3 inferior-grade spirit weapons in less than a year. Seems like that unique spirit-gathering method of his is rather useful. On the spirit arena, when he saw Su Zimo's 3 flying swords, Feng Haoyu was stunned for a moment as well. However, the surprise in his eyes disappeared as quickly as it appeared. He then laughed mockingly. Su Zimo, my dear Su Zimo, do you really think you can win me just because you've got 3 flying swords? You can try me. Su Zimo replied nonchalantly. Swash, swash, swash. 3 flying swords floated before Su Zimo, trembling slightly as they hummed incessantly. Well played. Feng Haoyu's eyes lit up as he hollered softly, I'll show you what true strength is today. Go! Standing motionlessly on the spot, Feng Haoyu waved and injected a stream of spirit qi into his flying sword. The spirit pattern on his sword shone brightly. Swoosh! Turning into a stream of light, it burst towards Su Zimo's head with lightning speed. Before the sword even arrived, its cold aura was already striking. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In a sense, this match was his first battle making use of immortal techniques after he stepped foot into the cultivation world. Feng Haoyu's sword was much faster and unpredictable than he had expected. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he split two flying swords to receive the incoming sword. His third flying sword was then sent to attack Feng Haoyu. Feng Haoyu narrowed his gaze. He had not expected that Su Zimo would try to retaliate instead of using everything as defense. You must be courting death. Pointing his fingertips into the distance, he commanded, "Go!" The flying sword, which was initially speeding through the air, shone brightly and accelerated. It broke through the defense of Su Zimo's two flying swords before arriving right in front of him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's defending flying swords became nothing but a decoration. Well played. Many disciples below could not help but exclaim upon seeing that. If it was any other Qi refinement warrior, they would have been petrified at the sight of a chilling, bedazzling flying sword appearing right before their faces. However, Su Zimo was not flustered in the slightest bit. Shifting his feet lightly, he sidestepped Feng Haoyu's attack barely. Even though the flying sword brushed by Su Zimo, it did not injure him in the slightest bit. When the five peak masters saw that, their eyes lit up as they nodded approvingly. Feng Haoyu had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to dodge that attack. At the same time, Su Zimo's third flying sword was already approaching Feng Haoyu. Feng Haoyu controlled his flying sword while summoning a silver shield from his storage bag. Injecting spirit qi, it expanded and blocked right in front of him. Clang! The flying sword met with the shield and let out an ear-piercing sound. That shield was the reward Feng Haoyu chose from the spirit weapon chamber after getting number 1 of Spirit Peak. Su Zimo's other two flying swords revolved around Feng Haoyu's flying sword. They clashed continuously, sending off a ferocious sword intent, and sparks flew everywhere. In an instant, Feng Haoyu's flying sword was restrained by Su Zimo's two flying swords and could not break through their offenses. On the other hand, Su Zimo's third flying sword was attacking Feng Haoyu constantly. Feng Haoyu could only defend passively. All the disciples watching were dumbfounded at what was happening as they looked on with disbelief. The battle was completely different from what they had imagined. In their opinion, the difference in strength between the both of them were so great that it would take 3 rounds at most to determine the victor. But, now that they were actually fighting, Feng Haoyu was on the losing end and could only defend passively. Su Zimo, who had 3 inferior-grade flying swords and a proficient mastery of sword kinesis, had completely restricted Feng Haoyu's movements. This doesn't make sense. Su Zimo's only at level 9 Qi condensation. Even if he has 2 more flying swords, he shouldn't be able to take senior brother Feng head-on. Why does it feel as though they're both at a similar level of strength? The disciples below frowned in confusion. Little Fatty was the only one who had a rough idea of Su Zimo's background. Back when the both of them sparred in the cave abode, Su Zimo was able to match his level 8 Qi condensation only being a level 7. With that logic, Su Zimo should be able to hold his ground against Feng Haoyu despite being a level down. Upon seeing this, the 5 peak masters had different expressions. The disheveled old man was invigorated and pleasantly surprised. Spirit Peak's master, Wen Xian, was frowning. With his eyesight as a golden core, he could naturally tell that Su Zimo's mastery of sword kinesis was not weaker than most of Spirit Peak's disciples. Coupled with the assistance of 3 inferior-grade flying swords, his strength was raised as well. But of course, none of the 5 peak masters could understand how Su Zimo could stand his ground against Feng Haoyu's perfected Qi condensation. The 3 flying swords clashed repeatedly around Su Zimo. Feng Haoyu's flying sword was clearly more agile and graceful. However, it could not reach Su Zimo after being restrained by the latter's 2 flying swords. On the contrary, Su Zimo's third flying sword was attacking Feng Haoyu consistently. Feng Haoyu could only rely on the inferior-grade shield to block and was unable to retaliate. Instead, he looked rather pathetic. The battle had fallen into a stalemate. It had to be said that Su Zimo had indeed shocked everyone. Based on the strength that he was displaying, he would have probably secured a top 3 position if he had taken part in Spirit Peak's face-off. Humph. If Senior Brother Feng were to use his full strength, Su Zimo would be defeated instantly. That's right. However, it's not embarrassing even if Su Zimo loses now since he managed to corner Senior Brother Feng as such. The more the disciples below discussed, the more furious Feng Haoyu was in the spirit arena. This exchange was completely out of his expectations. Even though Su Zimo was only at level 9 Qi condensation, he was not getting the upper hand against their clashes. This meant that if Su Zimo was at perfected Qi condensation, the latter might very well surpass him in terms of strength. He must not let this carry on. Waving the shield in his hands, Feng Haoyu struck away the incoming flying sword. Suddenly, he pulled out a talisman from his storage bag and injected spirit qi to it. Whoosh! A bedazzling light appeared on the talisman. Senior Brother Feng's making use of talismans now. That looks to be an offensive talisman that's rather powerful. Let's see how Su Zimo blocks this. Feng Haoyu threw the talisman in Su Zimo's direction. Suddenly, it exploded. The scattered talisman fragments stirred the spirit qi in the air, instantly forming a blinding flash of lightning. Thunderfall Talisman! The crowd exclaimed. Thunder types of attacks were the strongest and most ferocious amongst spirit arts. That talisman was naturally the most lethal among Grade 1 talismans. That was also a reward that Feng Haoyu had obtained as the number 1 of Spirit Peak. Now that he had to use it, a pained look inevitably flashed by Feng Haoyu's expression. When he saw the Thunderfall Talisman summoned by Feng Haoyu, the disheveled old man's expression changed as he glared at Wenxian. That disciple of yours has quite a lot of treasures. Talisman usage is also part of one's strength. It's normal, Wenxian replied indifferently. He lost. Now that the Thunderfall Talisman's out, the outcome has been decided. Even if Senior Brother Feng was the one facing the Thunderfall Talisman, he would most likely have to use all his strength. Let's see how Su Zimo can even block this. Fufu. Right as the disciples were discussing, an explosion echoed out from the skies above the spirit arena. Snap! A bolt of thunder as thick as an arm struck down towards Su Zimo with a fast speed. The moment Feng Haoyu had summoned the talisman, Su Zimo had already felt that something was wrong and hurriedly withdrew his 3 flying swords. However, he was still extremely calm. At the same time as the talisman exploded, Su Zimo waved his hands and the 3 flying swords suddenly shuttled through the air, leaving tears in the void. Finally, they joined head to tail in a triangle sword formation. Buzz! A bedazzling light shone through the air below the spot where lightning was flashing. It was the light of formation patterns. A light of formation patterns had actually appeared in the skies above the spirit arena. This is... What's going on? Why is there an array formation? Did someone set up a formation beforehand? Something isn't right. That light of formation patterns seems to have been emanated from Su Zimo's 3 flying swords. The crowd let out a cry of surprise. They were baffled as to what was happening in the spirit arena. As for the 5 peak masters, they shuddered as their expressions changed drastically. Even if Xianxia was mentally prepared, he could not help but feel excited upon seeing this scene with his own eyes. He exclaimed rapidly, "Good! Good! Well done! Our sect finally has a successor for a sword formation master." The disheveled old man burst out into laughter as well. "Good for you, Xianxia. So, you were secretly nurturing my disciple to be a sword formation master too. Not bad at all." As a golden core, the disheveled old man naturally knew that there was no way Su Zimo could become a sword formation master without Xianxia's guidance. When Xian furrowed his brows in silence. Sword formation master? Most of the disciples below were unfamiliar with the term. Array Peak disciples were the only ones that were shocked when they heard the term. Letting out astounded expressions, they could not help but gasp. Su Zimo's a sword formation master? So what if he's a sword formation master? What's the big deal? A Spirit Peak disciple sneered. Before he could finish his sentence, the thunderbolt from the skies collided with the triangle sword array, and a loud explosion was heard as electricity shot out in all directions. Under the electric current in the atmosphere, Su Zimo's legs separated slightly. His expression was cold as he controlled the sword formation with both hands while his hair spread behind him like a furious mane. He was akin to an immovable god. Huh? He's actually fine. Many disciples were dumbfounded as their eyes nearly popped out. Su Zimo had managed to block the power of the Thunderfall talisman completely with his triangle sword array, and was completely undamaged. A disciple secretly exclaimed, "Is a sword formation master that powerful? What's a sword formation?" Someone could not help but ask. "If I'm not wrong, that's our sect's tripartite sword formation," Array Peaks Zhong once said in a low voice. "Why tripartite?" someone asked him. Zhongwen explained, "The tripartite refers to heaven, earth, and man. With the three swords joined head to tail as a foundation, they form the tripartite sword formation. The head is the tail and the tail is also the head. Every single corner of the sword formation has the sharpness of a sword and can both attack and defend." If one were to say that controlling three flying swords meant that Su Zimo's strength was increased, a sword formation made up of the three flying swords and made use of their combined strength was an exponential increase in strength. The tides had turned entirely. Everyone thought that Feng Haoyu would definitely win after summoning that Thunderfall talisman. However, no one expected that Su Zimo would summon the tripartite sword formation to guard against the Thunderstrike entirely. As Lung Ro watched below, she could not help but lament internally. If I were to go against junior brother Su, I wouldn't be able to break that defense of his sword formation either. In the spirit arena, Feng Haoyu's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw that Su Zimo was able to withstand the Thunderfall talisman. Right then, Su Zimo controlled the tripartite sword formation with both hands. Pointing forward, he commanded softly, "Go!" A triangular sword formation that carried a chilling aura tore through the voids and sped towards Feng Haoyu with a blinding light. Instantly, Feng Haoyu retracted his flying sword and blocked himself from the tripartite sword formation. Clang! When the flying sword met with the sword formation, there was a clashing sound of metals. Feng Haoyu's flying sword was sent flying immediately. However, the tripartite sword formation merely paused momentarily in midair before clashing heavily against Feng Haoyu's silver shield. Bam! With a loud bang, Feng Haoyu's entire body was shaken as he stumbled a couple of steps back. He felt a sweetness in his throat as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Even in Spirit Peak's face-off, Feng Haoyu was not injured once against the many strong competitors of Spirit Peak. Yet, against a Weapon Peak disciple that was a cultivation realm lower than his, Feng Haoyu was actually injured. Su Zimo's eyes gleamed brightly as he controlled the tripartite sword formation from afar. They hummed and quivered endlessly in the skies, sending forth a massive sword aura and could attack at any moment. It was only at that moment when the crowd realized that the outcome of this match was unpredictable. Su Zimo's strength was enough to pose a threat to Feng Haoyu. Everyone had underestimated the strength of this Weapon Peak disciple. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Feng Haoyu laughed. It was a deep laughter filled with anger. Su Zimo, do you really think that you can win me with this lousy sword formation? Taking a deep breath of air, Feng Haoyu said word by word, "Today, I'll let you experience the sect's secret skill and let you understand my true strength." Even though Su Zimo was still calm upon hearing that, the many disciples below were shocked and excited. Senior Brother Feng's finally about to use the sect's secret skill. I heard that it's one of the three major secret skills, Ethereal Sword. Through the ethereal planes, the sword is nowhere to be seen. Ethereal Sword is one of the strongest sword kinesis skills within our Great Zhou dynasty. Finally, we'll get to see it today. Most of the people present were trial disciples of the Five Peaks who usually would not have a chance to catch a glimpse of the sect's secret skills. Right now, Their eyes were all widened in anticipation. The disheveled old man frowned. He looked at Wuxian and said in a deep voice, "Let's stop the battle here and consider it as a draw between both parties." In all fairness, for Feng Haoyu to have to use the sect's secret skills against Su Zimo, he had already lost in the first place. That was because most normal trial disciples would not have the rights to learn ethereal sword. The disheveled old man's suggestion at this point was already a compromise on his end. When Xian pondered for a short moment before shaking his head. At this point, how can we appease the masses if a victor is not decided? When Xian, is it because you're indignant that Feng Haoyu was unable to win this? The disheveled old man was a little angry. Yes. When Xian turned to the disheveled old man and replied, "The three of you have been teaching Su Zimo how to refine elixirs, weapons and imparting sword formations to him. I can let that slide. However, Feng Haoyu is a disciple of Spirit Peak. I can't let him lose in a battle. That is a concern of my peak's glory." "You!" The disheveled old man hesitated. When Xian waved it off, "I'm never wrong in my judgment of people. Haoyu is the future hope of our sect. At the end of the day, the legacy of our sect is not about elixir or weapon refinement. True strength is what matters." Right then, in the spirit arena, Su Zimo said something that interrupted the argument between the disheveled old man and Wen Xian. "The sect's secret skill?" Su Zimo laughed and shook his head. "Feng Haoyu, if that's your last resort, you will definitely lose this fight." Everyone was stunned. No one could imagine that Su Zimo would say something like that in the face of the sect's secret skill. Was he looking down on the sect's secret skill or Feng Haoyu? What right did Su Zimo have? "Ha ha ha!" Feng Haoyu burst out in laughter. "Su Zimo, I think you don't know just how strong our sect's secret skill is to speak of that nonsense. Today, I'll teach you how to be a human. Go!" Feng Haoyu conjured a sword art as his fingertip emitted a trace of spiritual energy and injected it into the flying sword. Quivering endlessly, the sword tore through the voids and a series of shadows appeared behind it in a bewitching manner. It was hard to tell between reality and illusion. When he saw that, when Xian nodded as his eyes flashed with admiration, the brown-haired youth commented with a grave look, "There are 3 levels to ethereal sword. To think that Feng Haoyu would have mastered level 1, shadows, this quickly. Haoyu has a wind spirit root to begin with, and he's the most suited to cultivate ethereal sword. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him learn the sect's secret skill while he's in Qi condensation realm," Wen Xian replied indifferently. In the spirit arena, Su Zimo retracted his 3 flying swords which hovered in front of him. Slapping his storage bag, another 3 flying swords appeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, all 3 of them were inferior-grade spirit weapons as well. Everyone was stunned. 6 inferior-grade flying swords. That was something completely unimaginable for Qi refinement warriors. What's going on? Holy fuck! How is Su Zimo taking out inferior-grade spirit weapons 3 at a time? How is he obtaining them so cheaply? Most of the cultivators watched with widened eyes as their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Many disciples were already envious over Su Zimo's previous summoning of 3 inferior-grade flying swords. Now that he summoned yet another 3, most of them could not take it any longer. Some of the trial disciples who had joined the sect for many years instantly felt that they had been wasting their time since they hadn't acquired even a single inferior-grade spirit weapon. Yet Su Zimo had 6 after joining for less than a year. At that moment, most of the disciples finally realized as well. Those 6 identical flying swords could not have been from the sect's spirit weapon chamber. The only possibility was that Su Zimo had refined them himself. This is crazy. Had I known this would be the case, I would have gotten closer to junior brother Su. Perhaps I might even get an inferior-grade spirit weapon from him. Why would I need to learn sword kinesis if I had 6 inferior-grade spirit weapons? I'll just toss them at any opponent I meet and smash them to death. Don't spout nonsense. Senior brother Feng is in possession of our sect's secret skill. That isn't something that can be defended against by spirit weapons. The crowd was buzzing, but the 5 peak masters remained silent. The disheveled old man furrowed his brows even tighter. Even though having 6 inferior-grade spirit weapons was amazing, they were not match against the sect's secret skill. Sensing the disheveled old man's worries, the brown-haired youth comforted. No matter what, that lad is truly talented in weapon refinement still. As long as we nurture him well, he can still make waves through the sect competition. What the brown-haired youth meant was that even if Su Zimo lost this match, it would not affect his status in the sect. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Su Zimo was talented in weapon and elixir refinement while Feng Haoyu was good in fighting. The both of them had different advantages. However, no one realized that Xianxia, who was standing beside the brown-haired youth, was incomparably nervous. He watched Su Zimo fixedly with a deep excitement in his eyes. Indeed, 6 flying swords alone won't be enough to defend against the sect's secret skill. But it was in the spirit arena. Feng Haoyu's expression changed momentarily when he saw the 6 flying swords summoned by Su Zimo. However, that change disappeared almost instantly as he scoffed coldly. Su Zimo, you're way too naive. You really think that you can defend against my sword just because you have 6 inferior-grade flying swords? Go! A cold glint flashed in Feng Haoyu's eyes as he hollered. The sword tore through the voids with a chilling aura, letting out a soul-rattling explosion. A series of shadows formed behind the sword, confusing any onlookers. Su Zimo was calm as he waved his hands continuously, controlling the 6 flying swords in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 6 flying swords intertwined, leaving streams of sword chi. The tripartite sword formation was a triangular sword formation. The hexagonal sword formation was an evolution of that. By combining 2 tripartite sword formations, it formed the hexagonal sword formation. It was a great enhancement, be it in terms of offense or defense. What is this? That hexagonal star formed by the sword formation looks familiar. I think that's the emblem on Peak Master Xianxia's sleeves. Everyone instinctively looked towards Xianxia. By now, Xianxia had already stood up and was visibly emotional as he nodded. Good, good. Well done. You have actually managed to master the hexagonal sword formation. All other 4 peak masters let out looks of disbelief. There was only a single sword formation master within the sect, Xianxia. As golden cores, they naturally knew how difficult it would be to become sword formation masters. The hexagonal emblem etched on Xianxia's sleeves was a display of his pride. And now, the hexagonal sword formation has appeared once more. However, it came from the hands of a chi refinement warrior that shocked everyone. Ethereal peak within ethereal palace. Sect Master Lingyun's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly opened his eyes. A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he murmured, "The hexagonal sword formation?" Above the clouds in the skies of Array Peak, a gigantic pair of wings were faintly visible. A pair of eyes were also silently watching everything unfold in the spirit arena. Fufu, that lad. Not bad at all. The 6 flying swords formed the hexagonal star sword formation, and a bedazzling light of formation patterns blocked in front of Su Zimo. Feng Haoyu's attack was extremely swift as shadows were produced endlessly from his sword. It was difficult to distinguish where the sword was through vision anymore. However, the advantage of a sword formation was reflected at this moment as well. The sword formation formed by 6 flying swords was enough to block Su Zimo's body entirely. Feng Haoyu's attack that came right for him would definitely hit the sword formation. Clang. True enough. A crisp sound was produced when Feng Haoyu's flying sword struck the sword formation. Both sides exerted their strength. Break it! Feng Haoyu controlled the flying sword and injected spirit chi continuously. His eyes were wide with anger as his body trembled. He was using his full strength to break the hexagonal sword formation's defense. Behind the sword formation, Su Zimo was calm as usual. He pushed his hands forward and twisted them. The light of the formation pattern shone. Instantly, the hexagonal sword formation spun and sent Feng Haoyu's sword flying in the blink of an eye. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Feng Haoyu, have a taste of my sword formation's power too. Let's see if your secret skill can block this. Su Zimo stopped the hexagonal sword formation from spinning and pointed forth with his finger. In midair, the blinding light of the gigantic hexagonal sword formation tore through the voids and smashed towards Feng Haoyu. All disciples of the Five Peaks felt their hearts pounding as they watched with bated breath. Everyone realized that this may very well be the move that reveals the outcome of the fight. At that moment, the Five Peak Masters were solemn as well. The hexagonal sword formation was considered as a Grade 2 formation. Even with the sect's secret skill, Feng Haoyu was unable to face the might of the hexagonal sword formation head-on. From the point of view of the golden cores, Feng Haoyu had no chance of winning at all. If Feng Haoyu were to give up on defense at that moment and continue to control his flying sword to unleash the sect's secret skill to strike at Su Zimo, he might stand a shot at victory. However, that would require a kind of fearlessness to cast life and death aside. In a flash, Feng Haoyu's expression changed. Feng Haoyu subconsciously chose to defend himself against the terrifying might of the approaching hexagonal sword formation. Go! Conjuring the ethereal sword art, Feng Haoyu injected all the spirit qi he had into his flying sword to defend against the incoming hexagonal sword formation. When he saw that, Wen Xian sighed gently with a look of disappointment. He was defeated. If Feng Haoyu chose to fight head-on, this was a fight he was bound to lose. Bam! The flying sword smashed against the hexagonal sword formation and it exploded with a loud boom. Sparks flew as a surge of heat spread out. The sword formation trembled and almost dispersed. However, it soon stopped quivering and stabilized. As for Feng Haoyu's sword, it was repelled entirely. The hexagonal sword formation paused for a slight moment before continuing to crush forward. Ah! Gasps could be heard from the crowd as they saw this. Everyone realized that this elite who had won first place in yesterday's Spirit Peak face-off might very well be defeated. Right then, Feng Haoyu reached inside his storage bag and swallowed a qi rejuvenation elixir. Summoning his silver shield, he roared and pushed forward. Clang! 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 The hexagonal sword formation spun and struck at the silver shield repeatedly. With every single strike, Feng Haoyu would be knocked a step back and his face would turn frilier while his body trembled violently. Bang! The hexagonal sword formation was finally dispersed. At the same time, Feng Haoyu was also sent flying. He fell from the spirit arena and rolled a couple of times on the ground. Clothes filled with mud. He looked extremely wretched. When Xian closed his eyes, the disheveled old man heaved out a long sigh of relief. There was silence in the crowd. After a while, Little Fatty waved his fists and let out a cheer. Shui Yi and the others looked excited and could not suppress their excitement. A Weapon Peak disciple had defeated the number 1 of Spirit Peak. This was something that had never happened in the thousands of years of history of the sect. Furthermore, it was a defeat with a level difference. Many Spirit Peak disciples were silent as they lowered their heads dejectedly. Looking at Feng Haoyu who was crawling up from the ground, their expressions were complex. It wasn't because the number 1 of Spirit Peak this year wasn't strong enough. On the contrary, the number 1 of Spirit Peak this year was much stronger than previous years because Feng Haoyu was already cultivating the sect's secret skill while being in Qi condensation realm. However, to their helplessness, Weapon Peak had produced an even more terrifying disciple. A genius in both elixir and weapon refinement, he even became a sword formation master and managed to release a Grade 2 sword formation, taking down Feng Haoyu in a single move. It was said that Qi refinement warriors' fighting techniques were relatively simple. However, this fight was full of twists and turns with both parties revealing their trump cards. It was truly an eye-opener for many disciples. Su Zimo put away his flying swords and his expression showed a hint of exhaustion. Even though a sword formation was strong, controlling 6 flying swords at the same time drained a lot of spirit qi. By now, the spirit qi within his body had dried up. Fu. Right then, a sinister laugh sounded from beneath the spirit arena, attracting countless gazes. I haven't lost yet. Feng Haoyu slowly stood up with blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth. His expression was deranged and his eyes were filled with madness. Just as Su Zimo was about to leave the spirit arena, he heard that statement. He paused in his tracks and frowned, looking over. Feng Haoyu retrieved a jade bottle from his storage bag and poured out a pill. Rearing his head, he swallowed it before declaring coldly, "Su Zimo, you will definitely lose today." "What is that?" "I think it's a foundation establishment elixir. Senior brother Feng is trying to forcefully reach foundation establishment." When he saw that, the disheveled old man stood up and said grimly, "When Xian, aren't you going to stop him?" The Five Peaks face-off is a spar between cultivators of the same realm. If Feng Haoyu were to reach a foundation establishment realm before fighting Su Zimo, what would that amount to? When Xian closed his eyes and struggled inwardly, looking hesitant, he knew that even if Feng Haoyu managed to defeat Su Zimo as a foundation establishment cultivator, it wouldn't be a glorious victory. However, Feng Haoyu might not ever recover from this blow of defeat if he lost this battle. This was someone that he had chosen and even regarded as the future of the sect. When Xian couldn't bear it, Xianyi also persuaded, "Let the battle end here. This is against the rules." When he heard that, when Xian opened his eyes suddenly and yelled, "What are rules? This is not a fight for the Five Peaks face-off. It's a personal feud between the both of them. Even if Haoyu becomes a foundation establishment cultivator, that's his own strength." Also, Xianyi, the hexagonal sword formation is a grade 2 formation. Who are you to talk about rules by imparting it to Su Zimo beforehand? Xianyi frowned and shook his head. The reason why I imparted Su Zimo the hexagonal sword formation was because he had the right to learn. Actually, Xianyi's statement had already vaguely revealed who the challenger who cleared the 10 formations pagoda was. However, in the heat of the moment, both Wen Xian and the disheveled old man did not think too much of it and naturally could not comprehend the hidden meaning behind Xianyi's words. Wen Xian flicked his sleeves and said, "If not for the hexagonal sword formation, Su Zimo would have been defeated by now. Since he was the one who broke the rules first, who's to stop Haoyu from fighting Su Zimo again after advancing to be a foundation establishment cultivator?" "Wen Xian, are you crazy?" The disheveled old man could not help but scold. "What's there to fight if Feng Haoyu advances to become a foundation establishment cultivator? Why don't you go and fight a nascent soul-perfected lord then?" The disciples of the Five Peaks below were dumbfounded. For the Peak Masters to argue over a fight between Qi refinement warriors, that was something that was even more exciting than the battle earlier. "All right, that's enough. All the disciples below are watching. Can you guys behave like the elders you are?" The cold lady frowned and persuaded. Feng Haoyu was long already at perfected qi condensation and could naturally advance to foundation establishment realm at any moment. However, he had not expected that he would make a breakthrough during his fight against Su Zimo. It seemed a little hasty. If it was anyone else, they might fail in their advancement to foundation establishment. However, Feng Haoyu was different. In terms of endowment or spirit root, he was the cream of the crop. Even though he was already injured, he had the confidence of reaching foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop after consuming the Qi rejuvenation and foundation establishment elixirs. As the Five Peak Masters argued, the medicinal essence of the foundation establishment elixir coursed through Feng Haoyu's body and surged into his dantian. Inside, his sea of Qi rumbled and spewed continuously. Through the power of the medicinal essence coupled with Feng Haoyu's control, the vast sea of Qi began to coagulate to the middle. The sea of Qi was shrinking within his body. However, the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. The difference between Qi condensation and foundation establishment was a huge leap. In the path of cultivation, every crossing of a realm would bring about a significant change to one's strength. This was the reason why things like defeating an opponent of different levels was mostly only possible within the same realm. When the difference is a realm apart, it was difficult to take down an opponent. That was also the reason why cultivators would have a change in title after a breakthrough in realm. Cultivators at Qi condensation realm were called Qi refinement warriors. As for foundation establishment cultivators, they were called cultivator warriors. At the golden core realm, one could gain the title of a perfected being. From Qi condensation to foundation establishment, the spirit qi in the dantian would undergo a change in quality. Instead of qi, it would be transformed to a liquid state. With that, the strength one possessed would be purer, more solidified and powerful. Using that as a basis, one could then learn and unleash the various types of power spirit arts in the cultivation world. Right now, that transformation was happening within Feng Haoyu's body. No matter how much the 5 peak masters argued, they were still rational towards this matter, as none of them interrupted Feng Haoyu's breakthrough process. After all, Feng Haoyu's cultivation path may very well be crippled if he were to fail his foundation establishment breakthrough. That would imply the loss of a great genius. Standing in the spirit arena, Su Zimo did not make a move as well while he watched everything unfold. Everyone present was not fools. To be fair, if it was a life and death battle, Feng Haoyu would have already lost here. Which opponent would give their enemies a chance to break through? They would seize the opportunity and kill them on the spot. However, to everyone's bewilderment, Su Zimo was still extremely calm, as though he was looking at something completely unrelated to him. An unknown period of time passed. The vast sea of qi within Feng Haoyu's dantian disappeared, transforming into a drop of liquid. An even more terrifying aura spread out slowly, rippling through the crowd. From its size, that drop of spirit liquid was small. However, in terms of power, it was many times larger than the sea of qi. Feng Haoyu let out a long sigh. By the time he walked back into the spirit arena, he had gone through a complete transformation. His aura was incomparably sharp with a torrential fighting spirit. Smiling, Feng Haoyu asked, "Su Zimo, you don't have much spirit qi left in you after controlling those 6 flying swords, right?" Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked at Feng Haoyu silently. On the other side, when Xian and the disheveled old man were still arguing non-stop, the fight between Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu had become a battle between the 2 peaks. To Wen Xian, it no longer mattered if the fight was unfair to Su Zimo. Feng Haoyu was a disciple of Spirit Peak and this year's #1 to boot. He must not lose. What Wen Xian did not realize was that his attitude provoked the injustice in Su Zimo's heart. Since you want to let Feng Haoyu win, very well. I'll have him lose. Not just a loss. I'll have him suffer a complete defeat. Feng Haoyu waved his sleeves and his flying sword that had fallen nearby turned into a stream of light, returning to his side. The mere act of summoning his flying sword left many disciples' hearts palpitating. It was too fast. Now that he was a foundation establishment cultivator, Feng Haoyu's sword kinesis speed was more than twice as fast. Coupled with the support of his wind attribute alongside the sect's secret skill, Ethereal Sword, which Qi Refinement Warrior could defend against Feng Haoyu's next attack. Defending aside, they may not even be able to dodge it. The disheveled old man laughed coldly. No longer arguing with Wen Xian, he declared loudly, "Su Zimo, let's not fight anymore. Since he wants the victory to be in Spirit Peak's name, so be it. It doesn't matter. Everyone knows who won or lost." With that, the disheveled old man left his seat and walked towards the spirit arena while remarking, "What an eye-opener. A foundation establishment cultivator actually has the cheek to fight against a Qi refinement warrior. Some people truly know no shame." When Xian's expression turned ugly, if Su Zimo had admitted defeat, he wouldn't have forced the fight to continue. When Feng Haoyu heard the disheveled old man's words, his cheeks burned with shame as well. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and asked, "Master, it's already embarrassing enough for foundation establishment cultivators to pick a fight against Qi refinement warriors. But wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if they lose?" The disheveled old man froze for a moment and paused in his tracks. He did not understand what Su Zimo meant. Su Zimo clenched his fists. His eyes shone brightly as he declared loud and clear, "Feng Haoyu, let me tell you, even at foundation establishment, you can't beat me." Such arrogant words. Prepare to die. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through Feng Haoyu's eyes. Conjuring a sword art in both hands, he hollered as his flying sword suddenly burst forth, leaving shadows in its wake. The sword qi was like ice that sent shivers down one's spine. "Ah!" A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. That strike was way too fast. Everyone had merely felt a flash before their eyes, and the flying sword had already pierced right in front of Suzimo. But the next moment, everyone's exclamations stopped. The disciples of the Five Peaks discovered in shock that out of nowhere, Suzimo had disappeared from where he was too. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the spirit arena. A footprint appeared where Suzimo was originally standing, shattering the surrounding stone slabs and leaving a spiderweb-like crack. Everyone focused their attention. In midair, a green shadow burst towards Feng Haoyu with lightning speed. A crisp sound rang out as the flying sword crossed with that shadow. If the sword had pierced Suzimo, it would definitely flash with a bloody glow. However, there were no traces of blood on the spirit arena. He had dodged it. Suzimo had actually managed to dodge an attack of a Foundation establishment cultivator using the sect's secret skill. But what was that crisp sound earlier on? The disciples of the Five Peaks below were unable to see clearly because the flying sword was too fast and Suzimo's intercrossing with it merely lasted a split second. However, the Five Peak Masters saw everything clearly. The moment Feng Haoyu struck with his sword, Suzimo left his original position and charged towards the incoming sword. Right as the sword was about to stab him, Suzimo suddenly made an extremely strange dodge in midair and barely avoided the flying sword. It was a mere centimeter gap. As for the crisp sound, it was because the flying sword had struck Suzimo's sect badge on his waist. In the spirit arena, no one could understand Feng Haoyu's feelings at the moment. When he saw Suzimo charging at him, Feng Haoyu felt that he was not facing a human, but a savage and brutal demon. He could clearly see a red glint in the depths of Suzimo's eyes. Thick, dense veins also popped up on Suzimo's face. It was a shocking and horrifying sight. Ah! Losing his composure, Feng Haoyu subconsciously summoned his silver shield to block in front of him. When Suzimo arrived before Feng Haoyu, he took a last step and landed with a loud thud, causing the entire spirit arena to shake. Splash! Suzimo's blood rumbled and a shocking sound of waves could be heard by all the cultivators present. Swoosh! Suzimo raised his arm in midair. The clothes on his arm were all tattered and torn into pieces. What appeared before everyone was a muscular arm as thick as a python with green veins popping out and intertwining with the flesh. It was as though water was gushing forth with an explosive amount of power. When his fist was thrown out, his flesh expanded once more, and it looked like a gigantic stamp was falling to the ground with a shocking aura. At that moment, everyone had an illusion. Even though Feng Haoyu was a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was insignificant as an ant against Suzimo's fist. Bam! The fist met with the silver shield and let out a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. The disciples felt their hearts pounding alongside the explosion as they could not help but gulp. Crack! 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 A strange sound rang out. First, a gigantic crack appeared on the silver shield in Feng Haoyu's hands. It then slowly spread out and covered the entire shield. Shattered! An inferior-grade spirit weapon was shattered by Suzimo with his bare hands. The crowd was dead silent. Everyone watched this horrifying scene with widened eyes and even forgot to breathe. Falling far away from the spirit arena, Feng Haoyu rolled a couple of times on the ground and coughed out blood. Closing his eyes, his face was pale and it was unknown if he was alive or dead. Things had ended just like that. Everything had changed so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. This was initially Feng Haoyu's victory after he had advanced to Foundation establishment realm. However, the tides were suddenly turned as he was sent flying out of the spirit arena with just a punch from Suzimo. Everyone's first reaction was that Suzimo had cultivated some extremely powerful body tempering technique. However, why did that tempering technique seem like it was some demonic technique? By now, the blood on Suzimo's face had faded away gradually. However, all the cultivators had witnessed the scene just now. In the spirit arena, Suzimo lowered his head and calmed his blood repeatedly. Even though he had deliberately suppressed himself for that strike, the new blood cultivated from the marrow cleansing section had already been swapped into his marrows, and it was difficult to distinguish or even control it properly. Thankfully, Su Zimo did not let out any obvious signs of demonification. Even then, that scene attracted the attention of the 5 Peak Masters. At that moment, all 5 Peak Masters stood up with a solemn expression as they glared at Su Zimo with suspicion and scrutiny. Suddenly, on the other end of the spirit arena, a bright, bedazzling light burst forth and diverted everyone's attention. The light came from the 10 formation stele. Suddenly, a change happened on the first row of the 10 formation stele. In place of the blank space, a name appeared, Su Zimo. Su Zimo, cleared level 10, 7 days 18 hours. That row of words caused an uproar. Su Zimo? Why is it Su Zimo? This doesn't make any sense? Is something wrong with the 10 formation stele? Su Zimo was the mysterious challenger? Disciples of the 5 Peaks were so shocked that they couldn't speak properly. Suddenly, a disciple yelled, "Guys, look! That's Su Zimo's sect badge." Everyone looked down. At the feet of the 10 formation stele was an inferior grade flying sword and a sect badge. That flying sword belonged to Feng Haoyu. As for the sect badge, it was Su Zimo's. "I've got it!" Someone suddenly shouted. When senior brother Feng and junior brother Su exchanged blows earlier on, senior brother Feng's flying sword knocked junior brother Su's sect badge off, and it struck the 10 formation stele by coincidence. At that, everyone finally understood. But then, everyone was shocked by an even more unacceptable fact. Su Zimo was the mysterious challenger. That meant that he should have been the number 1 of Array Peak this year. Since Spirit Peak's master had previously forbidden Su Zimo from entering Spirit Peak, he was unable to take part in the face-off. However, Su Zimo had defeated the number 1 of Spirit Peak today. That was akin to him being this year's number 1 of Spirit Peak. Coupled with Elixir and Weapon Peaks, Su Zimo had achieved the unprecedented number 1 of 4 peaks. The way everyone looked at Su Zimo gradually changed. They could no longer use the term genius for someone like that. He was a monster. Little Fatty was completely stumped. He could not help but recall Su Zimo once mentioning casually in his cave abode that it was nothing to clear the formations. Back then, he was displeased and even told Su Zimo earnestly to be humble and to keep a low profile. "Bro, this is being way too humble," Little Fatty cried. However, he knew that this was not Su Zimo's fault. Su Zimo had mentioned that he was the mysterious challenger as well. However, Little Fatty was the one who did not believe him, thinking that it was a casual remark. Zhong, one of Array Peak, chuckled bitterly and murmured to himself, "I've made countless guesses as to who you are. Yet, I would have never imagined that you were a disciple of another peak. Someone who had joined the sect for less than a year to boot." Sigh. A strange glint appeared in Lang Ro's eyes as she could not help but wonder internally, given more time, would you take away my position as number 1 of Talisman Peak 2? The many disciples aside, even the 4 Peak Masters were stunned. Because Xianxia already knew about it, he was not taken aback. However, the other 4 Peak Masters were filled with disbelief. When Xian looked towards Xianxia apologetically. At first, he misunderstood that Xianxia had broken the sect rules by imparting the hexagonal sword formation to Su Zimo without permission. Now, when Xian finally understood that Xianxia had done it because Su Zimo had earned the right to learn it. Suddenly, when Xian recalled something even more important, with a swift motion, he appeared beside Feng Haoyu and checked the latter before heaving a sigh of relief. Feng Haoyu had merely fainted over and his life was not in danger. When Xian dug out an elixir from his storage bag and popped it into Feng Haoyu's mouth, he then raised his head and looked at Su Zimo in the spirit arena with burning eyes. Right now, Su Zimo had already calmed his blood and returned to normal. Even though the 5 Peak Masters said nothing, they required an explanation from Su Zimo. Otherwise, even if he was the number 1 of 4 peaks and an unprecedented monstrous genius, they would absolutely not retain him. Regarding Su Zimo's matter, the 5 Peak Masters had a tacit understanding. He had cultivated some sort of body-tempering technique, and it was an extremely terrifying one, such that he had the power to defeat an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. But of course, it could not be denied that Feng Haoyu's foundation was unstable, since he had just advanced to Foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, he was unprepared. Even though Su Zimo had won this fight, all 5 peak masters felt that the outcome would be indeterminate if they were to fight again. Firstly, it was worth suspecting the origins of this body tempering technique. Something so terrifying could very likely be a secret of some sect out there, similar to Ethereal Sword. If that was the case, they would have to think about Su Zimo's background and identity. Could he be sent by other sects to hide in Ethereal Peak? Did he have some ulterior motive for joining Ethereal Peak? That was something intolerable for any sect. If they were to discover a spy, a light punishment would be to maim him of his cultivation or kick him out of the sect. Even a heavy punishment of killing him outright was considered to be normal. Secondly, that body tempering technique did not seem as though it was from the orthodox path. Instead, it seemed like a demonic technique. If that was the case, and it was proven that Su Zimo was someone of the demonic path, all the more he shouldn't be kept. Despite admiring his talents, all 5 peak masters would have him killed on the spot. Something as such was non-negotiable. The path of immortals and demons was different to begin with and couldn't coexist. There was no way they would let someone of the demonic path stay in the sect to plot against them. They then recalled all the various abnormalities about Su Zimo since he had joined the sect. The explosion of the spirit testing gate. He ascended the peak against Little Crane's obstruction. He slashed at Xianxia after clearing the 8 Distresses formation. He managed to cultivate a level 3 spirit fire right after joining the sect. Su Zimo, do you have anything to say for yourself? The cold lady asked frostily. A look of pity flashed through Xianxia's eyes. He had initially thought that Su Zimo could become the sect's second sword formation master. However, he would not permit it if that sword formation master was someone on the demonic path. Killing demons was the duty of orthodox cultivators. Since Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 main sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, this was naturally something non-negotiable. Furthermore, the talent displayed by Su Zimo was way too extraordinary. If he was truly someone of the demonic path, he must not be kept alive. He would definitely grow up to be a powerhouse of the demonic path and would turn into a great nemesis of all orthodox sects. Su Zimo did not know how he should explain things. However, through the gazes of the 5 peak masters, he understood that he could be met with a gigantic predicament he could not get through this. A calamity of life and death. Right as Su Zimo was about to speak, a loud and clear sound of a crane could be heard from the clouds above the heavens. Swoosh! The winds howled as a gigantic pair of wings covered half the skies, shrouding them with a large shadow. Everyone subconsciously looked up. A humongous crane descended from the skies. Flapping its wings, sand was blown everywhere. The clothes of many disciples fluttered in the wind. Some disciples even lost their footing against the strong wind and swayed. The mystical guardian beast had suddenly appeared. No one had expected that a match between 2 Qi refinement warriors would trigger such an immense existence in the sect. In the eyes of many disciples, the crane was the most mysterious existence in the sect. Rarely seen, it was said that the crane was even older than the sect itself. However, one thing was certain: the strength and status of the crane surpassed even the 5 peak masters. Greetings, senior. Instantly, the 5 peak masters bowed respectfully at the arrival of the crane. Hovering in midair, the crane did not move and swept its gaze across the crowd, finally fixing it on Su Zimo. Suddenly, it spoke in human language. Weapon peak disciple, Su Zimo, has resulted in Qi deviation from his training. He shall be punished to an indefinite seclusion in Thunderclap Valley to reflect on himself. Everyone was stunned. The 5 peak masters were equally stumped. What surprised the 5 peak masters was that from the tone of the crane, it seemed as though it had no doubts about Su Zimo's background and was merely punishing him to reflect on himself in Thunderclap Valley. In other words, the crane was implying that Su Zimo had not cultivated demonic techniques. He had merely made a mistake in his path of cultivation, resulting in a Qi deviation. However, the contradiction was that if Su Zimo's background and cultivation techniques were normal, there was no need to punish him at all, let alone send him to Thunderclap Valley to reflect on himself. If there was nothing wrong, why should he reflect on himself? If it was a mere Qi deviation, All he had to do was to cultivate in seclusion within his cave abode with extra caution so that he could stabilize his foundation. Upon hearing the words Thunderclap Valley, the 5 peak masters exchanged strange glances. They simultaneously thought of someone. Trial disciples of the sect were no stranger to the Thunderclap Valley as well. Thunderclap Valley was a place between Ethereal Peak and the back mountains. The strange topography formed a mysterious valley where reverberating thunderclaps could be heard rumbling through the year. It wasn't a large place and it was barren. Every rainy day, it would even bring forth countless thunderbolts. Due to the thin presence of spirit chi alongside the endless thunderclaps, it was impossible for one to cultivate within. Being sent to Thunderclap Valley was a punishment akin to being kicked out of the sect. Suddenly, Little Fatty recalled something and mumbled to himself, "It's over. It's over. I already told Bro that he should release Little Crane. This is bad. This big crane must be making use of this opportunity to punish Bro." Naturally, Little Fatty knew that Little Crane was trapped in front of Su Zimo's cave abode. Some disciples also recalled that Su Zimo had once bullied Little Crane before he entered the sect. Now that the sect's guardian had descended personally, they could not help but relate both matters. That Su Zimo sure is unlucky. He had just gotten first place of 4 peaks. Before he can do anything, he's already being thrown to Thunderclap Valley. Some disciples in the crowd laughed. It should be fine. He'll still be equally powerful when he returns. Humph. Didn't you pay attention to the main point of Senior Crane? That person continued. Senior Crane mentioned an indefinite amount of time for him to reflect on himself. That means that Su Zimo will not be able to leave without Senior Crane's permission. It can't be that ruthless, right? Another disciple jumped in fright. That person shrugged and said, even if that's not the case, he won't be able to cultivate within. If it locks him for a good 10 years, we'll all be Foundation Establishment cultivators and inner sect disciples by the time he comes out. Even if he's the number 1 of 4 peaks, so what? He'll still be just a level 9 chi refinement warrior. Many disciples could not help but feel secretly alarmed when they heard that. Su Zimo remained silent in the spirit arena. In truth, he knew very well that the crane was not sending him to Thunderclap Valley as a punishment. If it wanted to punish him, it could have done so long ago and without any reason in fact. Why wait till now? Besides, Su Zimo had a vague feeling. The crane was doing this to save him. If it had not appeared, he would either be maimed of his cultivation, kicked out of the sect, or killed on the spot. However, there was something that puzzled Su Zimo as well. If the crane merely wanted to save him, why send him to Thunderclap Valley? Why was it doing this? Even though the 5 peak masters were perplexed, none of them dared question a decision the mystical guardian beast had descended personally to make. The crane soared into the skies, causing strong winds to howl as it flapped its wings. No one saw what it did, but Su Zimo's body was lifted off the ground uncontrollably, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. After the crane left, the 5 peak masters exchanged glances and rushed to Ethereal Peak. They had to inform the sect master about it given the strange circumstances of the incident. Even after the 5 peak masters left, all the disciples remained where they were and started discussing. Senior Crane is incredible. To think that it comprehends human language and can even speak it. I heard that once demons reach a certain realm, they're able to speak like humans. That's not all. It's said that some powerful demons can even take on human form, looking entirely identical on the surface. For many disciples who had joined the sect for a couple of years now, this was their first time seeing the true appearance of the mystical guardian beast, and they were filled with curiosity. Senior Brother Feng really suffered a huge blow this time. He had boasted that he wanted to obtain number 1 of 3 peaks. In the end, he only managed to get number 1 of Spirit Peak. Number 1 of Spirit Peak? But he still lost to Junior Brother Su. It's not just Senior Brother Feng. I think this is a huge blow for the entire Spirit Peak. That's right. Back then, the Peak Master even forbade Junior Brother Su from stepping foot into Spirit Peak. Little did he expect that Junior Brother Su would take down his number 1. Number 1 of 4 peaks. Who would have guessed that the mysterious challenger was junior brother Su? Sai. Ethereal Main Peak, Ethereal Palace. The 5 peak masters arrived at the same time. Seated at the top of the palace, Sect Master Ling Yun looked as though he was resting with his eyes closed. When Xian cupped his fists, Sect Master Su Zimo and Feng Haoyu fought on Array Peak's Spirit Arena today. In the end, I know. Before when Xian could even finish, Sect Master Ling Yun interrupted him. Ling Yun opened his eyes. They were like stars, deep and mysterious. He spoke in a low voice. The crane has its plan regarding this matter. Sect Master Su Zimo's body tempering technique is not simple. Among the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, Southern Mountain sect is the strongest in body tempering. Since Su Zimo is not cultivating in the demonic path, could he be cultivating a secret skill of Southern Mountain sect? The brown-haired youth asked out of worry. I don't know either. Sect Master Ling Yun shook his head. The 5 peak masters were speechless. When Xian frowned, Sect Master Senior Crane is a demon at the end of the day. Ling Yun's expression changed and his gaze suddenly turned extremely sharp. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, When Xian, what are you trying to imply? A suppressive aura surged forth from him as when Xian's face turned pale, and he no longer dared to continue. The tension within Ethereal Palace turned extremely oppressive and cold all of a sudden. After a moment, Xianyi spoke, Sect Master, when Xian meant no harm, it was just that Su Zimo's behavior reminded us of that person back then. If Su Zimo is just like him, we'll have to keep an eye on him from now on. There's no need to worry. Leave this matter to the crane. After pausing for a moment, Ling Yun continued, Even though the crane is a demon, it conquered through the cultivation world with our founder master and established Ethereal Peak. You should not doubt it. Moreover, do you think that Ethereal Peak can become one of the great Zhou dynasty's 5 major sects if not for the crane guarding over us? When they heard that, the 5 peak masters shuddered. They had long known that the crane held a special status in the sect. However, humans and demons were completely different beings and had different goals as well. The concept of coexistence was one that wasn't common. However, the 5 of them had not expected that the crane actually held such importance for the sect. You can leave. Ling Yun waved his hand. After the 5 peak masters left, Ling Yun's face revealed a hint of exhaustion. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of slight worry. Enveloped by an invisible energy, Su Zimo was sent to a valley before long. After stepping on the ground, Su Zimo looked over. He was surrounded by mountains and barren land. Bang! Boom! Boom! Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of muffled thunder reverberated in the valley deafeningly. Su Zimo frowned. The spirit chi in this valley was extremely thin. Coupled with the disruption of the thunder, it was almost impossible to cultivate. If he stayed here, every day would truly feel like an entire year. After placing Su Zimo on the ground, the crane circled in midair and suddenly fell. By the time it landed on the ground, it had transformed into a beautiful woman. Her red hair was coiled up, looking graceful and noble. Su Zimo was stunned on the spot. The red-headed beauty before him was no different from a real human. If he had not known beforehand, Su Zimo would not have imagined that it was a crane before him. With a single wave of her hand, the red-headed beauty formed a barrier around them that isolated the sound of thunder outside. Do you know why I brought you here? She looked at Su Zimo with a gentle gaze. I don't. Su Zimo shook his head. The red-headed beauty's following words made Su Zimo pale in shock and panic. The demon technique that you're cultivating is very powerful, the red-headed beauty said shockingly. Su Zimo's expression changed and his heart thumped furiously. Instinctively, he lowered his head to try and conceal the shock in his eyes. What did Senior Crane mean by that? Is it testing me or has it discovered something? Many thoughts ran through Su Zimo's mind as he stood rooted on the spot. If I was testing you, your reaction would be all the answer I need. The red-headed beauty laughed. Don't worry. I naturally didn't want to expose your secret since I brought you here. Su Zimo asked, when did you discover it, senior? Half a year ago, you knocked out a spirit peak disciple with a single push. Even though it was momentary, you let out the blood aura of a demon. While others may not notice it, a demon like me is naturally extremely familiar with that aura, the red-headed beauty explained. After pausing for a moment, she continued, you are still human now, but with the passage of time, you will completely turn into a demon once your blood is completely swapped with the newly generated demon blood. By then, you will lose all traces of your humanity. Su Zimo remained silent. This was something he had realized as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped cultivating the marrow cleansing section in the past half a year. No matter what, Su Zimo was still human. Even if he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he did not wish to transform into a demon. As though she could read his mind, the red-headed beauty said once more, even if you stop cultivating that demon technique, your body is already infused with demon blood. If you aren't careful, you will be exposed. I'm sure I don't need to explain what would happen if you get exposed. Su Zimo nodded. If they knew that he was a demon, the sect would either kill him or force him into a blood oath to become someone's spirit beast. Even if he escaped from the sect, Su Zimo would have a hard time advancing in the cultivation world. All cultivators out there only deployed those two methods towards demons. I can help you hide it this time round. But what about the next time? The red-headed beauty's question suddenly gave rise to a doubt within Su Zimo. He asked, Senior, why do all cultivators possess such a deep hatred towards demons as though there's no room for negotiation? When she heard that, the red-headed beauty froze for a moment. Her eyes revealed a reminiscent look as she sighed. The grudges between the two races have been going on for a long time. It can be traced back to the primordial era. Primordial era? That was the first time Su Zimo had heard that word, and he could not help but look confused. Primordial era. Those words exuded a desolate and tragic aura, filled with the vicissitudes of time. The red-headed beauty seemed to be filled with emotions as she murmured. That was a magnificent era, ancient in the past. Many lives were born during that period and all races flourished with the humans among them. However, that era was a tragic period to the humans. For some reason, Su Zimo felt his chest getting stuffy, as though he was being suffocated by an invisible aura. He could merely feel the pressure just by hearing the crane talk about that period of time. It was hard to imagine how things would be like if he was born in that era faced with those circumstances. Sensing Su Zimo's abnormality, the red-headed beauty came back to her senses and shook her head. Let's not talk about it anymore. All you have to know is that after the primordial era, Tianhuang mainland went through the ancient era before coming to this point of time. The feud between the two races had spanned through two eras, and it is a hatred deeply ingrained in the blood of their descendants. It's impossible to resolve it. Su Zimo nodded. With a thought, he asked, Senior, did you bring me here because you have a method of removing the hidden ailment within my body? I do have one, but I don't know if it will work. The red-headed beauty continued. A genius once appeared in the sect. His talent was similar to yours, and he was regarded as the future hope of the sect. However, he eventually betrayed the sect and fell into the demonic path, never returning since. Was he also a fiend cultivator? Su Zimo asked in surprise. No, the red-headed beauty shook her head. He had an eccentric personality and was extreme in his methods. After he showed signs of entering the demonic path, the sect realized it and locked him here in seclusion to reflect on himself. True enough, with the thunderclaps here, he managed to cleanse the demonic chi from his body. Su Zimo asked, What you mean to say is that I'm able to remove the demonic chi in blood through the help of thunder? The red-headed beauty nodded. Pausing for a moment, she continued, However, the demonic technique you're cultivating is extremely powerful. I don't know if this idea will work. But how do I make use of the thunder? I don't understand at all. Su Zimo looked confused. I don't know about that either. Su Zimo was speechless. Could he cleanse the demonic chi in his body just by sitting here and listening to the rumbling thunder? The red-headed beauty said once more, thunder is one of the most ferocious types of energy and is extremely useful in suppressing demons. Beasts are innately afraid of fire while demons are innately afraid of thunder. Of all the powers, thunder reigns supreme. Su Zimo roughly understood. The crane meant that he might be able to get rid of the hidden ailment in his body with the help of the power of thunder. It was only a direction she was providing for him to work on. As to how to resolve it, she did not know entirely either. Right then, Su Zimo's heart stirred. He remembered something. After the weapon peak face-off, he had obtained the mystic gold silk armor from the disheveled old man. He found out that the owner of the mystic gold silk armor was once a horrifyingly powerful being in the sect back then and was invincible across the Foundation establishment and Golden Core realms. However, the disheveled old man was unwilling to reveal more about that man, as though he had some reservations. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, "Senior, the genius that you mentioned, was he wearing a mystic gold silk armor back then which was a connate spirit weapon?" A look of surprise flickered through the red-headed beauty's eyes as she asked, "You actually know about this?" Bingo! The powerful being mentioned by the disheveled old man was the same genius the crane was referring to. "Senior, can you share with me about this person's past?" Su Zimo suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity towards this person. "It's actually nothing much." The red-headed beauty chuckled. "Ever since the sect set up the 8 Distresses formation, you were the second person to endure through it." "He was the first." Su Zimo nodded. He had heard the disheveled old man mention this previously. "Do you know how he managed to endure through it?" The red-headed beauty asked. "I don't know. The 8 Distresses formation is an illusion formation. In it, you will encounter countless people, many of whom will be your dearest kin. You will also experience life, death, illness, the 8 distresses of life. And that person?" At that point, the red-headed beauty paused for a moment before continuing. "He killed everyone he encountered within the illusion formation." "Ah!" Su Zimo was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Those who are trapped in the 8 Distresses formation will not realize that they were in an illusion formation because everything they encounter would be too real. However, that person killed everyone in the illusion formation. How terrifying was that? Could it be that he has already discovered that he was in an illusion formation? Su Zimo asked. "I'm not sure." The red-headed beauty shook her head. However, he had not started on chi condensation at that time, so he should not have realized it. "Forget it. These are all history of the sect. Just listen with a pinch of salt." The red-headed beauty said, "I vaguely guessed that you intend to cultivate both the immortality and demonic path in the future. However, that is a path no one had taken before and the future is unknown. The hidden ailment in your blood right now is only one of many. As you raise your cultivation realm, you will encounter even more trouble in the future." Su Zimo was also aware of this. Right now, it was the wisest choice to stop cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. However, that cultivation technique held a special meaning to him. It was this technique that had changed Su Zimo's life. In fact, it even changed the fates of many people around him as well. Most importantly, Dai Yu had imparted it to him. At the thought of Dai Yu, Su Zimo could not help but compare her with the red-headed beauty before him. Dai Yu should be a demon as well. Even though both of them could take on human form, Su Zimo did not know whose cultivation was higher. "Senior, if a person is born without a spirit root, are you able to help them plant one?" Su Zimo took a different approach instead of asking directly. After all, he did not know what cultivation realm Dai Yu and Senior Crane before him was at. "Plant spirit root?" The red-headed beauty smiled. "It's not just me. I don't think anyone in the entire Tianhuang mainland can do such a thing. Spirit root is something you are born with. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Being able to plant a spirit root into someone artificially is equivalent to changing that person's fate against the heavens. Who in the world can change anyone's fate?" The red-headed beauty chuckled again. "Perhaps even perfected immortals can't do that." Su Zimo did not know what a perfected immortal was. However, he understood one thing: Dai Yu was stronger than Senior Crane. Much, much stronger. He pondered for a while before asking again, Senior, if I'm unable to cleanse the demonic chi within me using the thunder of this place, does that mean I'll have to stay here forever? After all, she had only provided him with a direction. Su Zimo had to figure out how to get rid of that hidden ailment himself. 1 year. I'll give you 1 year, the red-headed beauty said. If you can't do it within a year, we can only think of another way. Su Zimo nodded. Don't be discouraged. That person back then did it, and your endowment is not inferior to him. Perhaps you can do it too, consoled the red-headed beauty before she left. Losing the barrier around him, the rumbling thunder resounded within Su Zimo's ears in a shocking manner. Once more the area of the valley was not large. Looking around, Su Zimo could not find any place to stay. He then assumed a lotus position and listened to the rumbling of the thunder in the valley, trying his best to discover the secret within it. Day after day passed. Su Zimo sat within the thunderclap valley without his cultivation growing at all. The demonic chi within his blood was still there and did not show signs of subsiding. During this period of time, the spirit tiger and little crane would sneak over to visit him and bring him food. Normally, disciples were not allowed to visit someone who was locked in seclusion in Thunderclap Valley. However, little crane's status was special. Furthermore, the spirit tiger and it were not exactly considered as sect disciples. Even though little crane was trapped by Su Zimo in a formation previously, it had gained quite a bit of benefits from the elixirs. In addition, seeing how pitiful Su Zimo was caused its attitude towards him to change entirely. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Within Thunderclap Valley, Su Zimo opened his eyes and sighed gently. He still had no clue. If he were to carry on like this, he wouldn't be able to come up with anything even in 10 years, let alone a single year. Seems like that powerful being in the past is much stronger than I am. Su Zimo laughed in a self-deprecating manner. At the thought of that person, Su Zimo took out the mystic gold silk armor from his storage bag. Because there was no one else in Thunderclap Valley, he was not afraid of being seen. Standing up, he channeled the power of blood and instantly, his veins popped up as his flesh and body expanded. Su Zimo could clearly sense the powerful energy cruising through his blood that seemed as though it could destroy the entire world. It was also that same energy that allowed him to defeat Feng Haoyu, who was in Foundation Establishment realm. Heaving a deep breath of air, Su Zimo exerted strength in both hands and lifted the mystic gold silk armor, sizing it up and down. Ever since he had obtained that damaged Khanate spirit weapon, this was the first time he was observing it so carefully. The mystic gold silk armor was very thin and extremely soft to the touch. It was hard to imagine that an inner armor so thin could actually weigh 5 tons. Just as Su Zimo was sizing up the mystic gold silk armor, 2 pages of paper dropped out from within and floated to the ground. Su Zimo remarked softly as he glanced sideways. Putting down the mystic gold silk armor, he picked up the 2 pieces of paper. Both pieces of paper looked a little old and exuded an ancient aura. One of the pages was tattered. It was obvious that someone tore away the bottom portion. On the first page was a single sentence while the second page was scribbled with writings. Su Zimo took a look at the first page. This is a technique I obtained in an ancient ruin, the Void Thunder Manual. Even though it's incomplete, it has the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra along with a couple of some other thunder arts that are rather powerful. I will leave it here for any fated individuals. When Su Zimo saw that sentence, he understood. If he was not wrong, the torn second page should be a record of this Void Thunder Manual. These 2 pages of paper were left behind by that powerful being of the sect. With a complicated expression on his face, Su Zimo felt a mix of emotions. For all these years, the mystic gold silk armor had been kept in the spirit weapon chamber and almost entirely covered in dust. If not for someone like him who joined the sect after starting on the path of demonic cultivation, no one else would have laid their hands on this armor, let alone discover its secret within. Every single chi refinement warrior who visited the spirit weapon chamber would select a spirit weapon useful for themselves. Who would choose the mystic gold silk armor? No chi refinement warriors would be able to make use of it. Even for golden cores who had cultivated body tempering techniques, They wouldn't be interested in a broken Khanate spirit weapon as such given their strong bodies. However, Su Zimo was able to refine his own inferior-grade spirit weapons, and as such, he was not interested in anything else in the spirit weapon chamber. That was the reason why he took such an odd equipment. It was a complete coincidence left to chance. The last two words of the sentence, fated individual, did seem rather appropriate at this moment. Su Zimo smiled. This powerful being indeed had a rather weird temperament. Even though he betrayed the sect, he chose to leave this technique behind using such an indirect method. In reality, Su Zimo had only just stepped foot into the cultivation world, and the only technique he had learned was the Qi condensation manual. He hadn't even been in contact with any spirit arts, so how could he possibly comprehend anything just through the sound of thunder? It was the same for this powerful being of the sect back then as well. If he did not have this void thunder manual, he would not have been able to cleanse the demonic Qi within him while he was trapped in Thunderclap Valley. Just as Su Zimo was deep in thought, the first page in his palm crumbled into dust and dissipated into the air. Too much time had passed and the piece of paper had already been corroded by time, turning to dust under the rumbling of the thunderbolts. Logically speaking, the second piece of paper was even older. However, nothing happened to it at all. Su Zimo rubbed the paper carefully and discovered that it was made with a unique material. Despite being rough, it was flexible. While so many years have passed, the writing on it was still clearly visible. Looking at the bottom part of the paper which was torn, a thought suddenly struck Su Zimo as he exerted strength in both hands and pulled the paper. It did not budge an inch at all. Right now, Su Zimo was in a demonic state and his strength was enough to even break a pseudo-spirit weapon apart. However, the paper was completely intact. Ancient ruin suddenly. He recalled this point that the powerful being made in his message and fell into deep thought. Through Senior Crane, Su Zimo knew that Tianhuang mainland had been through two eras, primordial and ancient. Since it was an ancient ruin, this Void Thunder manual was very likely a technique left behind from the ancient era. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In the ancient era, the paper alone that contained this Void Thunder manual was already extraordinary. If so, this technique must be incredible as well. He started looking at the page of paper. The first line of words, Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra. When he saw those 4 words, Su Zimo nodded. What he was cultivating right now was the marrow cleansing section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. This page detailed another marrow cleansing sutra as well. The combination of these 2 sutras could very likely resolve the hidden ailment within his body. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Zimo began cultivating the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra in the midst of the rumbling thunder. A few days later, within Thunderclap Valley, a green-robed scholar sat on the ground. Every single breath he took gave off an odd series of sounds. Huff! Boom! If someone were to stand beside the green-robed scholar, they would be able to clearly hear the shocking sound of tigers and leopards through every single breath he took. Amidst the sound of tigers and leopards, there was a rumbling thunder sound as well, treacherous and intense. The 2 completely different sounds shook at his bone marrow continuously, generating new blood that caused his blood to churn and flow rapidly. Cultivating the Void Thunder manual was easier than Su Zimo had imagined. If the marrow cleansing section of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness or the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra of the Void Thunder manual. The underlying concept was to make use of the sounds to vibrate the bone marrow such that the effect of cleansing and swapping new blood could be achieved. With the foundation of the marrow cleansing section coupled with the torn page of the sutra, Su Zimo was able to comprehend the profoundness before long. For anyone else, being in a strange place like Thunderclap Valley was something that would be extremely miserable. However, it rendered a godlike assistance for someone like Su Zimo who was cultivating the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra. As time passed by, Su Zimo infused the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra into the marrow cleansing section and created a unique breathing and expiration technique of his own, tiger leopard thunder sound. He could clearly feel the demonic Qi within his body being cleansed away by the sound of thunder. However, the power within his blood was preserved perfectly. Moreover, his power of blood turned even stronger and terrifying with the help of the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra. In just a month, Su Zimo had already achieved lesser mastery with the marrow cleansing section. According to the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, a lesser mastery of the marrow cleansing section enables the user to kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with ease. In fact, they can even stand against mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. However, Su Zimo's circumstances were different. Since the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra enhanced his power of blood with an additional ferocious, thunderous power, he could even hold his own against late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. But of course, that was in terms of pure brute force. Strength was only one of the factors in a fight between cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had spent 3 months in Thunderclap Valley. To his delight, most of the demonic chi within his blood had been cleansed in this period of time. The new blood generated by cultivating the tiger-leopard thunder sound would contain demonic chi. However, it would be cleansed away by the thunder sounds at the same time. From now on, Su Zimo could not only continue to cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he could even activate his power of blood without any additional considerations. This was going to be his greatest trump card. From this day forth, Su Zimo wore the mystic gold silk armor under his green robes and underwent arduous cultivation in Thunderclap Valley bearing the heavy load. Initially, he was not used to it. Wearing the mystic gold silk armor was akin to carrying a mountain on his back. It was extremely difficult to move or dodge, much less cultivate the multiple killing techniques of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. However, as time went by, his power of blood became stronger and Su Zimo gradually adapted to things. All of his motions soon looked identical to how he normally was. Even if anyone saw him again, they would not notice that he was actually wearing an inner armor that weighed 5 tons. An intense cultivation as such had clear effects on the tempering of his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones. His body tempering, tendons transformation, bone strengthening, and marrow cleansing sections all made progress at the same time. But of course, that was not the only surprise the ancient technique of the Void Thunder manual brought for Su Zimo. On the torn page, there were also a few other thunder arts. Initially, Su Zimo paid no attention to them. After all, thunder arts were a type of spirit art. Because he had not reached foundation establishment realm yet, his spirit chi had not transformed into spirit energy. As such, even if he learned them, he would not be able to unleash their potential. However, after cultivating the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra, Su Zimo realized that there was a power of thunder within his blood. Hidden deep within his blood, that power did not belong to the scope of spirit energy. However, by making use of that power of thunder, Su Zimo was able to cultivate the thunder arts on the torn page as well as unleash them. This meant that Su Zimo was not able to unleash spirit arts that only foundation establishment cultivators could use even as a chi refinement warrior. Furthermore, they were thunder arts, the most powerful type of spirit arts. Since he did not have a thunder spirit root, Su Zimo was not as sensitive towards lightning and it was difficult for him to cultivate in that direction as well. However, since he was in Thunderclap Valley, Su Zimo received the first thunder in spring. In the skies, a bolt of lightning flashed and coiled like a snake. It seemed to tear through the sky as it plummeted, bringing with it an aura of destruction. In order to better understand the power of thunder, Su Zimo decided to try and draw lightning into his body. This was an extremely dangerous act. Each time, Su Zimo's body was charred black from the electricity. His skin was split open and his body was covered in wounds. Even though he was wearing the mystic gold silk armor, he could not withstand it at all. Fortunately, Su Zimo's healing powers were astonishing after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He only needed a few days of rest to return to normal. Within this valley, Su Zimo suffered unimaginable torture and pain. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to take revenge for Zhue Feng, strong enough to stand tall in front of Shin Mingqi once more, strong enough to pursue in Dai Yu's footsteps. Each time Su Zimo wanted to give him, he would recall what Dai Yu told him. To become one of the greatest, you have to work on the foundation and be willing to take hardship and serve others. The path of cultivation was a heavenly defying act to begin with, not to mention cultivating the immortality and demonic path at the same time. From the moment he started on this path, Su Zimo was destined to suffer more hardships and pains than others. After cultivating the different thunder arts on that torn page, Su Zimo had memorized everything on that page in his mind. At the very end of that torn page, there was mention of a unique thunder art, Thunderclap Kill. Most thunder arts were released by the unleashing of the power of thunder. However, Thunderclap Kill purely made use of the power of the sound of thunder. The power of sound. The power of sound was something that was easily neglected, but it contained unimaginable power. Making use of sound to shake the bones and rejuvenate the marrow was a manifestation of the power of sound. At the end of the day, thunder arts required hand seals and activation of mental cultivation to release. However, the power of sound was an instantaneous power. If used properly in battle, it would produce an unexpected effect. It was a pity that someone had torn away the page, and Su Zimo was unable to learn from the Thunderclap Kill section. However, back in Song Lang Mountain Range, Su Zimo had witnessed a powerful spirit demon kill a spirit beast on the spot by erupting forth an indomitable roar. That memory was still fresh in Su Zimo's mind till this day, and it gave him some inspiration. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had spent half a year in Thunderclap Valley. To the sect disciples, they were certain that Su Zimo would definitely have a difficult time raising his cultivation since he was trapped in Thunderclap Valley. However, no one knew that he had actually undergone a complete transformation here. Even though his cultivation did not rise, his fighting strength had risen by more than twice. This day, a bright sound of a crane that even suppressed the thunderous sound of the valley echoed out. After half a year, the crane had descended in Thunderclap Valley once more. By the time it landed on the ground, it was already transformed into the red-headed beauty. Looking at Su Zimo, she remarked softly in surprise, "You've succeeded?" Su Zimo nodded and bowed. "It's all thanks to you, Senior." Even though she was not the one who gave him the Void Thunder manual, Su Zimo would not have been in this place if not for her help half a year ago, let alone resolve the hidden ailment in his blood through the sound of thunder. "That's right," the red-headed beauty praised. "Let's go. There's no point in staying here anymore." With that, she swept her robes and left Thunderclap Valley, bringing Su Zimo with her. The wind howled in their ears, and in the blink of an eye, both of them arrived in the skies above Weapon Peak. "Go on down. Try to raise your cultivation to foundation establishment as quickly as possible to become an inner sect disciple." The red-headed beauty said, "Even though ethereal sword is no match for your sword formation, the real strength of ethereal sword does not lie in its power, but its unpredictability. First, Feng Haoyu did not manage to unleash the full power of ethereal sword and chose to fight you head-on. Second, he had only managed to cultivate level 1 of ethereal sword, Shadows." Su Zimo nodded. For it to be one of the sect's 3 major secret skills and even the foundation of one of the 5 major sects, there was no way it would be an ordinary skill. Pondering silently for a while, the red-headed beauty continued. "After becoming an inner sect disciple, you must not slack off. You have to raise your cultivation as quickly as possible and fight for a position as a legacy disciple so that you have the rights to learn our sect's secret skills. Other than ethereal sword, the other 2 secret skills are extremely important for you as well. In fact, one of them can even raise your melee combat strength by a fair bit." When he heard that, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Melee combat was his trump card. The stronger his trump card was, the more powerful he would be, and his journey through the cultivation world would be safer as well. After a few more reminders, the crane turned to leave as Su Zimo descended slowly upon Weapon Peak. Weapon Peak did not change much after half a year. Around the weapon refinement hall, Su Zimo caught sight of a few familiar faces. Junior brother Su is back." Shui looked at Su Zimo with a bright smile and greeted him while rushing over. Some of the nearby Weapon Peak disciples looked towards Su Zimo as well. After half a year, many of the Weapon Peak disciples had an improvement in their cultivation. Shui was now at the peak of perfected qi condensation and could advance to foundation establishment at any time. Everyone knew that Su Zimo must have suffered quite a bit in the Thunderclap Valley. As such, they did ask him about it and merely chatted with him casually about the changes in the sect. Feng Haoyu did not wallow in despair after his defeat half a year ago. Instead, he was even more focused in his cultivation and completely gave up on supplementary skills such as weapon and elixir refinement. After becoming an inner sect disciple, he reached mid-stage foundation establishment in less than half a year. Within the inner sect, he was also well known and strong. A month ago, right as he entered mid-stage foundation establishment, Feng Haoyu defeated a late-stage foundation establishment senior brother and rose to fame after that fight. Even though he was only at mid-stage foundation establishment, there were rumors in the inner sect that apart from being a legacy disciple, he was already the number one of the inner sect. It would not be long before Feng Haoyu became a true legacy disciple. Even Lung Ro, who also had a variant spirit root, could not match up against his terrifying cultivation speed. But of course, Lung Ro was now an inner sect disciple as well, and as at the peak of early-stage foundation establishment. After chatting a little more with Shui Yi and the rest, Su Zimo left and returned to his cave abode. The spirit tiger and little crane were guarding the place. The moment they caught sight of Su Zimo returning, they were naturally elated. The tiger and crane pondered for a moment. They were going to have more elixirs in the future. The moment Su Zimo sat down, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from the skies outside. Right after descending at the cave abode's entrance, heavy footsteps echoed out. Su Zimo smiled and knew who it was immediately. Waving his robes, the entrance door opened. "Bro, I've missed you so much." Little Fatty ran over and gave Su Zimo a passionate bear hug. "Bro, you're really amazing. Nothing much happened to you despite spending half a year in Thunderclap Valley." Little Fatty laughed. "You aren't bad either. You're already at early-stage foundation establishment." It was easy to check on Little Fatty's cultivation using the spirit-peering art. "Hee hee." Little Fatty chuckled. He saw that Su Zimo was still at level 9 chi condensation and had not made any progress for the past half year. Assuming that he would feel dejected over that fact, Little Fatty comforted Su Zimo. "Bro, don't be discouraged. Given your endowment, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to us." Su Zimo laughed. He had spent quite a lot of inferior-grade spirit stones to break through to level 9 chi condensation. If he wanted to reach perfected chi condensation, he would require even more spirit stones. However, his storage bag was empty now. Without sufficient spirit stones and perfect spirit-gathering elixirs, it was indeed not an easy task to catch up to Little Fatty and company. Sensing that Su Zimo seemed to be troubled, Little Fatty thought for a moment and said suddenly, "Right, bro. Tomorrow, a few of us inner sect disciples are heading out for a sect mission. How about joining us to let off some steam?" "Inner sect mission?" Su Zimo shook his head. "I'm only a trial disciple. How am I qualified to take part in inner sect missions?" Little Fatty waved it off. "Don't worry. There's nothing much for you to tag along, bro. Furthermore," pausing for a moment, Little Fatty continued mysteriously, "this mission is actually rather simple, bro. You can even get some spirit stones just by tagging along." "Oh!" Su Zimo was a little moved. Right now, he was exactly in need of spirit stones. "What sort of a mission is it?" Su Zimo asked. "A disciple out on training discovered a spirit mine outside of Linfeng City, and he's currently mining it. Because the senior brother is alone, he's worried that itinerant cultivators might covet the spirit mine. So, he requested the sect to send some cultivators to assist him and collect the mine spirit stones back to the sect." Little Fatty winked. "I've asked around in the sect. For a mission as such, even if we were to secretly keep some of the mine spirit stones ourselves, the sect would not mind about it." Su Zimo was deep in thought. Thinking that Su Zimo was worried about his safety, Little Fatty laughed. "Bro, don't worry. It's just an inferior-grade spirit mine and the majority of it is inferior-grade spirit stones. Even if there are middle-grade spirit stones, they will be extremely limited. With a foundation establishment cultivator leading the way, there won't be any danger at all. Furthermore, Ethereal Sect is one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty. No itinerant cultivator would have the guts to try and steal a spirit mine from us. Once we arrive at Linfeng City of Qi Country, Even the city lord will have to welcome us with good food and drinks. We'll stay there for a couple of days, and once the mining is complete, we just have to take the spirit stones back to the sect. All right, Su Zimo agreed to it. Raising his brow, little fatty gave a strange smile and said, "Bro, we'll meet at the front peak tomorrow morning. There's even a surprise, he." The next morning, from the main peak of Ethereal Sect, 4 Foundation establishment cultivators rode on their flying swords, speeding towards the front peak. There were 3 men and 1 woman. Among the 4, the woman was the most eye-catching. Her shirt was white as snow, untainted by any form of dust, and her beauty was unparalleled with glistening complexion. The only thing was that she had an extremely cold gaze that seemed impenetrable to all life. That woman was Leng Ro. Of the 3 men, one of them was rotund. He wasn't tall, but he had a chirpy face, smiling at anyone he saw in a kind manner. That was little fatty. One of the other 2 men was Lu Yongrong, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Finally, there was Guan Jin. Even though he was at early-stage Foundation establishment, he was well-versed in talismans and was already a Grade 2 talisman master. Both of them were suitors of Leng Ro. Naturally, they were thick-skinned enough to head to Linfeng City on this trip with her, each hoping to win her heart against the other competitor. Sister Leng Ro, fellow senior brothers, I've also invited a friend along with us. I hope you guys don't mind. Little Fatty chuckled and said while they were on the way. Little Fatty's social relations within the sect was pretty good, and he was quite familiar with everyone. Upon hearing it, Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin merely frowned. Even though they were displeased, they did not say anything. Since Leng Ro had a closer relationship with Little Fatty, she naturally did not object either. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the front peak of the sect. At the front peak, a green-robed man stood, accompanied by a spirit tiger. He was handsome with delicate features and an indifferent expression. Even though it was only sprawled there, the spirit tiger was almost as tall as the green-robed scholar with its massive body. A ferocious glint would flicker from time to time from its half-opened eyes. "Bro, here." When Little Fatty saw the green-robed man, he rushed down and beckoned to the latter. A look of disdain flickered through the eyes of Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin when they saw that the green-robed man was only at level 9 chi condensation. Naturally, there was no way they would lower their status by stooping to greet him. Leng Ro's gaze swept across the place. When she caught sight of the green-robed man, she was stunned for a moment, and a strange glint flickered deeply within her eyes. After not seeing him for half a year, the green-robed man did not seem to have changed much. Even his cultivation was still at level 9 chi condensation. But, for some reason, Leng Ro felt that the man had turned even more mysterious. If it was said that he shone with a bedazzling light half a year ago, right now he was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Leng Ro descended slowly and retracted her flying sword. She came before the green-robed man and nodded. Little Fatty hid behind Leng Ro and winked at the green-robed man lewdly. Even though he did not say anything, he mouthed silently, "Look, that's a surprise, right? Hee hee." The green-robed man smiled and nodded to Leng Ro. "Greetings, Senior Sister Leng." In the 5 peaks, statuses were ranked according to the order of time one joined the sect. However, all trial disciples would greet inner sect disciples as seniors. When Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin saw this in midair, they were shocked and dumbfounded. Leng Ro was known for being cold and aloof in the sect. Neither of them had ever seen her greet a fellow disciple in the sect. Furthermore, this person was only a trial disciple. Initially, Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin had no intention of descending. But now, they both had a tacit understanding and came to the ground at the same time. Who is this trial disciple? Lu Yongrong placed emphasis on the words trial disciple, despite his seemingly casual question. Little Fatty introduced immediately, "This is senior brother Lu Yongrong and senior brother Guan Jin." The green-robed man smiled and waved. "Greetings, senior brothers. I am Su Zimo." Su Zimo. Suddenly, both their expressions changed and their pupils constricted. The air around them suddenly became stale at the mention of Su Zimo's name. A man's name grows like a tree's shadow. While there were still inner sect disciples who had not seen Su Zimo in real life after the Five Peaks face-off, there was nobody who hadn't heard of that name. It was unprecedented for anyone to be number one in 4 peaks. A chi condensation warrior who could defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator despite the gap in realm. Moreover, that Foundation establishment cultivator was none other than the current limelight who was thought to be the number one of the inner sect. After the fight half a year ago, many inner sect disciples gathered on Weapon Peak hoping to catch a glimpse of Su Zimo only to be disappointed. After they heard that he was locked up in Thunderclap Valley for chi deviation, everyone merely laughed it off and stopped caring. All of them knew that one's cultivation could not be raised in Thunderclap Valley. Even if it was an unparalleled genius who was locked there indefinitely, it would spell the end of his path of cultivation. In just half a year, Su Zimo was released? Lu Yongrong and Guanjin were both secretly shocked. Given the talent that Su Zimo was displaying, it was only a matter of time before he caught up to them. Lu Yongrong thought to himself, no wonder junior sister Lung has such a different attitude towards this person. So he is Su Zimo. He doesn't look like anything special. I heard that his body has been tempered to a strong degree, but why does he look just like a frail scholar? Guanjin lamented internally as well, frowning as he sized up Su Zimo. After a moment, Lu Yongrong suddenly said, Junior brother Su, I've heard a lot about you. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. I heard that you were already at level 9 chi condensation half a year ago. Why hasn't your cultivation improved after such a long time? He was clearly pointing out the obvious, and it was full of provocation. Eh? Guanjin exclaimed with curiosity in his eyes. Junior brother Su, I heard that you entered chi deviation in your cultivation. Why were you so careless? Since you were just released from Thunderclap Valley, let me give you a word of advice as your senior. You should go back to cultivate in seclusion lest you make any more mistakes and affect your own future. Su Zimo was a smart man. From the way they looked at Lung Ro, he could vaguely guess what they were thinking. Towards their sarcastic questions, Su Zimo smiled and replied casually, Thank you for the concern, senior brothers. Little Fatty heaved a sigh of relief at Su Zimo's reaction. Initially, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating entirely. Little Fatty understood Su Zimo's temperament and was afraid that the latter might fight with those two over that unpleasantness. Back then, Su Zimo dared to point his saber at Chun Yu of the disciplinary hall. These two senior brothers did not have what it takes to hold down Su Zimo. However, things were different to Su Zimo right now. Back in Spirit Peak, Chun Yu was obviously biased towards Feng Haoyu and even wanted to maim him of his cultivation despite the spirit tiger being injured. That was why Su Zimo was unable to tolerate it. Even though these two senior brothers were also hostile towards him, it was just due to petty thoughts. Since it was nothing much, Su Zimo could naturally let it slide with just a smile. He no longer looked at Lu Yongrong and Guanjin, merely reaching out to fondle the spirit tiger on the head. Instantly, Lu Yongrong and Guanjin were furious. They were being ignored. However, what the both of them did not know was that Su Zimo was actually comforting the spirit tiger. Otherwise, it would have lunged and attacked both of them given its wild nature. Caw, caw. Right then, a crane cried out from not far away. Roar. Growling softly, the spirit tiger looked at Little Crane that was flying over, as if greeting it. Little Crane had always been in Ethereal Peak and had never left the sect. This was a rare opportunity and it naturally wanted to tag along for some fun secretly. However, Su Zimo did not dare to make the decision on his own, and he had it ask Senior Crane for permission. When Little Crane heard that, it became dejected immediately. Its mother had always been extremely strict and had once said that it was not allowed to leave the sect until it was at Golden Core Realm. Initially, Little Crane did not bear much hope. However, the moment its mother heard that it was going with Su Zimo, she agreed to it right away. Naturally, Little Crane was elated and quickly chased after them. Eh? Isn't that the Little Crane in our sect? Why is it here? Lu Yongrong remarked in soft surprise. Guanjin pondered and replied, Perhaps it's just passing by. Clearing his throat, Lu Yongrong swept his gaze across Su Zimo and the rest. He said in a deep voice. It is said that the little crane's background is not simple. It is the child of ethereal sex mystical guardian beast. Guanjin could tell that Lu Yongrong was boasting and could not help but scoff. Which inner sect disciple doesn't know about this? Raising his brow, a look of smugness flickered through Lu Yongrong's eyes as he harumphed softly. I've been in contact with little crane before. Previously, I even fed it once. Given its intelligence, it might even remember me. In reality, Lu Yongrong was not the one who had taken the initiative to feed little crane. Because Su Zimo spent half a year in Thunderclap Valley, little crane did not have any elixirs and it felt extremely uncomfortable. Coincidentally, it passed by Lu Yongrong who had just obtained a rather decent elixir and instantly, little crane robbed him. Because of that, little crane was taught a lesson by its mother. Guanjin's expression darkened and he did not say anything. Feeling that he had gained the upper hand, Lu Yongrong was in a good mood. Right then, little crane arrived above their heads and chirped a couple of times before descending slowly. The moment he saw that, Lu Yongrong repressed the excitement in his heart and no longer looked at Guanjin. Turning slightly, he smiled to Lu Yongrong. Junior sister Lung, don't you think little crane is really intelligent? I've only fed it once and it remembered it dearly. Now, it even came looking for me specially. Right after he said that, little crane descended before everyone. Lu Yongrong let out a bright smile and greeted. Little crane, my friend. It's been a long time. Little crane tilted its head slightly and looked at Lu Yongrong, as if it was trying to recall who this person smiling so disgustingly was. Thought for a while but could not recall. Ignoring that person, it walked towards Su Zimo and lowered its head. Rubbing gently against his arm with its sharp beak, it blinked and called out purringly. Whether or not it could head out and play depended on whether Su Zimo wanted to bring it along. Little crane was wheedling to Su Zimo. That scene stunned everyone as their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Anyone who had resided in Ethereal Peak for a couple of years would know about little crane. However, none of them had ever heard of it being this intimate with any cultivator of the sect at all. What was with this change in attitude? Wasn't it the child of the mystical guardian beast? Something wasn't right. It did look the same and there was only a single crane in the sect. Guanjin suddenly chuckled. Oh my, this is bad. Who was the one shamelessly boasting that he had fed little crane before and that it recognized him? Lu Yongrong was embarrassed and his face turned red. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. What's there to be smug about? Maybe it got the wrong person. Lu Yongrong rebutted and walked towards little crane. Smiling, he cupped his fists. Little crane, my friend. It's me. Are you mistaken? A while ago, you even ate an elixir of mine. Remember? Lu Yongrong was better off if he hadn't said that. The moment he elaborated, little crane recalled how it was punished by its mother for that incident. Caw, caw. Suddenly, it cried out twice. Its voice was sharp and piercing, and its gaze was murderous. Caught off guard, Lu Yongrong stumbled a couple of steps back and shuddered in fear. Ha ha ha! When he saw Lu Yongrong being humiliated, Guanjin could not help but burst out into laughter. No inner sect disciple would know of Su Zimo's relationship with little crane. Of the people present, only little fatty vaguely knew about it. Su Zimo patted little crane on the head lightly and scolded jokingly. Stupid bird. Why are you so fierce? Their relationship had always been like this. However, that scene made both Lu Yongrong and Guanjin stare in shock. Even though Lu Yongrong was an inner sect disciple at mid-stage foundation establishment, he had to greet little crane courteously as a friend. However, Su Zimo could call it a stupid bird? Not just that, that guy even hit little crane. Yet, the strangest thing was that little crane was not angered. Instead, it was still rubbing against that guy's arm. Little fatty looked at Lu Yongrong and Guanjin before shaking his head and lamenting internally. If you guys knew that bro had little crane locked up for more than 3 months, you would be scared silly. Did she agree? Su Zimo asked. Little crane nodded hurriedly, its eyes filled with anticipation waiting for Su Zimo to agree. Su Zimo replied, All right, let's go together then. Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo felt that something was amiss again. He turned to look at Lung Ro and the rest, asking, "Senior sister Lung and fellow senior brothers, will there be any problem if little Crane comes along?" "And no problem." Lu Yongrong was completely stumped as he replied instinctively. Lung Ro's lips curled slightly as she revealed a faint smile and nodded. Putting aside the fact that little Crane's strength was equivalent to a spirit demon at Foundation Establishment realm, who would dare to stop it from tagging along given its status? Since everyone's here, let's make a move and try to get to Linfeng City as early as possible. Little Fatty coughed and rubbed his hands. Lung Ro nodded. Rolling his eyes, a plot came to mind as Lu Yongrong suddenly said, "You're right, junior brother. We should get to Linfeng City as quickly as possible." However, junior brother Su's cultivation is too low. How is he going to catch up with our speed on sword kinesis flight? That's right. Guanjin nodded too. Even though the trip isn't dangerous, I think it's better if junior brother Su doesn't go. Our speed will be too slow with you tagging along. Lu Yongrong and Guanjin were initially competing against one another in secret. However, both of them felt a sense of danger at the same time with Su Zimo's appearance. With a tacit understanding, both of them wished to knock Su Zimo out of the picture should an opportunity arise. By that statement, they were implying that Su Zimo would be a burden to them. However, that was something Su Zimo truly could not refute. After all, he was only at level 9 chi condensation. In terms of sword kinesis flight speed, he was far inferior to Foundation Establishment cultivators. But if he were to run on the ground without even using his power of blood, Su Zimo would be even faster than the sword kinesis flight of Foundation Establishment cultivators by making use of his divine steed fleeting. It's fine, Little Fatty laughed. "I'll catch up to you guys carrying bro with me. Your speed is the slowest amongst us and you're thinking of carrying someone else? Won't you be even slower then?" Guanjin frowned. Lu Yongrong smiled. "How about this? Since I'm the strongest, let me carry junior brother Su." Right after he said that, Lu Yongrong even looked at Lung Ro intentionally. Even though Lu Yongrong sounded like he was helping Su Zimo, there was a hint of boasting to his words. The moment little Crane heard those people looking down on Su Zimo's speed, it was displeased on the spot. It wasn't feeling unfair for Su Zimo. Instead, it was because if Su Zimo backed off and did not go, it would not be able to join him to have fun. Little Crane cried and bent down. The spirit tiger was the first to understand what was happening as it hopped onto Little Crane in a delighted manner. Little Crane's body trembled slightly and it felt disgusted for a moment. However, it did not chase the spirit tiger away and instead looked at Su Zimo, signaling for him to hop on as well. This time round, it wasn't just Su Zimo. Everyone understood what was happening. Little Crane wanted to carry Su Zimo on it. The speed of a Foundation Establishment realm spirit demon was much faster than Lu Yongrong and the others. Furthermore, who would have imagined that the child of the mystical guardian beast would actually be willing to lower its dignity and carry a chi refinement warrior? What kind of treatment was that? Lu Yongrong and Guanjin were both red with envy. If it was the both of them, they would have hopped on eagerly. However, Su Zimo frowned. Hesitating for a moment, he said deeply, "I'm quite heavy. Are you able to carry me?" Su Zimo was wearing the mystic gold silk armor which weighed a full 5 tons. If he wanted to take off the mystic gold silk armor, he would have to remove his green robes. However, that wasn't convenient with Lung Ro around. Little Crane believed none of that. Pouting its lips, it raised its head and lamented internally. How much can a mere chi refinement warrior weigh? Caw, caw. Little Crane chirped and urged Su Zimo to hurry up. Coughing gently, Su Zimo reminded, "Be careful." With that said, Su Zimo leaped onto Little Crane's back. Thump! Instantly, Little Crane fell to the ground head first, eating a mouthful of dust. Instantly, it was enraged and nearly cursed out in human tongue. How was that a little heavy? That was damn bloody heavy. In truth, due to Little Crane's unique bloodline and its cultivation, it could carry objects of that weight without any issues. However, it was caught totally off guard and naturally fell when something that heavy leaped onto it all of a sudden. Embarrassed, Su Zimo said, Why don't I come down? Caw, caw. Little Crane was upset. That was obviously questioning its ability. Channeling its blood, Little Crane flapped and slowly flew up. Under Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin's envious stares, it flew out of the sect. Little Fatty summoned his flying sword and declared while waving, "Let's go!" Before long, Little Crane adapted to the weight on its body. Even though it wasn't fast, it was still far ahead of the other four. The seven of them headed towards Linfeng City. The distance between Ethereal Peak and Linfeng City was not too far apart. It would take approximately a day to arrive given the speed of early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Along the way, the group of them came across other cultivators as well. When the outsiders caught sight of their sect badge, all of them gave way respectfully. Be it itinerant cultivators or minor sects, all of them have heard of Ethereal Peak. To them, Ethereal Peak was a massive entity that no one wanted to offend. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Nearing dusk, an ancient city gradually appeared in front of them. That was their destination, Linfeng City. Little Crane slowed down gradually. Looking at the ancient city in the distance, Su Zimo narrowed his gaze as though in deep thoughts. Lung Ro and the others caught up from behind. Lu Yongrong walked over to Little Crane and took out an elixir from his storage bag. Smiling, he asked, "Little Crane, my friend, you must be tired, right? How about taking an elixir to replenish your energy?" Little Crane turned slightly and instantly, its eyes lit up. Reaching out, it picked up the elixir in Lu Yongrong's palm and raised its head, swallowing it in one go. When Lu Yongrong saw Little Crane consuming the elixir, he was elated. He had been extremely envious of the fact that Little Crane was willing to carry Su Zimo on its back. Being carried by a spirit demon was much more flamboyant compared to sword kinesis flight. Also, it was less tiring. Lu Yongrong coughed gently and asked, "Little Crane, my friend, how about giving me a ride so I can rest too?" Little Crane spun its head away and ignored him completely. "You stupid." Lu Yongrong swallowed back his words. Even if Su Zimo dared to call Little Crane stupid bird, he did not have the guts. Watching Lu Yongrong make a fool of himself from the sidelines, Guan Jin scoffed coldly. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly said, "Everyone, watch out. Something isn't right about Linfeng City." "What's wrong?" Humiliated by Little Crane, Lu Yongrong was fuming. The moment he heard Su Zimo, he retorted, "Don't give instructions if you don't know anything. You're just a level 9 Qi refinement warrior." Exactly. At this moment, Guan Jin was on the same side as Lu Yongrong. He had no intention of letting Su Zimo off as he continued, "What's wrong with Linfeng City? Everything feels normal to me. Even though it's already evening time, there's no lights in the city. It's strange." Su Zimo shook his head. Lung Ro furrowed her brows, clearly realizing this. Lu Yongrong snorted lightly. "It's not actually night yet. What kind of lights do you want?" In a short while, all 5 of them arrived at the skies above Linfeng City and descended slowly. This time, even Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin noticed something odd about the city. It was too quiet. The ancient city streets were empty without a single person. Even at dusk, it shouldn't be this quiet. It was as if the entire city was empty and everyone had disappeared, leaving it in dead silence. The 5 of them landed in Linfeng City and looked around. Shops on either side of the streets were tightly shut, as though they hadn't been open yet. The atmosphere in the ancient city was strange and even sinister. Su Zimo's nostrils flared, but he could not smell any blood. "What's going on?" Little Fatty asked with a stern expression. In theory, the city lord of Linfeng City should have prepared long ago to send someone to welcome them. Yet, there wasn't a single person to be seen in Linfeng City right now. Lu Yongrong shook his head. He gripped his flying sword tightly with a tense expression. The spirit tiger's ears flapped as it looked around, its claws digging the ground constantly with unease. Little Crane behaved the same way and flapped its wings. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongrong made a decision and said in a low voice, "Let's go. We'll check out the city lord's residence first. His cultivation was the highest among them." Even though no one said anything, it was a silent agreement to accept him as the leader. This time round, none of them used sword kinesis flight. Apart from Su Zimo, everyone had expended a lot of spirit chi to get here. That was why they chose to walk now. Walking along the quiet streets, all 5 of them looked around and listened to everything, taking note of any activity. All of a sudden noise sounded out behind them. Instantly, Lu Yongrong felt the hair on his neck stand on end. He spun around furiously and looked back. Not far away, a gigantic triangular flag with the word wine flapped in the wind, letting out sounds. It was a false alarm. Lu Yongrong and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Yet another strange gust of cold wind blew by, and suddenly, Lu Yongrong realized he had broken out into cold sweat before he knew it. This is freaking weird, he cursed and continued walking. They hadn't walked far when Lu Yongrong stopped in his tracks. There were 2 people lying on the street not far ahead. Motionless, their faces could not be seen. One of them was holding a gong in his hand while the other had a tool. From the looks of it, they were probably the night watchmen of Linfeng City. However, why would they be here since night had yet to truly arrive? Why were they sprawled on the ground as well? Hey, night watchman, are you guys dead or alive? Lu Yongrong grabbed his flying sword. He did not rush forward and merely asked on the spot. Guan Jin scoffed coldly at the side. What could be up with an ancient city full of mortals to deserve such caution from us? Even though he said that, Guan Jin clasped a protective talisman in his hand. Heading forth, he flipped one of them over. Ah! Guan Jin exclaimed and stumbled a couple of steps back. Su Zimo and others at the back could clearly tell that the person was dead. All of them had seen dead people before, yet this was the first time they had seen such a horrifying death. The night watchman's face was shriveled and his skin stuck to the bones. It was as though his flesh and blood were drained, leaving only gray eyeballs that watched ahead confusedly. Even when he died, that person most likely did not know the reason why. Guan Jin heaved a deep breath of air before flipping the other person over. It was an almost identical death. It felt as though the both of them were on their way to start on the night watch when they met with bad luck and were killed on the spot without any chance of reacting at all. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he walked to a house at the side and kicked the door open before looking around inside. The people inside were already dead. Regardless of gender or age, most of them died in slumber in an almost identical manner as the 2 outside. By the time Su Zimo returned to the street, Lung Ro and the others came forth from the other houses with a grim expression. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear. Everyone's dead. Little Fatty gulped. Even though the 5 of them were cultivators and there were even 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, none of them had come across anything as such. Furthermore, if they hadn't guessed wrongly, everyone in the ancient city should have most likely met with the same fates. A general picture formed in Su Zimo's mind. In the previous night, Linfeng City was peaceful and serene as ever, with most people in the ancient city asleep. As the night watchmen patrolled, bad luck descended upon them. No one was spared from it. Most people must have died in their sleep. There were at least 100,000 people residing in the city. Overnight, all of them perished. Lu Yongrong remarked grimly. It must be done by a fiend cultivator. Yes, fiend cultivators are ruthless and unscrupulous. It's clear that their deaths were not committed by anyone on the orthodox path. Guan Jin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, the disciple who discovered the spirit mine near here, what did he mention in his message? Little Fatty replied, nothing much. He merely mentioned discovering a spirit mine at the northern outskirts of Linfeng City. Mining had already begun and he could be done in about 2 days. That junior brother mentioned discovering some cultivators near to the spirit mine, and he was worried that they might covet it. That's why he requested for the sect to send some Foundation establishment cultivators as reinforcements. After he replied, Little Fatty suddenly realized and asked with widened eyes, Bro, are you going to say that the murderer of this ancient city's tragedy is after our sect's spirit mine? It's very likely. Su Zimo nodded. Something as such happened right after a spirit mine was discovered nearby Linfeng City. It's too coincidental. What should we do then? Should we still head to the spirit mine? Little Fatty asked. Su Zimo replied grimly. Relay a message to the sect first telling them that a situation had arisen. You guys have expended quite a bit of spirit chi traveling here. We should recuperate before checking out the spirit mine. Junior brother Su, you're too weak. If you're afraid, you don't have to follow us. Before Su Zimo could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Yongrong's cold scoff. Guanjin eyed Su Zimo in disdain and continued indifferently. Junior brother Su, since you're so worried, why don't you hurry back? I've already advised you not to follow us, Fufu. Su Zimo frowned. Lung Ro suddenly said, I agree with junior brother Su's suggestion. As she said that, she retrieved a paper crane from her storage bag and wrote a few lines of words using spirit chi. Releasing the paper crane, it flew to the skies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he saw that, Lu Yongrong comforted her. Junior sister Lung, don't worry. There won't be any cultivator within the great Zhou dynasty stupid enough to covet Ethereal Peak's spirit mine. That's right. Guanjin analyzed calmly. It's just an inferior-grade spirit mine containing mostly inferior-grade spirit stones that Foundation establishment cultivators won't be interested in. Even if anyone wanted the spirit mine, they would merely be chi refinement warriors. There's nothing to be afraid of. The spirit chi contained by inferior-grade spirit stones was not efficient in helping Foundation establishment cultivators. If Foundation establishment cultivators wanted to raise their cultivation realms, they would require middle-grade spirit stones. At Golden Core Realm, they would require superior-grade or even supreme-grade spirit stones. Although what the both of them said was logical, Su Zimo felt that things were not as simple. Let's head to the spirit mine straight and check things out. Everything will be clear by then. Lu Yongrong waved and summoned his flying sword, leading the way. Guanjin followed closely behind. Carrying Su Zimo and the spirit tiger, Little Crane chased after them. Before long, all 5 of them arrived at the spirit mine. When they approached the pitch-dark entrance of the spirit mine, Lu Yongrong paused in his track and turned around. I'll take the front with junior brother Guan. Because junior brother Su is the weakest, he'll stand in the middle. Junior sister Lung and little Fatty will take the back. No one had any objections to that arrangement. The entrance was narrow so Little Crane and the spirit tiger could not enter. They could only stand guard outside. Su Zimo could tell that even though Lu Yongrong seemed indifferent previously, he had now become more cautious. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Yongrong held it in front of his chest. With 2 shining spirit patterns, it was a middle-grade flying sword. The 5 of them ventured deep into the spirit mine. They did not walk far when a strange sound echoed from ahead. It was as though a large group of things were flying over and they could only see it vaguely through red flashes. Taking a closer look, Lu Yongrong realized that it was a group of black crows with a strange red glow in their eyes. Kneel down and let them pass. Lu Yongrong bent down and everyone else followed suit. The crows with bloodshot eyes sped above their heads without stopping. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lu Yongrong shrugged his shoulders. Pretending to be relaxed, he turned back and smiled. Puny beasts are common in places like this spirit mine. By ignoring them, we're even conserving spirit chi. Suddenly, Su Zimo's senses were alarmed as he hollered, "Watch out!" Swash! A sword beam flashed at an extremely fast speed and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Right now, everyone was at their most relaxed after those crows with bloodshot eyes had just passed. By the time Lu Yongrong heard Su Zimo's warning, it was too late. Poof! With a crisp sound, a bloody flash appeared. Lu Yongrong had just turned around when his head was pierced by a flying sword and he died on the spot. The flying sword continued its momentum and continued to stab at the people behind. Su Zimo was the first to be targeted. Su Zimo's spirit perception had long alerted him to it as he instantly drew his cold moon saber and slashed against the incoming flying sword, knocking it away. The speed of that attack was way too fast to be from a chi refinement warrior. If Su Zimo wanted to defend using flying swords, he would have to use his sword formation. However, it would take too long to set up and he wouldn't be able to deal with the situation on hand. Lu Yangrong's blood splattered all over Su Zimo and Guan Jin. Apart from Su Zimo, the rest were stunned and their eyes were filled with shock. Even with Lung Ro's personality, she still looked somewhat flustered at the moment. None of them could imagine how someone who had just been laughing and talking to them a moment ago had turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. Swash! Swash! 2 more flashes of light appeared, targeting Su Zimo and Guan Jin. Standing where he was in a dazed manner, Guan Jin did not manage to shatter the protective talisman in his hands right away. Su Zimo extended his palm and yanked Guan Jin back, hollering, "Hurry, retreat!" Clang! Clang! Flipping his hands, Su Zimo slashed twice and the 2 incoming flying swords fell to the ground. The 2 swords carried quite a bit of power in them. Their attacker was early-stage foundation establishment at least. The change in circumstances had rendered Lu Yangrong and Guan Jin's earlier predictions invalid. Within the spirit mine, there were at least 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Furthermore, all 3 of them did not care if they were going against Ethereal Peak. Every single attack of theirs was lethal, showing no mercy at all. Finally, Guan Jin and the others snapped out of their stupor. Shattering his protection talisman, a light barrier appeared around Guan Jin's surroundings. Lung Ro and Little Fatty then sped towards the exit. Clothes could be heard fluttering from the depths of the mine, and by the sound of it, there were quite a number of people. When the people inside saw that their flying swords could not kill Su Zimo and the rest, they gave chase outside. As Su Zimo retreated, he drew out a blood-colored bow. Before the 5 peaks face-off, Su Zimo had already refined the Cold Moon Saber and Sanguine Crystal Bow into inferior-grade spirit weapons. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows were loaded. Swoosh! 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 The sound of arrows piercing through the air echoed as 3 flashes of light tore through the darkness of the mine. Ah! Ah! 2 shrieks could be heard while the 3rd arrow was blocked. "Be careful, everyone!" someone yelled from the depths of the mine. Within that narrow mine, there was not much space for cultivators to dodge, and as such, Su Zimo's arrows dealt quite a bit of damage. Running with all their might, Su Zimo and the rest got out before long. Outside, all of them were rattled. The blood-eyed crows that flew by them earlier on were now surrounding and pecking at Little Crane and the spirit tiger. Because it was a spirit demon after all, Little Crane could defend itself against the attacks of the blood-eyed crows. However, the spirit tiger sustained a lot of injuries because it could not fly. Howling on the spot, it was trying to defend itself desperately. Frost wind. When Lung Ro saw that, she conjured hand seals and hollered, pointing towards the skies. A cold gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and swept through the blood-eyed crows. Instantly, a number of them were frozen and fell to the ground, shattering to their deaths. That was the power of spirit arts. Thanks to Lung Ro's assistance, Little Crane broke out of the encirclement and panted slightly, looking somewhat fearful. Residing in the sect most of the time, it had never seen such a bloody scene. "Ride on, Little Crane, and leave this place for now," Su Zimo ordered swiftly. "Ha ha ha ha." Right then, a haughty laughter came from deep within the cave. A group of people came forth. The leader, who was donned in gray robes, declared, "None of you will leave today. Stay here. Late-stage foundation establishment." Little Fatty's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. The gray-robed cultivator who spoke was at late-stage foundation establishment. Among them, Lu Yangrong, who was at mid-stage foundation establishment, had already died within the spirit mine. Not only that, a steady stream of cultivators continued out of the mine. At a glance, there were more than 30 people. However, what was terrifying was that all 30-odd of them were foundation establishment cultivators. Other than the gray-robed late-stage foundation establishment, there were 9 others at mid-stage and the rest were all at early stage. There wasn't a single Qi refinement warrior. "It's over." Guan Jin looked at the 30-odd foundation establishment cultivators that surrounded them, and despair gushed into his heart, draining all color from his face. Little Fatty wielded his gigantic axe in one hand and a flying sword in the other, looking nervous. Lung Ro's sword hovered in front of her. Even though she looked cold as usual, her palms were covered in sweat. Of the 4 people present, Su Zimo was the only composed one as he surveyed his surroundings. "We're cultivators of Ethereal Peak. Who are you guys?" Guanjin took a deep breath before questioning sternly. "Fufu." The gray-robed leader chuckled softly. His eyes were filled with mockery as he raised his brows. "Ethereal Peak? Big fuck. Yesterday, I just slaughtered an Ethereal Peak disciple who doesn't know what's good for him." Indeed, the messenger disciple had already perished. Back when Lu Yongrong died in the mine, Su Zimo had already sensed that today's events would not be easy to resolve. Still bearing a sliver of hope, Guanjin tried to first show weakness. "Fellow Taoist, what you want is the spirit mine before us. Alright, Ethereal Peak will give up on it then. There's no need for you guys to kill us. Furthermore, isn't it just an inferior grade spirit mine? It's useless for us anyways, Fufu." Guanjin forced a laugh. "Inferior grade spirit mine?" The gray-robed cultivator scoffed coldly. "Let me correct you. This is a middle-grade spirit mine." "Ah!" Instantly, Guanjin's expression changed. He finally understood why there were so many Foundation establishment cultivators. If it was a middle-grade spirit mine, it would definitely be attractive to Foundation establishment cultivators. If they knew beforehand that this was a middle-grade spirit mine, Ethereal Peak would have sent out the strongest of intersect disciples or even have legacy disciples lead the team. Su Zimo remained silent and watched coldly. Carefully, he noticed that the 30-odd Foundation establishment cultivators before him were all dressed differently and did not have any identification badges. They were clearly all itinerant cultivators. What was it that gathered all these itinerant cultivators here to snatch the spirit mine? This gray-robed cultivator before them was not enough of a reason for this. Even though a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator is strong, he's not compelling enough a reason for others to join him at the risk of offending Ethereal Peak. Guanjin forced himself to be calm and said grimly, "Fellow Taoists, to be honest, we've already relayed a message back to the sect. Before long, reinforcements will come. Fufu, by then you'll all be dead." Before Guanjin could complete his sentence, the gray-robed cultivator interrupted him. Scoffing coldly, he continued, "Besides, we would have left long ago by the time your reinforcements arrive." Ha ha ha! The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators roared with laughter. Watching Guanjin's expression carefully, a strange glint appeared in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes as he smiled. "Fellow Taoist, haven't you noticed anything wrong in your body?" When he heard that, Guanjin's expression changed starkly as his body began to shudder. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw that Guanjin's face was drying at a visible speed. Wrinkles started appearing as if all his blood would be forcibly drawn away by an invisible force at the next moment. "Ah!" Guanjin roared and tried his best to release spirit energy, but to no avail. He turned and looked towards Su Zimo and the others as panic filled his eyes. His pupils had turned gray and dull. It was an identical situation to those mortals who had died in Linfeng City. Ko! Stretching his arm, Guanjin seemed as though he wanted to say something, but a strange sound came from the depths of his throat. Little Fatty was so scared that he jumped back instinctively. No one had attacked Guanjin, but in the blink of an eye, he had become like this. It didn't seem like he was going to survive. It was way too creepy. Chills ran down Little Fatty's spine as he panted heavily to calm himself down. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He looked carefully and noticed that there were faint green spots on the skin of Guanjin's palm that exuded an evil aura. Back in Linfeng City, that hand of Guanjin had come into contact with the dead night watchman. If that was all it took for a Foundation establishment cultivator to die, it was quite a terrifying method. They might be the next ones if they were careless. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators looked at everything unfold calmly, as though this was an expected outcome. Even though Lung Ro was always cold, she could not help but feel bad looking at Guanjin's helpless gaze. Retrieving a couple of elixirs from her storage bag, she wanted to feed them to Guanjin. She did not know what had happened to Guanjin. However, they were fellow disciples after all, and she couldn't just leave him in the lurch. Just as Ling Ro was about to step forward, someone grabbed her arm and yanked her back. "Don't go!" Su Zimo's voice rang in her ears. With a thud, Guan Jin fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Ling Ro froze on the spot. A ghastly green ball of light floated out of Guan Jin's body and flew into the depths of the spirit mine. A cold glint flashed across Su Zimo's eyes as he lamented internally. There should be someone else in the depths of the spirit mine. That person is the true murderer behind Linfeng City's tragedy. He, the gray-robed cultivator said with a strange smile. "Oh, you have quite the tender heart for women. Beauty. If this punk hadn't pulled you back, you would have been dead by now." Ling Ro's heart jolted. Even though her cultivation was higher than Su Zimo, she had not been through any life and death situations. As such, she could not but lose her cool looking at the tragic death of her two senior brothers. Upon realizing this, Ling Ro looked at Su Zimo gratefully. Stroking his chin, the gray-robed cultivator said with a perverted look, "But that's good too. It'd be such a pity for a beauty like you to die here. Hey, I happen to be in need of a maidservant to warm my bed. You look pretty suitable for it." Ha ha ha. The surrounding foundation establishment cultivators burst out in laughter. Swish. Right then, a gust of wind came from the entrance of the spirit mine as another batch of blood-eyed crows swarmed out like flying locusts. In the blink of an eye, they covered half the skies above everyone's heads. Little Fatty felt his scalp tingle as he gulped and asked softly, "Bro, what should we do?" Ling Ro looked towards Su Zimo. At this moment, the both of them had already subconsciously took Su Zimo as their pillar of support. They had even forgotten that their cultivations were higher than his. "There's no other way." Su Zimo shook his head and remarked indifferently, "We can only kill them all." Ling Ro and Little Fatty's eyes dimmed. Ling Ro sighed in her heart. They are all foundation establishment cultivators. Apart from the 9 mid-stages, there's even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Su Zimo is only a chi refinement warrior. What can he do? Be it Ling Ro or Little Fatty, both thought that Su Zimo had only said that casually because he knew he was about to die. Biting her lips gently, Ling Ro said in a low voice, "In a while, I'll use my talismans to try and block as many people as possible. Find a chance to get out by riding on Little Crane." Little Crane looked up at the blood-eyed crows that filled the skies. Chirping, it flapped its wings, ready to strike at any moment. Even though the blood-eyed crows weren't strong, they had the advantage in numbers. If they were to swarm Little Crane, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full strength. On the ground, the spirit tiger was of no help at all. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly drew his sanguine crystal bow from the storage bag and loaded arrows. His entire action was fluid like water, as though he had rehearsed for it countless times. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows were shot towards the crowd and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Initially, the 30-odd foundation establishment cultivators wanted to make fun of them. Most of their attention was on the 2 foundation establishment cultivators in the group, Ling Ro and Little Fatty. None of them expected that the Chi refinement warrior was the first to strike. It was completely unintentional. 3 precise arrows tore through the throats of 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, causing blood to spurt out. The 3 of them were confused. Even in their final moments, they could not believe that they had just died under the bow of a Chi refinement warrior. "It's him!" someone from the crowd exclaimed. Back in the spirit mine, Su Zimo killed 2 people using his bow and arrows. As such, the foundation establishment cultivators recognized him instantly. Swash! 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 30-odd foundation establishment cultivators summoned their flying swords at the same time, shining sinisterly with their spirit lights. Su Zimo shouted softly, "Don't just stand there. Strike!" Ling Ro and Little Fatty summoned their flying swords and talismans hurriedly, firing them towards the crowd. The light of the talismans burst forth as all sorts of spirit arts collided in reverberating booms. Caw, caw! Little Crane chirped and soared to the skies, charging to fight at the blood-eyed crows. Little Fatty howled as he charged at an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with his gigantic axe. He wanted to make use of his melee combat strength and kill the latter on the spot. However, he was faced with too many opponents as flying swords blocked his path continuously. With no way to advance, Little Fatty found himself encircled in the blink of an eye and was forced to defend. The gray-robed cultivator did not move, merely watching coldly from the sidelines with hands behind his back. This battle was in the bag for sure. There was no need for him to make a move. On the other side, Su Zimo had already kept his sanguine crystal bow. Even though arrows were sharp, it was difficult to continuously hit targets when the Foundation establishment cultivators were ready for it. 6 flying swords hovered in front of his chest and sped through the voids, leaving sword scars in the air. Buzz! A gigantic hexagonal formation pattern shone with a bedazzling, bright light. In a swift move, Su Zimo had already set up the hexagonal sword formation. Making use of the tripartite sword formation was of no use given the current circumstances. Sword formation? The gray-robed cultivator's expression changed. A look of surprise flashed past his eyes as he murmured, "That Chi Refinement Warrior's a sword formation master?" An early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator had been targeting Su Zimo from the start. Secretly, he summoned his flying sword and sent it flying to the back of Su Zimo's head. Just as the flying sword was about to strike Su Zimo's head, the latter suddenly dodged from the spot in a swift and agile manner. The person's expression chased. Right as he was about to change the course of his flying sword to continue chasing after Su Zimo, a gigantic hexagonal star sword formation descended, crashing upon him. Poof! A sanguine light flashed. The person was split into 2 by the hexagonal sword formation. That Foundation establishment cultivator had all sorts of tricks up his sleeves. Before he was able to use any of them, he was slashed down by Su Zimo's sword formation. Hum! 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 Sending forth waves of sword chi, the hexagonal sword formation rebounded multiple flying swords and broke Little Fatty out of his predicament. In just a short while, there was already a wound on Little Fatty's body. "It's fine, my skin is thick. Bro, don't worry about me." Little Fatty yelled as he charged forth without even turning back. Lung Ro had indeed displayed the strength as a disciple of a major sect as well. Even though she did not cultivate any secret skills of the sect, she was able to defend against the encirclement of 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators using just her talismans. But of course, it was clear that the 9 of them had not exerted their full strength too. They were merely playing a cat-and-mouse game, taunting Lung Ro with lewd remarks while attacking. Unmoved in the slightest bit, Lung Ro was not in any danger for now. On the other side, a dozen or more Foundation establishment cultivators had shifted their attention towards Su Zimo. They surrounded him with all their might as flying swords tore through the voids while spirit arts exploded everywhere. No matter how strong the hexagonal sword formation was, it was unable to withstand the power of so many Foundation establishment cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of collapse. Ha ha! One of the Foundation establishment cultivators burst out in laughter. "I want to see how long a mere Chi Refinement Warrior like you can last." Roar! Before he could stop laughing, a black shadow appeared beside him. It bit on that man's throat as blood gushed out. The spirit tiger had been waiting for an opportunity to attack, and as such, an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's life was ended. Even though it was only a spirit beast, if it closed in on Foundation establishment cultivators, they wouldn't stand much of a chance. That was also the reason why you had once told Su Zimo that demon cultivators are the best at killing opponents through level gaps. "Beast! How dare you behave so insolently?" A few of the Foundation establishment cultivators cursed angrily. Invoking spirit arts, the spirit chi in the surroundings surged violently towards the spirit tiger. With the spirit tiger's current strength, it was unable to defend against the power of spirit arts at all. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and dodged a few incoming flying swords. Shifting the hexagonal sword formation, he blocked it in front of the spirit tiger and defended against a few types of spirit arts. Bam! There was a deafening sound. The spirit arts dispersed and Su Zimo's hexagonal sword formation could no longer hold out as well. Struggling to form a proper pattern, all 6 swords fell to the ground and dimmed. Quick-witted, the spirit tiger seized the opportunity to hide behind Su Zimo instantly and glared fiercely at the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end. Kid, the spirit chi within you should be almost depleted by now, right? An early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator scoffed coldly. Even though the battle between both parties had been short, Su Zimo had blocked too many flying swords. He had expended a lot of spirit chi and was indeed running short. Let's see how you can continue to be arrogant. Die! One of the Foundation establishment cultivators conjured hand seals and gestured towards Su Zimo. Instantly, a fireball the size of a fist shot out. Even while it was traveling, the air was already crackling from the heat. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he suddenly reached out and grabbed the fireball. You must be courting death. When the Foundation establishment cultivator saw Su Zimo receiving the spirit art with his bare hands, he could not help but scoff internally. Channeling his blood, a flash of dense lightning appeared in Su Zimo's palm. What is that? Power of thunder. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators cried out in alarm as their pupils constricted. Piak! The fireball was crushed by Su Zimo's palm as the spirit chi within it dissipated into emptiness. Upon seeing that, the cultivator's expressions changed drastically. Even the gray-robed cultivator frowned in disbelief as he muttered confusedly, Thunder art? Is he not actually a chi refinement warrior, but a Foundation establishment cultivator? Activating the spirit-peering art, he scanned Su Zimo once more. No, it shows him to be at level 9 chi condensation. Could he have cultivated some sort of technique to conceal his cultivation realm? No, that's not right either. The gray-robed cultivator shook his head. How is there no fluctuation in spirit chi when he released that thunder art? He would have never imagined that the source of power for Su Zimo's thunder art came from the latter's blood. Even though Su Zimo's spirit chi was indeed almost withered, the power of lightning in his blood was still present. Caw, caw. At the moment, little crane who was up in the skies was met with danger. Its body was already severely wounded by the blood-eyed crows as it shrieked anxiously. Even though Senior Crane did not mention it explicitly, Su Zimo knew that the reason why Little Crane could join him was due to Senior Crane's trust in him. Now that Little Crane was in danger, Su Zimo unleashed his power of blood without second thoughts. Instantly, his body echoed out with reverberating sounds of waves gushing. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Su Zimo's figure suddenly expanded. His body swelled and burst through his green clothes, filled with crackling electricity from head to toe. It was as though Su Zimo was possessed by a god of thunder as murderous intent condensed in his eyes terrifyingly. What? Suddenly, the gray-robed cultivator's expression changed. He finally realized that something was amiss. Pointing a finger into the skies, Su Zimo's eyes exuded a wrathful killing intent as he hollered, Instant thunder! Snap! A stark thunderbolt boomed out. An extremely intense bolt of thunder struck the group of blood-eyed crow, extending like a python exuding a bedazzling shine. The blood-eyed crows were instantly electrocuted to death and fell from the skies like a shower of black rain. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators present were shocked by that deafening sound of thunder. Even the 9 Foundation establishment cultivators that were surrounding Lung Ro stopped instinctively. That gave Lung Ro an opportunity to take a breather. Covered in sweat, her spirit chi was almost depleted as well. Little Fatty seized the chance to kill an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator before him. Swinging his gigantic axe, he cleaved the man into 2 as blood splattered all over him. The power of thunder arts was so great that it nearly wiped out all the blood-eyed crows in the skies. Little Crane's spirit was invigorated instantly. The remaining blood-eyed crows were of no threat to it. At the moment, Su Zimo whisked out a saber from his storage bag that shimmered with a cold glint. His eyes flashed icily as he strode forth, smiling to the Foundation establishment cultivators. The fight has only just begun. That single step of his closed a gap of 20 feet, and he appeared before the many Foundation establishment cultivators in the blink of an eye. Poof! Poof! Su Zimo slashed out in reverse. The two of them only felt a blur before their eyes. Before they could even react, both heads were lopped into the skies with blood spraying everywhere. Ah! The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators were frightened to death as they exclaimed and stumbled back instinctively. Do you think you can run? Su Zimo chased after them with his saber like a tiger making its way through a flock of sheep. Cleaving left and right, flashes of blood shone out continuously. Both Ling Ro and Little Fatty were dumbfounded. Against Su Zimo, early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were like fish on a chopping board. They could not retaliate at all. It didn't matter whether they summoned flying swords, talismans, or even conjured spirit arts. They were all killed by a single flash of Su Zimo. At lesser mastery of the marrow cleansing section, Su Zimo's power was enough to slay early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and that was even before he infused the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra into his marrow within Thunderclap Valley. This was a complete crushing through sheer brute strength without requiring any technique. Even the spirit arts of early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators was not enough to deal with Su Zimo after unleashing his power of blood. At the sight of Su Zimo's unstoppable onslaught, the gray-robed cultivator could no longer sit and wait. With a holler, he burst forth with the might of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and summoned a middle-grade flying sword, shooting it towards Su Zimo's back. The two spirit patterns on the sword shone with a mysterious glow, emitting a ghastly aura. It was an extremely swift attack. If it were Lung Ro or Little Fatty, they wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. On the other hand, Su Zimo did not even have to turn back despite having just cleaved someone else apart. Standing on the spot, he made a small sidestep and dodged that fatal attack. It was as though he had eyes at the back of his head. The expression of the gray-robed cultivator was unchanged when he saw that, unsurprised in the slightest bit. He could already tell that Su Zimo was a body-tempered cultivator and was very agile. It was not realistic for him to capture this person within a few moves. Everyone back down. Try to keep your distance as much as possible. The gray-robed cultivator yelled as he manipulated his flying sword to chase after Su Zimo. If not, ride on your flying swords in the air. Just try your best to not let this person get close to you. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. Striding forward, he exerted strength in his legs and burst forth with divine steed fleeting, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Mystify. Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and a ball of lightning appeared in his palms, erupting before everyone's eyes in a blinding manner as thunder rumbled and deafened everyone. Instant Thunder and Mystify were thunder arts of the Void Thunder Manual. Instant Thunder was a killing technique. It was powerful and had a large area of effect. As for Mystify, it was a supplementary spirit art that had almost no lethality. By making use of the power of Thunder's explosiveness, its aim was to confuse the five senses of the opponents and to mainly block their vision and hearing. The many Foundation establishment cultivators felt their visions blur as their ears rang incessantly with echoes. The next moment, Su Zimo was already before them. In terms of melee combat, no one was a match for Su Zimo as blood splattered endlessly. In the blink of an eye, countless of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end were dead on the spot. By now, all the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were dead. Right then, Lung Ro, who was in midair, shrieked as the protection talisman around her exploded. Immediately after, she was slammed heavily on the abdomen by a palm of spirit energy. Sent flying, she spat out a mouthful of blood and looked even paler. Little Fatty's shoulder was also pierced by a flying sword as he fell to the ground and broke out in cold sweat. The gray-robed cultivator was the one who had struck personally. Even though he did not take their lives, it was clear that Lung Ro and Little Fatty were no longer able to fight anymore. He was intelligent and quick to notice that the strength of early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators was no longer able to deal with Su Zimo. As such, he chose to get rid of Little Fatty and Lung Ro first. With that, The gray-robed cultivator could then reset the situation and group up with the 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to fight Su Zimo together. Standing in front of Little Fatty and Leng Ro, Su Zimo held his saber before his chest and his eyes shone with a sharp killing intent. He was not fearful in the slightest bit against the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end. As she looked at Su Zimo's back view, Leng Ro was filled with mixed emotions. This mission was undertaken by her, Little Fatty, Lu Yangrong and Guanjin. Su Zimo did not have the rights to join. But if Su Zimo wasn't here, she would have already been dead along with Little Fatty. The same emotions were going through Little Fatty's mind. His initial plan was to invite Su Zimo out to relax his mind, but he did not expect that they would have encountered such an incident. Both senior brothers had died tragically and now, he and Leng Ro were severely injured and could not offer any help. Everyone, make use of your various flying sword and talisman methods to take down this person. Find an opening to invoke your spirit arts and injure him severely. The gray-robed cultivator was extremely decisive as he swiftly delegated the remaining 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in various directions to separate out. Swash! 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 Flying swords tore through the air alongside many talismans. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo gripped the cold moon saber tightly, and with a long howl, he swung his arms and blocked left and right. For the flying swords, talismans, and even spirit arts used by mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, Su Zimo could deal with them head-on using his power of blood without losing out. However, the gray-robed cultivator was at late-stage Foundation establishment. Su Zimo's marrow cleansing section was only at a lesser mastery. Even with the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra, he was no match against that guy. If it was just a one-on-one fight, he could make use of various techniques to close the distance between them so that he could take the gray-robed cultivator down with his saber. But now, the gray-robed cultivator had 9 other helpers and together, the 10 of them restrained Su Zimo on the spot. It was not that Su Zimo was unable to break through the encirclement. However, if he did, Leng Ro and Little Fatty behind him would be killed on the spot. Against Foundation establishment cultivators, the Spirit Tiger was no longer of much help. Clang! 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 The sounds of the cold moon saber and flying swords clashing echoed out repeatedly as sparks flew. If one had not seen it personally, it would be hard to imagine that the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators were actually surrounding to fight a single level 9 Chi refinement warrior. Everyone hold steady. That punk must have cultivated some sort of secret body tempering technique to turn his body so powerful. Once we kill him, that secret technique will be ours. The gray-robed cultivator rallied once more. Invigorated, the remaining 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were even more motivated in their attacks. Leng Ro and Little Fatty sat on the spot and could only see and hear the endless flashes of swords clashing and sparks flying. However, they had not sustained any more injuries. Su Zimo had blocked everything for them. During this period, Su Zimo had no choice but to fight head-on with the gray-robed cultivator. He suffered slightly and his teeth were sore while his blood was shaken. Little Fatty could tell that Su Zimo was in a predicament. He could not help but yell, "Bro, don't bother about us. Leave first." Leng Ro pursed her red lips without saying anything at all. She could naturally tell that if not for her and Little Fatty, even the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators on the other end may not be a match for Su Zimo. Ha ha ha! The gray-robed cultivator could not help but laugh when he saw that the outcome was almost decided. Punk! Let's see how long more you can last. The situation was clear. Su Zimo could only react. If he was careless, not only would he fail to protect Leng Ro and Little Fatty, he would get injured as well. As time passed, Su Zimo's physical strength gradually declined and it was only a matter of time before he lost. In reality, Su Zimo was extremely calm at the moment. He was constantly watching the fight between Little Crane and the blood-eyed crows up above. Thanks to the power of instant thunder, there were not many blood-eyed crows left. The remaining few were also being hunted down by Little Crane, barely able to pose any threat. Su Zimo needed Little Crane's help. Given the current circumstances, only Little Crane's strength was of help. Right as the gray-robed cultivator laughed, Little Crane finished off the last few blood-eyed crows and looked down, meeting with Su Zimo's clear eyes. Su Zimo nodded and Little Crane understood. When he channeled his blood earlier on, the green robe on Su Zimo's body was already torn apart, revealing a thin golden silk armor. Suddenly, Su Zimo took off the golden silk armor and tossed it on the ground. Everyone had seen the golden silk armor on Su Zimo's body, but none of them thought much about it. Without any spirit patterns, it was merely a pseudo-spirit weapon. Now, the gray-robed cultivator found himself stunned momentarily when Su Zimo tossed the golden silk armor on the ground. He could not understand why Su Zimo would do that. But, at the next moment, the gray-robed cultivator's pupils constricted in horror. After removing the golden silk armor, Su Zimo was like a completely different person. With a front dash, he slashed with the cold moon saber and blocked all the incoming flying swords before charging towards the gray-robed cultivator. It was too fast. In fact, he was at least twice as fast as before. A black shadow flashed past like a ghost. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had arrived before the gray-robed cultivator. With a torrential killing intent, he slapped the head of the latter. Piak! The gray-robed cultivator's head ruptured as he fell back. Even till his death, he did not understand what happened. That golden silk armor was none other than the damaged Khanate mystic gold silk armor. Wearing it was akin to carrying a burden of 5 tons. Hence, Su Zimo had not displayed his true strength the entire time. Now that he removed the burden on his body, Su Zimo was much more relaxed as he burst forth with a massive speed boost, killing the gray-robed cultivator who was caught off guard, right as the other 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were about to attack. Little Crane had already seized the opportunity to descend and swoop Little Fatty, Lung Ro and the Spirit Tiger into the air with it. The coordination between the man and Crane was seamless. In the blink of an eye, the only people alive on the ground were Su Zimo and the 9 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Blood drained from their faces as they watched Su Zimo advance towards them step by step, fear filling their eyes. Before this, none of them would have thought that more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators would be killed mostly by a level 9 Chi refinement warrior. Swash! Su Zimo disappeared on the spot, leaving only a flurry of afterimages. Saber flashes were accompanied by a scarlet light. In the blink of an eye, 3 more people died. 2 of them mounted their swords and wanted to flee. Squatting slightly, Su Zimo left 2 deep pits on the ground with a single boom. Leaping entirely into the air, his figure remained in midair as he slashed down the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. There were now 4 remaining. Repelling 2 incoming flying swords, Su Zimo charged forward and banged against someone's chest, exerting all his might. That person's eyeballs popped out with blood spraying and his chest caved in. The sound of bones cracking could be heard and he died before falling to the ground. By then, Su Zimo had already left and had caught up with another person, letting out a saber flash. 2 more remaining. Realizing that they could not escape Su Zimo's pursuit, the both of them dashed towards the spirit mine's entrance. Su Zimo was hot on their tails. They were just about to reach the entrance when the ground trembled under Su Zimo's lunge. The slower person was ratified. His legs gave way as he staggered and fell to the ground. The other person ahead had already disappeared into the spirit mine. And no, it's none of my business. And none of this is my idea. It was him. The Foundation establishment cultivator on the ground stammered and tried to explain things incoherently, his face devoid of color. Who is he? Su Zimo interrogated with a cold gaze. I don't know. The person shook his head but looked towards the entrance of the spirit mine instinctively. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. Pondering for a short moment, Su Zimo continued asking, the person in the mine is the one who killed those people in Linfeng City, right? Why yes. The Foundation establishment cultivator nodded furiously. What's his cultivation realm? Right as the Foundation establishment cultivator was about to reply, green spots appeared on his face as he smiled at Su Zimo sinisterly. When he saw that smile, Su Zimo's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he retreated immediately. Bang! It was a dull explosion. The person who was alive just a few moments earlier exploded right in front of Su Zimo's eyes. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as a ghastly green ball floated into the spirit mine. At the moment, Little Crane descended with Lung Ro and Little Fatty upon seeing that the fight was over. "Junior brother Su, are you all right? Bro, are you all right?" Both of them asked at almost the same time. A hint of panic flashed in Lung Ro's eyes, but she returned to normalcy almost immediately. "I am fine," Su Zimo nodded and replied, frowning in deep thoughts. After a moment, he fondled Little Crane's head and said, "Stupid bird. Send everyone back to the sect first. This place is not suitable for you guys to linger on. If you can meet with reinforcements from the sect on the way back, that would be for the best." "Caw, caw." Little Crane called for Su Zimo to hurry up so that they could leave together. "You guys leave first. I'll go back later." Su Zimo shook his head and rejected. "Bro, you're not thinking of entering the spirit mine again, are you?" Little Fatty asked with eyes widened in disbelief. Su Zimo was silent. Both Lung Ro and Little Fatty exchanged solemn glances. "Junior brother Su, let's head back together." Lung Ro said, "The person within the spirit mine might have a powerful background and we don't know his strength. Moreover, his techniques are so sinister. There's no need for us to take this risk. Just let him have this spirit mine." "That's right," Little Fatty added. "Furthermore, we've already sent a message back to the sect and seniors will arrive soon. This spirit mine can still be ours. Bro, there's no need for you to take the risk personally. I have to go in and take a look." Su Zimo's gaze was firm as he said darkly, "This is a middle-grade spirit mine, so that person shouldn't be a golden core. If he's a foundation establishment cultivator, I will be able to escape safely even if I can't fight him. That person can't restrain me." There were some things that Su Zimo did not tell Little Fatty and Lung Ro. When he saw the tragedy of Linfeng City, Su Zimo's first thought was of Yen Country's capital and his big brother, Su Hong. Mortals were absolutely helpless in the face of such power and could only be slaughtered. This person's descent upon Linfeng City a day ago had caused the entire city to perish. If he were to head to the capital of Yen Country one day, his big brother and the others would definitely meet with the same ill fate. This was his last chance. If he were to wait for the sect seniors to arrive, this person may have already left by then. Su Zimo was worried that if he were to let this person off, he would regret it one day. Besides, this person was accountable for the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives in Linfeng City. "Bro, Little Fatty was about to continue when Su Zimo interrupted him. "You guys are injured. You don't have to follow me in." Lung Ro said, "We'll wait for you outside then. 2 hours. After thinking for a while, Su Zimo replied, "If I'm not out within 2 hours, leave this place immediately." After pausing momentarily, Su Zimo said to Little Crane as well, "Stupid bird, bring everyone with you further away. If you see any stranger approaching the mine, leave immediately. Do not turn back." Little Crane nodded hurriedly, flapping its wings with a worried expression. Picking up his flying swords from the ground, Su Zimo kept the mystic gold silk armor in his storage bag and pretended to smile casually. "There's so many storage bags around. Hurry and collect them all. We'll split the loot secretly back in the sect," Su Zimo said as he entered the entrance. Disappearing into the deep and dark spirit mine, Su Zimo held his saber and walked through the dark mine, not daring to go too fast. After a long time, he stopped in his tracks and his vision cleared up. The next moment, Su Zimo was met with a shocking scene. There were more than 10,000 strong men kneeling on the ground, forming circles after circles. In the middle of these men was a pile of spirit stones the size of a small mountain, emanating a rich scent of spirit chi. Those strong men were dressed in plain clothes and looked terrified. They were probably mortals who came to mine the spirit stones. On top of the pile sat an extremely handsome young man. His black hair swayed lightly by itself as he spread his arms slightly open with his eyes closed. Green streams of air floated out of the heads of the tens of thousands of men, entering the handsome man's body continuously. The men's cheeks were withering at a discernible pace and their eyes dimmed as though their blood and essence had been drained instantly. The Foundation establishment cultivator who had escaped first into the spirit mine laid collapsed at the feet of the handsome man, having turned into a dried corpse. This man was the true murderer behind Linfeng City's tragedy. Su Zimo scanned the person using his spirit-peering art. Perfected Foundation establishment. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. His current strength was not enough to even deal with a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a perfected. If he wanted to kill this man, he could not do it head-on. He could only rely on various techniques to close the gap. Even though the power of a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely strong, his body was definitely no match against Su Zimo's. That was Su Zimo's only chance. Suddenly, the handsome man opened his narrow eyes. They were a sinister shade of green. "Oh, it's a Qi refinement warrior?" The handsome man's voice carried a hint of surprise. Taking a deep breath of air, he let out an intoxicated expression. "Not bad, not bad. Your body's essence is richer than the tens of thousands of people in Linfeng City added together. Demon, hand over your life." Su Zimo scoffed coldly and leaped up, a crackling flash of lightning shining from his palm. Thunder Spear. A spear formed from lightning appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the handsome man. The handsome man exclaimed softly, "Thunder art? A mere Qi refinement warrior is able to utilize spirit arts." "Oh!" As it approached, a flash of realization appeared in the handsome man's face as he smiled. "I got it. The source of power for this thunder art doesn't come from your dantian. It's from your blood." It merely took him a single look to be able to speak of the secret within Su Zimo's blood. Against the incoming thunder spear, the handsome man smiled gently and flicked his finger, sending a green stream of light. The two attacks collided as the two different powers corroded one another, producing an ear-piercing sound. Thunder Spear was the strongest killing move within the Void Thunder manual. But now, it was countered by a single flick of the handsome man. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. By now, he was already at the bottom of the spirit stones pile. With a single leap, he sprinted up. Swoosh! The handsome man conjured seals with a single hand. His eyes glowed with green light as he pressed down. A gigantic and ghastly green palm descended from the sky, almost blocking Su Zimo's vision entirely. Not daring to fight him head-on, Su Zimo quickly retreated. Suddenly, the palm shattered in midair, forming streams of green light that chased after Su Zimo like snakes filled with life. In terms of spirit arts, this handsome man was many times more brilliant than the 30-odd Foundation establishment cultivators. Su Zimo did not dare to clash head-on and merely continued to dodge. He ran circles around the pile of spirit stones as the snakes chased endlessly. By now, Su Zimo was already using all his strength, but he could not shake off the green snakes chasing after him. All of a sudden, he turned around and welcomed the incoming green snakes with a slash. Poof! 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 The saber split 3 green snakes into 2 right away. However, the remaining snakes swarmed forward and coiled around his cold moon saber. That initially sharp blade turned blunt right away. Letting go of his saber in a sudden motion, Su Zimo strode forward with the plow heaven stride. Exploding with a monstrous force, he ascended the spirit stones pile in 3 steps and arrived before the handsome man. Even without the cold moon saber, Su Zimo's melee combat strength was equally terrifying. There were way too many killing techniques within the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Any single one of them was more than enough to kill the handsome man before him. Bam! Su Zimo slammed down with his palm as if he wanted to tear the world apart. Suddenly, a bone staff appeared in the handsome man's palm. Crystalline. It was made from white bones with a skull on top that exuded a nefarious aura. Chanting some weird sounds, the handsome man suddenly poked his bone staff against Su Zimo's palm. Bang! The power of the ground-rupturing palm shot off as the handsome man's body trembled. His palm cracked and the bone staff nearly slipped out of his hand. All of a sudden, the skull on the top of the staff opened its mouth. As though it was a live ghastly light shone out of its sockets and it bit Su Zimo's wrist. Su Zimo's expression changed. The pain from his wrist was still bearable. However, Su Zimo could clearly feel his blood being drawn by an external force. If this carried on, it wouldn't be long before he ran out of blood and died like the people around him. Bang! Boom! Boom! Su Zimo gave a loud roar and channeled his blood with all his might, sending a reverberating sound of waves gushing from within his body. The power of blood churned furiously and burst, almost shattering the bone staff. The handsome man narrowed his gaze and channeled his spirit energy furiously as well, causing the bone staff to emit a ghastly light. The skull on top of the staff was still biting Su Zimo's wrist tightly, gulping blood by the mouthful. That initially white skull was gradually turning red. Excitement danced in the handsome man's eyes as he laughed loudly. What a pure power your blood contains. I really want to know how a chi refinement warrior such as yourself managed to cultivate such a strong bloodline. The two of them fought in melee range. Even though it sounded slowly, everything happened in an instant. Having lost the initiative, Su Zimo did not think further and grabbed the handsome man's head with his right hand. Even though there was no longer demonic chi in his blood, Su Zimo's palm was no different from the claws of a spirit demon. That single palm strike was more than enough to crush rocks into dust. The handsome man was in complete control of the situation. Without panicking at all, he conjured hand seals and hollered softly, "Blood curse!" In front of the handsome man's chest, a ghastly green ball of light appeared. It revolved and expanded, separating the distance between Su Zimo and the handsome man. Su Zimo's right hand fell into the light ball. It was as if he was trapped in a quagmire and it was difficult to advance. He was completely restricted. Finally, Su Zimo's expression changed. At that moment, Su Zimo could clearly sense weakness coming from within his body. If this continued, his blood essence would be devoured within 10 minutes. If your bloodline was stronger, I wouldn't be able to hold you down today. What a pity. The handsome man smiled sinisterly. Su Zimo had also realized this. If he was at greater mastery of the marrow cleansing section, he would be able to kill a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator with ease. Coupled with the Thunder Marrow Cleansing Sutra, he could definitely match a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. The handsome man's bone staff might not even be able to bite through his flesh. At the moment, a sense of helplessness rose in Su Zimo's heart. With the bone staff biting his left wrist tightly, almost half of Su Zimo's body had gone numb and weak by now. On the other end, his right hand was covered by the ghastly green ball of light, rendering him incapable of moving. He could see the handsome man's face right behind the ball of light, but he did not have the strength to pierce it. Moreover, Su Zimo's right hand had started to corrode because of this strange power. His flesh was rotting with his skin peeled in a horrifying manner. Behind the light ball, the handsome man smiled smugly. Suddenly, the handsome man's smile froze as his eyes focused on something strange. Su Zimo's gaze also landed on the light ball between them. In that ghastly green light ball, the flesh on Su Zimo's right hand was gone entirely, revealing a crimson bone palm. His bones were crystal clear and its surface burned with a fine flame. It looked like the most beautiful treasure in this world. The bone palm's fingertip was as sharp as a knife. It did not look like the palm of a human. An extremely terrifying aura emanated as the ghastly green light ball shattered. In the face of that aura, the handsome man felt as small as an ant. For a moment, his heart even stopped beating. What is this? The handsome man's pupils constricted. At the same time, Su Zimo felt a new surge of energy gush into his body from his right hand. His blood felt as though it was burning and spewing flames. Kill! Su Zimo bellowed and reached for the handsome man's head with that blood-colored bone palm. The handsome man's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly moved the white bone staff in front of him to block the blood bone palm. Piak! Su Zimo merely grabbed gently. The handsome man's staff was broken right away. Poof! The next moment, Su Zimo's palm had descended and the handsome man's head was crushed. A perfected foundation establishment cultivator had fallen. Su Zimo stood where he was and looked at his right hand in disbelief. The handsome man's bone staff was definitely as hard as a middle-grade spirit weapon. But his right hand had managed to snap it with ease. Just what was that right hand of his? Su Zimo could clearly feel that the blood-bone palm was not his original palm. It gave off a horrifying aura that seemed as though it could destroy everything in the world. Suddenly, something came to Su Zimo's mind. Back in Songlang mountain range, he had fought against many cultivators of Joyful Sect, and his right hand was almost crippled at that time. After that, when Su Zimo woke up, his entire body was intact and there were no wounds. Daiyu must have attached this blood-bone palm back then. But what was the origin of this blood-bone palm? Why did it give him such a sense of trepidation? At this moment, he finally found a clue to many of his previous doubts. The reason why he was able to cultivate a level 3 spirit fire right away must have something to do with this blood-bone palm. That was the reason why Su Zimo's right hand did not change when he turned into a demon previously. It was because his strength was not enough to trigger the blood-bone palm. Even if he did not know the secret behind the blood-bone palm, Su Zimo knew that many of his body's abnormalities were related to it. This was definitely one of the 3 gifts that Daiyu had left him. Looking around, Su Zimo did not find anyone else, and he heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-bone palm was clearly not a human palm. If it was exposed, he would have no way of explaining himself out of this. Su Zimo put away the handsome man's storage bag and rummaged through it. He found a grade 2 muscle-enhancing elixir and swallowed it. Together with Su Zimo's already strong self-healing powers, a thin layer of flesh formed on his right palm before long. Even though he wasn't fully recovered, it was enough to hide away the blood-bone palm. Still worried, Su Zimo removed a piece of cloth and wrapped his right hand in it. He pondered for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, all the middle-grade spirit stones were put into his storage bag. He had come here for the sake of spirit stones, so he naturally wouldn't give any chances. Looking at the tens of thousands of mortals around him who had died in the kneeling position, Su Zimo sighed. A look of pity filled his eyes together with a rush of emotions. If he hadn't met Daiyu, he would have been no different from those mortals who could only be slaughtered by cultivators. Why? Why did those mortals not have spirit roots? Senior Crane once said that it was a person's fate whether or not they had spirit roots, and nothing could change that. Without a spirit root, one would not be able to cultivate. The way these people before him met with their ends, was that their fate as well? Su Zimo felt indignant. He was indignant for the hundreds of thousands of innocent lives of Linfeng City, indignant for the tens of thousands of simple and plain men in front of him. If they could cultivate, they might not have died today. He had Daiyu to defy the heavens and change his fate by planting a spirit root for him. But what about them? Who could change the fates of all those people? Ugh! Sighing once more, Su Zimo left the place. Outside, Little Crane and the others were hiding nearby, watching the spirit mine for any activity tensely. After almost 2 hours, a person exited from the mine. Lung Ro and the rest focused. It was Su Zimo. Little Crane carried Lung Ro, Little Fatty and the spirit tiger, and hurriedly flew over with Little Fatty cheering in midair. How was it, bro? Are you all right? Little Fatty hopped down first and asked in concern. Su Zimo nodded. Lung Ro's gaze landed on Su Zimo's right hand and she asked softly, "Your hand? It's nothing. It's just a small injury." There was naturally no way Su Zimo would tell the truth. Right then, a stream of light suddenly sped over from afar. It was extremely fast and appeared before them in the blink of an eye. It was a gigantic spirit vessel. A picture of a mountain peak was etched onto the side of the spirit vessel. A group of golden cores stood on the deck of the spirit peak. The 5 people leading the group were none other than the 5 peak masters of Ethereal Peak. Leaping from the spirit vessel, the 5 peak masters surveyed the scene. Looking at the 30-odd corpses of Foundation establishment cultivators strewn all over the place, their eyes had a slight hint of shock. Su Zimo and the rest had not expected that Lung Ro's message would alarm the sect's golden cores. Greetings, Peak Masters. Greetings, Elders. Su Zimo and the other 2 bowed. Nodding their heads, the 5 peak masters asked about everything with solemn expressions. Little Fatty related the entire incident from the beginning to the end, how they realized the oddities in Linfeng City all the way to how Su Zimo entered the spirit mine alone. Towards the end, the disheveled old man glared at Su Zimo with a look of blame. All right, let's return to the sect first. At that moment, when Xian came out of the spirit mine, waving his hand, he brought Su Zimo, Lung Ro, Little Fatty, and the 2 beasts up the spirit vessel. Ethereal Main Peak, Ethereal Palace. The 5 peak masters brought Su Zimo, Lung Ro, and Little Fatty here to relate everything about Linfeng City and the spirit mine to the sect master thoroughly. Su Zimo, Lung Ro, and Little Fatty left. Sect master Ling Yun closed his eyes in deep thoughts before asking, "What do you guys think?" When Xian said, "For them to deploy such cruel methods, this should be the act of fiend cultivators. Sect master, we must not be careless." The other 4 peak masters nodded in agreement. Pass the order down. Before the sect competition, all disciples should head out as little as possible. If they have to head out, they must be accompanied by disciples of peak foundation establishment cultivation or higher, and the groups must be 20 or larger. Ling Yun continued, "Arrange properly for Lu Yongrong and Guan Jin's funerals. Also, Lung Ro and Little Fatty shall be rewarded with spirit stones and elixirs. As for Su Zimo," the disheveled old man said hurriedly, "Sect master, if not for that lad, Lung Ro and Little Fatty aside, even Little Crane wouldn't have returned alive. We were there, and the aftermath of the battle was intense. More than 30 foundation establishment cultivators died in the hands of that lad. Impart him the ethereal foundation establishment," Ling Yun replied. When he heard that, the disheveled old man's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He quickly bowed repeatedly and said, "That's for the best. I thank the sect master on behalf of that lad." Su Zimo. Ethereal foundation establishment was one of the 3 major secret skills of the sect. In Qi condensation realm, the standards for cultivation techniques were very low. Any technique could cultivate a sea of Qi. As long as one had a good spirit root, they would be able to advance to foundation establishment realm. However, the standards required of techniques will become much higher at foundation establishment. Foundation establishment was divided into 4 levels: early, mid, late stages, and perfected. At perfected foundation establishment, there's the method of meridian unlocking. Meridian unlocking referred unlocking of the 8 meridian channels with spirit energy. Every single unlocked meridian would raise the cultivator's strength. At perfected foundation establishment, the difference in strength between a cultivator with 8 unlocked meridians and another with a single unlocked meridian was like heaven and earth. Normally, if one could unlock 4 of the 8 meridians, they would already have a high chance of forming a golden core. With 5 unlocked meridians, the chance was even higher. If one could unlock all 8, they would definitely form a golden core. Even though it seemed simple, it was actually extremely difficult. Many foundation establishment cultivators would never be able to open up 4 meridians in their entire lives. In the end, they could only force their core formation. Many of those will end up failing in the process and die. But, if one could cultivate a top-notch foundation establishment technique, their chances of unlocking their meridians would be much greater. Ethereal foundation establishment was that top-notch technique. Any cultivator of the secret skill would be able to unlock at least 4 meridian channels at perfected foundation establishment. Of course, in the history of the Great Zhou dynasty, there was also a foundation establishment cultivator who had managed to unlock all 8 meridians. The most recent foundation establishment cultivator who had managed to do it was that monster who walked out of Ethereal Peak 1,000 years ago. It was nearly impossible to unlock all 8 meridians. No foundation establishment cultivator would deliberately aim to unlock all 8 meridians since theoretically, they could attempt for Golden Core Realm with just 4 unlocked meridians. But of course, it was undeniable that the more meridians were unlocked, the stronger one would be and the better the quality of the formed Golden Core. Therefore, there were some intersect cultivators who were even in their 40s but they were still at perfected foundation establishment. They wanted to unlock as many meridians as possible and were in no hurry to form a core. However, the lifespan of Foundation establishment cultivators was only slightly more than 100 years. Once anyone passes 50 years old, their energy, chi and spirit would all diminish. If they weren't able to unlock their meridians in the past, it would be even tougher in the future. Therefore, most people would remain at perfected Foundation establishment to 50 years old at most. No matter how many meridians were unlocked by then, they would attempt to form a core. The most amazing thing about Ethereal Foundation establishment was that it could ensure at least 4 unlocked meridians for a cultivator. It meant that one would cross half the threshold required for core formation. Furthermore, with that foundation, cultivators with extremely strong endowments would be able to unlock even more meridians. After all, Ethereal Peak had once produced a cultivator with 8 unlocked meridians who was unparalleled in the northern Tianhuang region among all Foundation establishment cultivators. As the 5 Peak Masters were about to leave the Ethereal Palace, Sect Master Ling Yun added, "By the way, don't tell anyone about this incident." Stunned for a moment, the 5 Peak Masters nodded in agreement. After the 5 of them left, a red-headed beauty appeared within the palace. Ling Yun stood up and cupped his fists, asking darkly, "Senior, have you heard of any similar demonic techniques that enables one to suck another cultivator's essence and blood?" The red-headed beauty had a grim look as she shook her head. Ling Yun frowned and murmured, "Could it be one of the 7 fiend sects? If he was someone from those sects, this would be sticky for Ethereal Sect to handle. If we don't handle it well, our sect might be destroyed. It's not someone from a fiend sect." The red-headed beauty shook her head and sounded certain. Ling Yun's expression softened. He had just sighed a heave of relief when the red-headed beauty continued. "However, that person's background is probably not any weaker than the 7 fiend sections. It might even be comparable. Could it be?" As though he recalled something, Ling Yun's pupils constricted and he did not continue. The red-headed beauty nodded. Ghastly green eyes. "He should have come from Tianhuang's forbidden grounds." Pest! Ling Yun drew a breath of cold air and was shocked. After a long while, he asked, "Why are living beings of the forbidden grounds out and about?" "I don't know either." The red-headed beauty sighed. "Chaos has started to descend upon Tianhuang mainland. Senior, your lifespan?" Ling Yun was extremely worried and could not help but ask, "I can't hold on for much longer. 100 years more at most." The red-headed beauty said, "All these years, the other 4 major sects have all been coveting Ethereal Sect. Even some of the minor sects are tempted to take action. When I die, Ethereal Sect will be on the brink of life and death too. If no one is able to advance to Void Reversion Realm within this 100 years and become a Tao being, Ethereal Peak would probably reach its end. Senior." Suddenly, Ling Yun collapsed to the ground on his knees with a feeling of guilt. He looked at the red-headed beauty silently with a mournful expression. The crane was the spirit beast of Ethereal Peak's founder master and had guarded the sect for several thousands of years. It possessed strength equivalent to that of a Tao being and was the only existence in the sect at Void Reversion Realm. All these years, if not for Senior Crane's protection, Ethereal Peak would have been destroyed several times. There's no need for that. There are thousands of nascent soul-perfected lords out there, and none of them can advance to Void Reversion Realm without a powerful mental cultivation technique. You don't have to blame yourself." The red-headed beauty stretched her hand to help him up and said softly, "Don't worry. I will protect Ethereal Peak till the very end. I won't let down the task he entrusted for me back then." Ling Yun sighed. Actually, the group of disciples from last year had pretty decent endowments. Feng Haoyu, Leng Ro, Su Zimo and Little Fatty, their potentials are limitless. It's just a pity. Ling Yun did not continue. It was just a pity that none of them would be able to reach Void Reversion Realm within 100 years to help the sect tide over this calamity of annihilation. As the 5 Peak Masters ordered Su Zimo, Leng Ro and Little Fatty to remain silent, no one in the sect knew the details of the battle at Linfeng City. Everyone only vaguely heard that Leng Ro and company were met with an ambush when they went out. 2 inner sect disciples died tragically, and the 3 of them were only saved after golden cores of the sect arrived. Right after, The sect sent out orders restricting disciples from heading out, etc. As such, the tension was high within the sect. Even though most people did not know the reason, they felt a sense of danger and chose to enter seclusion cultivation. It was the same for Su Zimo as well. The reason why he joined Leng Ro and Little Fatty in heading out after returning from Thunderclap Valley was because he was lacking in spirit stones. Now, Su Zimo had sufficient spirit stones and he had already begun to cultivate fervently, bent on catching up on his lack of progress for the past 6 months. In his cave abode, Su Zimo resumed his normal cultivation routine. By absorbing spirit stones and refining elixirs in the day, he would then choose to consume perfect elixirs and continue raising his cultivation. At night, he would channel the tiger leopard thunder sound and continue with cleansing his marrow liquid, regenerating fresh and powerful blood. The effect of swapping blood through marrow cleansing was obvious. In the process, even the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones would become stronger. Every morning after waking up, Su Zimo's body would be covered by a thin layer of black mud. Those were the impurities in his body. Both his immortality and demonic cultivation were steadily improving. With sufficient spirit stones to replenish his energy coupled with non-stop cultivation, Su Zimo reached perfected chi condensation after a single month. When he was at level 9 chi condensation, Su Zimo's dantian had already formed a sea of chi. Now that he was at perfected chi condensation, a change happened to the sea of chi once more. As though it was dyed a shade of red, flames burned on top of it, sending forth a beautiful and powerful aura. Even though he had no one to spar with, Su Zimo was certain that his current state of chi condensation was enough to crush all other chi refinement warriors of the same level. Just as Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relaxation, the sound of clothes fluttering came from outside his cave abode. Before long, someone knocked on the door. Su Zimo frowned. The footsteps sounded unfamiliar. There weren't many people who came to his cave abode usually, and it was mostly Little Fatty. However, it clearly wasn't him because those footsteps were light. Su Zimo waved his robes and the door to his cave abode opened. A fragrant scent wafted in as a woman wearing a snow-white blouse stood at the entrance. She had a cold expression, but a trace of uneasiness flickered through her eyes as she gazed inside somewhat nervously. That woman was Leng Ro. Surprised, Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and welcomed her with cupped fists. "I didn't expect it to be Senior Sister Leng. Come in quickly." "Yes," she replied softly and entered with her head lowered. Given Leng Ro's character, she might not even be willing to meet anyone if they came to visit. If anyone knew that she had taken the initiative to visit a male disciple at his place, their jaws would surely drop. "Is there anything, Senior Sister Leng?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Pondering for a moment, Leng Ro replied, "I haven't thanked you for everything that happened outside Linfeng City. I'm here to thank you for that formally." "So, it's about that." Su Zimo smiled and waved it off. "It's nothing much. I was also saving myself as well. You don't have to worry about it." Leng Ro nodded and said nothing more. She was not good at conversing to begin with, while Su Zimo was not good at asking questions. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and awkward. Hesitating for a moment, Leng Ro continued, "Junior Brother Su, I've made 2 grade 2 talismans. Please take them as a token of appreciation for saving my life." With that, Leng Ro retrieved 2 pieces of talismans from her storage bag and handed them over. However, her head was lowered and she did not look at Su Zimo. Su Zimo thought to himself, "If I reject her, things might get even more awkward." At that thought, he reached out and took the 2 talismans before smiling. "Thank you, Senior Sister Leng." When Su Zimo received the talismans, Leng Ro's nervous expression finally relaxed. She lifted her head and glanced at Su Zimo before turning away speedily. One of the 2 talismans was a protection talisman, while the other was an offensive talisman. Sensing the aura the talismans exuded, Su Zimo nodded silently. The 2 talismans should be the strongest among grade 2 talismans. It was clear that Leng Ro had spent a lot of effort on them. Su Zimo thought to himself, "It's a pity I can't refine middle-grade spirit weapons. Otherwise, I would have made one and returned the favor." By now, Su Zimo was able to advance to Foundation Establishment realm at any time. His 6 inferior-grade flying swords could no longer keep up with his cultivation. If he wanted to set up a sword formation, he would have to refine his own flying swords. Right now, Su Zimo's technique for tempering was way too crude. Even if he had superior-grade materials, he would not be able to remove the impurities and etch the second spirit pattern. That was a huge problem he was eager to solve. The both of them chatted casually a little more and Leng Ro left. From his storage bag, Su Zimo retrieved an elixir that looked mysterious with 5 patterns on it. It was a perfect Foundation Establishment elixir. He had created that Foundation Establishment elixir during the face-off against Su Zimo on Elixir Peak. At the thought of Feng Haoyu, Su Zimo could not help but recall how the former had stopped and threatened him after the Elixir Peak face-off. At that moment, it seemed as though Feng Haoyu was just doing it out of spite. But after Su Zimo thought about it, things did not seem as simple. After advancing to Foundation Establishment realm, Su Zimo would inevitably come across Feng Haoyu once more, and he did not know what that guy would do next. After all, Feng Haoyu had experienced that terrible defeat. If he made a comeback, he would not be easy to deal with. With that thought in mind, Su Zimo swallowed the Foundation Establishment elixir. It melted instantly in his mouth, sending a warm stream down his throat into his dantian that emitted a powerful medicinal effect. Under the influence of that medicinal effect, Su Zimo calmed himself down and gathered the sea of qi within his dantian. He was neither anxious nor hurried. As the name suggested, Foundation Establishment was for one to lay down the foundation. If one's foundation was lacking, their future cultivation path could be problematic. The scarlet sea of qi shrank endlessly and reduced in size. However, the aura that was being emitted was increasingly powerful and terrifying. Time began to slip away just like that. Su Zimo was in no rush. For normal cultivators to establish their foundations, the fast ones would take less than 2 hours and the slowest ones would take up to 5 days. However, there was no one as slow as Su Zimo. A full 100 days had passed by before Su Zimo opened his eyes that shone with a sharp glint. The sea of qi within his dantian had finally disappeared and turned into a scarlet spirit liquid. There was a qualitative change in his spirit qi, transforming it into spirit energy. 100 days of foundation establishment. Even though they were 100 ordinary days, Su Zimo had set up a foundation sturdier than anything else. On this day, Su Zimo walked out of his cave abode and summoned his flying sword. He headed for the main peak. Upon reaching Foundation Establishment realm, one could take part in the intersect assessment at the main peak. As long as they passed, they would become intersect disciples. The intersect assessment was relatively simple. It merely tested the disciples on their control and insights towards sword kinesis as well as whether their foundations were stable. When the testing elder saw that it was Su Zimo, he gave the latter an intersect identity badge without conducting the assessment at all. Under Little Fatty's lead, the two of them circled the main peak before looking for a suitable cave abode to settle down. All that trouble took up half a day's time. Before long, news of Su Zimo becoming an intersect disciple spread out through the intersect. Right as Su Zimo was about to return to his cave abode and return to seclusion cultivation of Ethereal Foundation Establishment, a group of people walked over. They looked unfriendly and were sneering. Leading the pack was a former disciple of Spirit Peak, Sun Tao, who was knocked unconscious by a single slap of Su Zimo. After half a year, Sun Tao was already at early-stage foundation establishment as well. The other people were unfamiliar and they had different cultivations. There were even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. All of those people surrounded Su Zimo and Little Fatty before long. With a smile, Little Fatty cupped his fists. "Senior brothers, what do you need?" "Little Fatty, make way. This is none of your business." Sun Tao snorted coldly and looked at Su Zimo. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Su Zimo, you ambushed me while I was unprepared back in Spirit Peak. We haven't settled that debt yet. I'm not someone to take advantage of you. Since you're already at early-stage foundation establishment now, today is a good time. We'll fight it out in the spirit arena." In truth, even though they were both at early-stage foundation establishment, One had just advanced and the other was at a peak state. Furthermore, Su Zimo had just become an inner sect disciple and had yet to learn any spirit arts. As for Sun Tao, he had already been in the inner sect for a few months now with a few spirit arts under his belt. Everyone could tell whether or not it was fair, but no one said anything. Little Fatty had a strange expression as he looked at Sun Tao with a hint of pity in his gaze. However, he did not say anything as well. Su Zimo could not be bothered with Sun Tao and merely shook his head. "I'm not interested." "Humph." Sun Tao's expression darkened as he yelled, "Su Zimo, that's not up to you." "Oh." Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo looked at Sun Tao for a moment and suddenly laughed. "What do you mean?" "Su Zimo, stop pretending," a disciple at the side shouted. "You must have been a burden to senior brothers Lu and Guan at the spirit mine of Linfeng City, since you were just a Qi refinement warrior. How else would they have died? What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing that, Little Fatty could not help but berate them. He was well aware of what happened at the spirit mine, but no one else knew. One of them sneered, "Even though the three of you refuse to say anything about that incident, all of us can roughly guess everything. Su Zimo must have been a burden to our two senior brothers." Su Zimo was expressionless as he listened to their accusations. It was a baseless rumor that came from an illogical conclusion. Despite being so ridiculous, there were many in the inner sect that bought it. Repeated rumors turn into facts. Su Zimo did not believe that it wasn't intentionally spread by someone. Sun Tao scoffed coldly, "Su Zimo, even if you reject my challenge today, there will be many other senior brothers coming to challenge you from this day forth in the name of our two dead senior brothers. Humph. You can dream about cultivating in peace from now on." With an unchanged expression, Su Zimo nodded. "All right, let's head to the spirit arena." For some reason, Sun Tao felt uneasy when he heard Su Zimo's carefree tone. After all, Su Zimo had already defeated Feng Haoyu back when he was in Qi Condensation Realm. Now that he was at Foundation Establishment Realm, Su Zimo must be even stronger. However, Sun Tao thought again. How could Su Zimo be a match for him since the latter had just joined the inner sect and had yet to learn spirit arts? By the time Sun Tao's imagination was done running wild, everyone had arrived at the spirit arena of the main peak. Su Zimo entered it slowly, looking calm and composed. Whipping out his flying sword, Sun Tao leapt into the spirit arena. He conjured hand seals with his left hand and spirit energy reverberated on his fingertips. The spirit art was taking shape. "Ha! Today is where I will reclaim my dignity." Sun Tao conjured his spirit art and composed himself. He could not help but burst out in laughter smugly. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he said nonchalantly, "Sun Tao, if I can knock you out the first time, I can knock you out a second time." Boom! Right after he said that, Su Zimo disappeared from sight. Between the both of them, a flurry of afterimages appeared and in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Sun Tao. He had not made use of spirit weapons nor energy. This was purely a burst of his physical strength. An intense and ferocious aura gushed out. For a moment, Sun Tao felt that he was not facing a human, but an ancient beast. He did not have time to think as he struck with the spirit art in his left hand. Controlling his flying sword with his right hand, he willed it to stab forward. He almost did not have to aim at all since they were so close together. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, Sun Tao heard a horrifying sound of a tsunami surging in his ears. Su Zimo's eyes lit up, his power of blood bursting forth. With a casual punch, Su Zimo destroyed Sun Tao's spirit art. Right after, he sidestepped and dodged the incoming sword and with a flip of his hand, he struck Sun Tao's face ruthlessly. This was the exact same move that he had done on Spirit Peak. Sun Tao was alarmed as he felt his vision turn black. A torrential force descended upon him and he fell backwards uncontrollably. Bang! A flash of blood appeared as the back of his head landed on the ground. Sun Tao fainted on the spot. It was too fast. The inner sect disciples that were spectating below were not prepared for Sun Tao to collapse on the spirit arena after just a mere moment of contact. Stunned on the spot, Most of them had not registered the fact yet. Suddenly, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the inner sect disciples. He said calmly, "Anyone else who is unconvinced can come up together. I'll take all of you guys at the same time." Everyone was in an uproar. The next moment, inner sect disciples below burned with instant rage and shouted, "Preposterous! How arrogant! What did Su Zimo mean by that?" He was looking down at everyone as though they were nothing. All the inner sect disciples present were at the peak of their youth. How could any of them tolerate such insolence from a disciple who had just entered the inner sect? Little Fatty secretly frowned, somewhat confused. In reality, after what Sun Tao said, Su Zimo realized that this was actually a scheme of the enemy hiding in the depths. No matter what, he had to accept this challenge. As Sun Tao said, if he did not resolve it today, he would not be able to cultivate in peace in the future. The simplest and most effective way of settling it was to shock. It wasn't just to shock Sun Tao's group. More than that, it was to shock the enemy plotting against him in the dark. Therefore, Su Zimo was not just going to take down Sun Tao's group today. He was going to reveal his true strength and crush everything completely. Although many disciples were infuriated, they were still able to remain rational and did not rush up together. A mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was the first to enter the spirit arena as he remarked coldly, "Junior brother Su, aren't you being too arrogant?" Before that person could finish, Su Zimo took 2 steps and arrived before him. Without a second word, he raised his hands and drew an arc in the air. His punch was filled with power, as though a gigantic stamp was crushing down. "Ah!" That person yelped and crushed a protection talisman right away. Su Zimo's fist slammed heavily against the barrier of the protection talisman, causing it to shake violently. Right after, a series of terrifying sounds could be heard. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared and extended on the surface of the light barrier. A Grade 2 protection talisman was destroyed by a single punch from Su Zimo. That person was scared out of his wits. Without waiting for Su Zimo to continue punching, he jumped down from the spirit arena with fear in his eyes. Retreating frantically, he was like a stray dog. Another inner sect disciple grit his teeth and leaped into the spirit arena, summoning his flying sword instantly. 2 spirit lights shone dazzlingly on the sword. It was a middle-grade flying sword. On the other side, that person conjured hand seals and pointed it at Su Zimo's feet. Suddenly, thick vines grew out like snakes, climbing and wrapping themselves tightly around Su Zimo's ankles. The flying sword and spirit art struck at the same time, complementing each other perfectly. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to dodge the flying sword's attack with their bodies restricted. However, Su Zimo's bloodline was way too strong. Unless it was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, no one else could trap him. Bang! Boom! Boom! The blood within Su Zimo's body rumbled as lightning flashed. Striking the vines conjured by the spirit art, the power of thunder electrocuted it into nothingness. Swash! At the same time, the flying sword pierced towards Su Zimo's glabella. Laughing gently, Su Zimo did not dodge at all. He extended his palm and caressed the incoming sword gently, soft as a tongue. The flying sword fell into Su Zimo's palm obediently. As for Su Zimo's palm, it was completely unharmed. The inner sect disciple on the other end opened his mouth wide and his eyeballs nearly popped out. Such methods were far beyond his knowledge. Grabbing weapons barehanded was just a small trick among martial artists to deal with mortals. But no one had ever seen a cultivator who could deal with a Foundation establishment cultivator's flying sword using just his bare hands. "Everyone, let's attack together," someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The tens of disciples below leaped into the spirit arena hot-headedly. "That's the way!" Su Zimo burst out in laughter. He took a few steps and slammed into the crowd, exploding the power of his bloodline. Using his unparalleled might and ferocious fist techniques, he crushed his way through everyone. Bang! 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 Accompanied by cries of pain, the sound of fists and flesh colliding rang out constantly as bodies fell one after another. Many people had just entered the spirit arena. However, they were knocked down by Su Zimo before they could even stand firmly. In the blink of an eye, bodies were strewn all over the spirit arena. They were completely defeated. Far away, 3 cultivators stood. From their identity badges, they were also inner sect disciples. However, their auras were extraordinary and they were clearly unlike everyone else. That's Su Zimo, the number 1 of 4 peaks last year. His melee combat strength is rather decent. However, it's of little use. Yes, against us, he won't even have a chance to get close. Someone among them laughed. I heard that there were quite a number of disciples with decent endowment last year. Other than Su Zimo, there's Feng Haoyu and a beauty called Lang Ro. Yes, all 3 of them have a chance to become legacy disciples just like us. That's for the future. Let's continue our seclusion and prepare for the sect competition. Feng Haoyu watched everything expressionlessly and turned around to head back to his cave abode. As soon as he entered and closed the door, Feng Haoyu stopped in his tracks as if he sensed something. That lad's methods are terrifying. At the spirit mine of Linfeng City, more than 30 Foundation establishment cultivators died in his hands. There was even a late stage among them. A hoarse voice sounded suddenly. It came from a black figure standing in a corner of the cave abode. Feng Haoyu was secretly shocked. None of the sect disciples knew about what happened at Linfeng City. Only the 5 peak masters and some elders who went as reinforcements knew about it. Feng Haoyu said, "According to what you said, Senior, I'm unable to deal with him given my current abilities. Furthermore, I can't kill Su Zimo inside the sect. Have you learned all 3 major secret skills?" The hoarse voice sounded once more. Yes. Feng Haoyu nodded. Obtaining the 3 major secret skills of Ethereal Peak was a large part of his mission. Record them for me. No. Feng Haoyu shook his head. Oh. The tone of the black figure changed. Instantly, the atmosphere within the cave abode turned tense and was filled with killing intent. Before I learned the secret skills, Ling Yun made me swear not to spread the secret skills externally, Feng Haoyu explained. I have no choice either. The cave abode fell silent. After a moment, the black figure laughed sinisterly. Humph, humph, not to spread them. We shall see how long more Ethereal Peak can hang on for. When the time comes, I'll come and snatch the 3 major secret skills personally. What about Su Zimo and the 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak? Feng Haoyu asked again. Su Zimo is manageable. However, those 3 legacy disciples are mostly in seclusion and rarely show their faces. There's no chance to strike at all. The black figure ordered. Don't act rashly lest we alert the enemy. We'll find a chance before the sect competition to take down the 4 of them in one fell swoop. Humph. Let's see who else Ethereal Peak can send to the sect competition. A cold gust of wind blew past, and the black figure disappeared from Feng Haoyu's cave abode. As Su Zimo had expected, no one in the inner sect sought trouble with him after that fight. For the next 2 months, he locked himself in seclusion and absorbed spirit stones continuously, cultivating the Ethereal Foundation establishment to raise his cultivation. 2 months later, it was almost the end of the year. Su Zimo was now at the peak of early-stage Foundation establishment. He thought about it deeply and decided to head out for a walk. His main goal was to find a secret manual to hone one's weapon refinement skill. Without a manual like that, Su Zimo would not be able to improve on his weapon refinement technique. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would be almost half as weak if he was unable to make use of sword formations. Without letting anyone know, Su Zimo left quietly. His destination was to a place called Chiyu City. It was an important city within the Great Zhou dynasty and contained a sky treasure auction house. Typically, as long as there was a city where cultivators gathered, there would be a sky treasure pavilion. However, there weren't many sky treasure auction houses within the Great Zhou dynasty. Chiyu City was the closest city to Ethereal Peak that had one. Sky Treasure Auction House intended to try his luck at Sky Treasure Auction House. Ever since that fight outside of Linfeng City, he had quite a bit of spirit stones in his storage bag. It was just convenient for him. Chiyu City. From afar, It looked like a terrifying behemoth lying on the ground. Even the capital of Yen country paled in comparison. But this was only just a single major town of the dynasty. One could imagine how majestic and dominating the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty was. Along the way, the number of cultivators increased in number the closer it was to Qiyu City. In the capital of Yen country, there were only Qi refinement warriors mostly. It was difficult to even see a foundation establishment cultivator. However, foundation establishment cultivators were extremely common in Qiyu City. Flying on their swords, there were people coming and going constantly. Occasionally, even golden cores who could travel through the air without the use of any objects would pass by. Comparatively, Qiyu City was truly more like a city for cultivators. Even though Su Zimo was a disciple of Ethereal Peak, he did not dare to behave flamboyantly in Qiyu City. In fact, he even put away his sect badge and looked for a random inn within the city. Similar to Sky Treasure Pavilion, Sky Treasure Auction House was also backed by a royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. Listening to the discussions of surrounding cultivators, Su Zimo's confidence in this trip increased. It was said that the Sky Treasure Auction House was the largest trading market in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was famous and many rare and unique treasures had been auctioned here, be it spirit weapons, elixirs, talismans and manuals, etc. Of course, the price of the items auctioned was also extremely high. By the time Su Zimo entered the city, it was already evening. After listening for a while in the lobby of the inn, he went back to rest. The next day, Su Zimo woke up early and rushed to the Sky Treasure Auction House. The Sky Treasure Auction House was divided into outer and inner houses. Most items in the outer house were ordinary items where cultivators only needed spirit stones to purchase them or exchange items of equivalent value. The inner house was where the real auction was. All rare items would be auctioned officially in the inner house. The competition was fair and the highest bidders would get it. As long as one were to enter the region of the Sky Treasure Auction House, be it the inner or outer houses, they were not allowed to fly through the air. Even golden cores were not permitted. That was the rule of the auction house. The place was packed as people pushed against one another. There were cultivators of all major and minor sects of different branches. In fact, Su Zimo even caught sight of a few cultivators from Iridescent Cloud's Palace and Azure Frost sect. After taking a spin around the outer house, Su Zimo had an eye-opener. He had truly come across quite a few treasures, but it was a pity that he hadn't seen a manual for the tempering technique of weapon refinement. Without any hesitation, Su Zimo walked towards the entrance of the inner house. On both sides of the entrance stood two late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Clad in armor, they surveyed the crowd constantly with sharp gazes. Such guards could be seen everywhere in the Sky Treasure Auction House. Even if a golden core were to cause trouble here, he would be ruthlessly suppressed. Su Zimo had just walked up the stairs when he was stopped by the two guards. "Show me your Sky Treasure badge," one of them said coldly. Su Zimo was stunned and asked, "I need a Sky Treasure badge?" The other guard explained patiently, "Different color badges represent the different parts of the inner house you'll be seated. Bronze is the worst and gold is the best." Su Zimo truly did not know that he would have to display a Sky Treasure badge to enter the inner house. In fact, the inner house was not a place anyone could just enter. The Sky Treasure badge was proof that someone was qualified to take part in the auction. Otherwise, who could tell if anyone was there to fish in troubled waters? Furthermore, most cultivators who were able to obtain a Sky Treasure badge were those who had sold a certain number of items in the Sky Treasure Pavilion. It was also verifiable proof of the person's identity and strength. At a moment like this, Ethereal Peak's sect badge was not as useful as a Sky Treasure badge. Su Zimo did have a Sky Treasure badge indeed, and it was a gold one. However, he had never used that gold badge ever since he found out about Ji Yaoshua's identity, afraid that it would attract unnecessary trouble. But with the current situation, Su Zimo had no choice but to hand the Sky Treasure gold badge over. When the guard saw that it was a gold badge, he could not help but frown. Typically, someone of Su Zimo's cultivation, early-stage foundation establishment, would be hard-pressed to even possess a silver badge. Sky Treasure Gold badges were almost only exclusive to golden cores. Only golden cores were worthy of a gold badge. The guard's first instinct was that the Sky Treasure Gold badge was fake. Without a change of expression, he pressed gently in the middle of the Sky Treasure Gold badge. His expression softened and he nodded to the other guard. The Sky Treasure Gold badge was authentic. Before this, there had been incidents of fake Sky Treasure badges as well. However, no one had managed to bluff their way through. The main reason was that in the center of every Sky Treasure badge, there would be a unique mark that outsiders would not be able to replicate. A single touch by the guard was enough to tell of whether the gold badge was authentic. This green-robed scholar's background is not simple. The elders in his family must dote on him to be willing to give a Sky Treasure Gold badge to an early-stage foundation establishment. One of the guards said secretly and nodded to Su Zimo. He then moved aside and handed the Sky Treasure Gold badge back. Su Zimo took the token and it slid through the guard's hand. Right as it was about to leave the guard's hand, a cold glint flashed in the guard's eyes, as though he had realized something as he held onto the Sky Treasure Gold badge tightly. Something was not right. When the Sky Treasure Gold badge slid through his hand, he had clearly touched a word character. The guard snatched back the Sky Treasure Gold badge and waved his hand. Instantly, a few more Foundation establishment cultivators appeared beside him, looking malicious and unfriendly as they surrounded Su Zimo in a circle. "What's wrong?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. The guard looked at Su Zimo and grunted. Whisking the Sky Treasure Gold badge up, he scrutinized it under his eyes. At the right corner of the Sky Treasure Gold badge, there was a character the size of a mosquito. As long as one focused on it, they would be able to recognize that it was the word Shui. The guard handed the Sky Treasure Gold badge to another person with a darkened expression. If not for that Shui character, the Sky Treasure Gold badge would be authentic. However, it was way too fake with it. This was clearly the badge of the great Zhou dynasty's third princess. How could it be in the hands of an outsider? Humph one, how dare you forge a fake Sky Treasure Gold badge? You really don't know the meaning of death. Take him down. Another guard shouted after checking out the badge. Hold on. Su Zimo was extremely calm as he said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, what right do you have to say that my badge is fake? You have no proof at all. You have to give me some evidence." There was no way the Sky Treasure Gold badge could be fake, and Su Zimo wanted to see what the guard had to say. The guard sneered. "All right, I'll make sure you die convinced." Right as that person was about to speak, a commotion broke out not far away and the crowd was restless. Looking from the corner of his eye, the guard trembled and he looked respectful right away. There was even a look of intoxication in his eyes. It was the same for everyone else as they actually forgot about Su Zimo for the moment. Out of curiosity, Su Zimo turned over. A group of maidservants surrounded two women as they walked over. At the very front, the woman's skin was fair as snow. She had an exquisite appearance and her steps exuded a mature charm. The woman had a smile on her face, and her every move exuded an air of gracefulness. Clearly, her status in the Sky Treasure auction house was not low. Beside her, there was a young girl in a long pink dress. Even though her face was covered with a veil, her beautiful eyes sparkled and made one's heart flutter. Both women had their own merits and were rare beauties. They walked side by side like sisters. As soon as they appeared, they attracted everyone's attention, burning like fire. Gulps could be heard in the surroundings in a spectacular manner. To think that Chief Steward Gu would actually grace our Chiu City's Sky Treasure auction house. I'm willing to give up 10 years of my life just to have some sort of relationship with Chief Steward Gu. Someone like you will never be entertained by the likes of Chief Steward Gu. I heard that there was a golden core who had nefarious thoughts and was killed that very night with his head hung on display in the city for an entire month. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's hearing far exceeded others. Even though the discussions were hushed, he could still hear them. So it's her, Su Zimo muttered to himself. When he arrived in Chiu City yesterday, Su Zimo heard quite a number of people talking about this woman. Her name was Gu Shi, and she was the chief steward of the Sky Treasure auction house. It was said that even the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was very respectful to her. She was a large part of the reason why Sky Treasure auction house was so famous. No one knew the cultivation of that woman. However, none of those who harbored evil intentions towards her through the years had lived to tell the tale. Mysterious, elegant, and beautiful. The combination of those words turned Gu Shi into the most famous woman in the Great Zhou dynasty. Someone who could only be seen from afar and not touched. Since the Sky Treasure auction house in Chiu City was not the main branch, Su Zimo had not expected that he would come across the great Chief Steward Gu here. Who is the pink-dressed girl beside Chief Steward Gu? She's very unfamiliar. Cut the crap. How can you recognize her through the veil? Even with the veil, I feel like I'm going out of my mind. If I could see her face even once, I would die without regrets. In the crowd, many people shifted their attention to the girl in pink. Su Zimo had tried to use his spirit-peering art to check out the two women. Gu Shi aside, he couldn't even detect the cultivation of the girl in pink. It was as if the girl was shrouded by a layer of fog that made it impossible to see her clearly. Right then, Gu Shi's gaze landed on Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What's wrong, Chief Steward?" This punk tried to forge a Sky Treasure gold badge, but was discovered by us. One of the guards hurried forward and bowed down respectfully, holding up Su Zimo's Sky Treasure gold badge with both hands. Gu Shi smiled and took over the Sky Treasure gold badge casually. She then looked at Su Zimo with a faint smile. "You look decent, but you've got quite the guts. There's nothing more to say about this. According to the rules, kill this person." "Oh." Before Gu Shi could complete her sentence, her expression changed slightly. She raised her brow and brought the Sky Treasure gold badge closer to have a better look. After a moment, Gu Shi raised her head and surveyed Su Zimo with scrutiny. She had a strange expression. "Auntie Gu, what's wrong?" The girl in pink noticed the weird atmosphere and asked softly. Her voice was gentle to the bones and really alluring. Gu Shi glanced sideways and remained silent. However, a voice rang out in the girl in pink's mind. "This badge should be real, but I don't know why it's with this person. Take a look." Only nascent souls could make use of techniques such as voice transmission. The girl in pink took over the badge and was slightly taken aback when she saw the Shui character at the bottom right. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to have thought of something. The corners of her lips curled under the veil and her eyes sparkled. She whispered into Gu Shi's ears, "This badge is authentic. I know who this person is. Gu, call him over. I have something to discuss with him." Access webnovel.live if you like watching manga, comics. Gu Shi acknowledged and handed the Sky Treasure gold badge back, saying, "The badge is authentic." "Ah, it's real." The two guards were stumped on the spot. This was clearly the badge of the Great Zhou dynasty's third princess. If it was authentic, what was this person's relationship with the third princess? "Stop making wild guesses and don't spout nonsense." As though she could read their minds, Gu Shi remarked coldly. The two guards were rattled and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he put away the Sky Treasure gold badge, he felt a burning gaze on him. Gu Shi and that girl in pink were both watching him. Even though the girl in pink was wearing a veil, Su Zimo could almost see a smile on her face. "Follow me." Suddenly, an unquestionable voice rang in Su Zimo's mind. It was Gu Shi's. Together with the girl in pink, Gu Shi walked towards a side door of the inner house. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before following them. The side door to the inner house was only accessible to the employees. Outsiders could only enter through the main door after displaying their Sky Treasure badge. Now that Su Zimo was following Gu Shi and the girl in pink through the side door, it caused a commotion outside. Who is that green-robed scholar? What rights does he have? Many people were green with envy. Someone coughed gently and tried striding towards the side door as though nothing was wrong. However, he was stopped by the guard. He tried to talk his way out of it, but to no avail, and could only leave in a huff. Inside the inner house, things were much quieter and there was evidently less people. Guxi and the girl in pink walked at the front while Su Zimo followed them. Calm and composed, he did not say anything and merely surveyed the surroundings. The layout of the inner house was like a large funnel and guests were separated into 3 general regions based on their colors. The seats at the bottom were for the bronze badge owners. It was a cramped place without much room for activity. Above the bronzes were the silver seats and they were slightly more spacious. Another few levels up and it was at the gold area. Here, the rooms were divided and partitioned. Beautiful gems decorated the rooms, and even though no one from the outside could look in, those within could see everything perfectly clear. Above the gold area was another circle of individual rooms. From the outside, they looked even more spacious and magnificent. Su Zimo wondered who they were made for. On both sides of the entrances of the rooms at the top, beautiful and gorgeous young women stood waiting. Su Zimo followed Guxi and the girl in pink up a jade-green staircase to the area where the most spacious rooms were. "Follow me in." Guxi looked at Su Zimo and said before entering a room. Maidservants stood on both sides and bowed slightly with a smile. They looked at Su Zimo with respect and envy. In the room, there was a row of seats and a table displaying various alluring fruits that emanated spirit chi. "Sit anywhere you want," the girl in pink told Su Zimo and pointed at the table of fruits. "Even golden cores downstairs are not able to eat these." Su Zimo did not reply and merely nodded his head, remaining somewhat cautious. He had realized early on that the Sky Treasure Gold Badge was the reason why their attitudes towards him were so strange. Previously, Su Zimo had always thought that Xianxia had given him a very common gold badge. Now, it seemed like things were not so simple. "Hey, what's your name?" The moment Su Zimo sat down, the girl in pink approached him. She asked in a coquettish tone and her eyes appeared watery with ripples in them. Her body was almost plastered entirely onto Su Zimo as the scent of a young girl wafted over. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He leaned back slightly and said in a low voice, "I'm Su Zimo." The moment he said that, he realized that something was amiss. He had blurted out his answer without thinking at all after the girl in pink questioned him. Su Zimo felt a lingering fear in his heart. It felt as though he was not in control of himself and he would tell her anything she wanted to know. What was even more frightening was that the girl exuded an alluring aura. Every frown and smile of hers seemed extremely charming. Even though it was just a casual chat, Su Zimo could already feel himself getting restless and his body was heating up. It was very sinister. Su Zimo gripped his fists tightly as sweat formed on his palms. If the girl was already so powerful with her veil on, what would happen if she were to remove it? He could stay here no longer. Rising, he cupped his fists. "Chief Steward, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." She did not say anything and merely looked at the both of them silently. "What's the hurry? Aren't you here for the auction? Just sit here and bid then," the girl in pink said. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and moved in front of Su Zimo. Raising her head, she smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Su Zimo was indeed a little afraid, but there was no way he could admit that. "Miss, you must be joking." With an indifferent expression, Su Zimo looked straight and replied calmly, "As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, I am upright and honest. There is nothing to be scared of." Su Zimo mentioned the name of his sect in the hopes of frightening the other party. At the end of the day, Ethereal Peak was one of the 5 major sects within the Great Zhou dynasty. "Wow!" the girl in pink exclaimed and remarked with a look of awe. "Ethereal Peak, that's one of the 5 major sects. How impressive!" The corner of Guxi's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh, but she held it back. Su Zimo could tell that the girl in pink was obviously being sarcastic. She sounded like she was joking, as if Ethereal Peak was nothing to her. Even though he was embarrassed, it was not appropriate for him to get angry. As such, he could only ask, "How should I address you, miss? What sect are you from?" "Me? I can't tell you that now, The girl in pink laughed and blinked intently. She looked extremely innocent and beautiful. No one could get angry at her expression. "Do you know what's odd about that Sky Treasure Gold Badge?" the girl in pink suddenly asked. "I don't." Su Zimo shook his head. Take it out and have a closer look, she continued. Ever since he obtained the Sky Treasure Gold Badge, Su Zimo had truly not taken a good look at it. Now that he was scrutinizing it, he immediately found something unusual. At the bottom right of the badge etched an exquisite, shui character. The girl in pink's voice rang out once more. This is the gold badge of the Great Zhou Dynasty's third princess, also known as the Royal Family Gold Badge. There's less than 10 of this in the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. No wonder. Su Zimo was shocked. Back then, Xianxia mentioned that everything would be at least 50% cheaper if he were to shop at Sky Treasure Pavilion using the Sky Treasure Gold Badge. At that time, Su Zimo was surprised and felt that things couldn't possibly be that cheap. So, this badge was meant for the descendants of the Great Zhou Dynasty's royal family. Hey, what's your relationship with the Great Zhou Dynasty's third princess? A cunning look flashed in the girl in pink's eyes as she asked with a bright smile. Su Zimo shook his head. Nothing much. We're just ordinary friends. Who would believe that? The girl in pink pouted her lips and teased. Someone the likes of the third princess would give that badge to an ordinary friend? Su Zimo did not reply. Hey Su Zimo, how about doing me a favor? The girl in pink suddenly said as she rolled her eyes. Su Zimo asked, What? Help me beat up bad guys. The girl in pink raised her fists and said solemnly, Yes, they are all evil devils. As a disciple of Ethereal Peak, you should take up the responsibility of protecting the way of the Tao by getting rid of the demons. Nopes. Su Zimo shook his head. He did not care what sort of bad guys those were. He merely wanted to keep his distance from this girl. Beside her, she suddenly frowned. Releasing her spirit consciousness, she set up a barrier between her and the girl in pink. What nonsense is this? Don't tell me you want this lad to accompany you to that. Yes. The girl in pink replied nonchalantly. Don't go. She persuaded. I can't help you there. The fiend heirs of this generation's fiend sex are not kind souls. If you piss them off, they might really kill you. Tisk. The girl in pink replied disdainfully. Fiend heirs? So what? I'm a fiend heir too. Who's afraid of whom? If they piss me off, I'll kill them too. Besides, can't you see I'm getting a helper along? With that, the girl in pink looked at Su Zimo. Him? She shook her head and did not continue to speak. However, her tone was clearly filled with disdain. The girl in pink smiled brightly. I heard from my sister that this Su Zimo is rather decent in melee combat. That's useless. She shook her head. This generation's geniuses in the fiend sex are too strong. Putting aside the successor of Overlord Palace, this Su Zimo is nothing compared to the other fiend heirs as well. If he goes there, he'll just be committing suicide. Your sister has a close relationship with him. If he were to die because of you, she's definitely going to blame you. Humph. If he were to die, it'll be just nice to let everything end completely. The girl in pink sneered. At least, my sister won't have to worry about this person from time to time. She even argued with our father a couple of times over this guy. In my opinion, this Su Zimo is nothing much. He looks extremely ordinary. I don't even know what my sister sees in him. Are you decided? She asked. The girl in pink nodded. However, she rolled her eyes and frowned. But, if he doesn't want to go, I can't hold a knife to his throat and force him to go. There's always a way, she said mysteriously. What are you intending to purchase this time? Removing the sound barrier, she looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Nothing much. I'm just casually browsing. Even though he did not know what they were talking about, Su Zimo gathered that it must have something to do with him. Naturally, he would not reveal his plans foolishly as well. She smiled and did not ask further. She changed the topic and said, The auction will start very soon. Why don't you sit here? If you take a liking to anything, I might even be able to help. Despite the disparity in their statuses, she was extending invitations to him repeatedly. Su Zimo made up his mind and thought, since I'm here, I'll just go along with the flow. It's not as though they will do anything to me either. With that, He sat down comfortably and started eating the fruits on the table as though there was no one else around. Through the crystals in front of him, he could clearly see that the seats outside were already filled. It was extremely lively and hyped. Not long after, the auction officially began after the ring of a bell and the crowd gradually quietened down. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked up to the round platform in the middle and surveyed the surroundings. Before saying anything, he smiled and cupped his fists. "I am the manager of Chiu City's Sky Treasure Auction House. Welcome, fellow Taoists. I hope that all of you will be able to return with your hands full today. Hurry and begin." Some of the cultivators were already growing impatient as they yelled. The manager smiled and did not say another word. Waving behind him, a beautiful maidservant who was carrying a tray with both hands shook her hips and walked forward. Unveiling the cloth covering the tray, the manager revealed a flying sword beneath. Its blade was sparkling like limpid autumn waters, and there were 3 spirit patterns on it. A superior-grade spirit weapon. This is the Autumn Water Sword, and it was made by the most famous advanced weapon refinement master in our great Zhou dynasty, Mr. Lien. I'm sure everyone has heard of him, so I shall not introduce further. The starting price of this sword will be at 2,000 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 100. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The auction started off right away with a superior-grade spirit weapon. He wondered what else would appear later on. He also did not know who Mr. Lien was. As if she could see the doubt in Su Zimo's mind, Gushi said, "His name is Lien Feng and he's from the True Fire sect. He became famous after creating a supreme-grade spirit weapon. In the Great Zhou dynasty, advanced weapon refinement masters are considered as rare talents. Out of respect, cultivators who are not familiar with him will refer to him as Mr. Lien." Su Zimo nodded. Many cultivators outside were already starting to bid. In just a short while, the price of the Autumn Water Sword had already increased to 3,000 spirit stones. Su Zimo had not much interest towards spirit weapons. Before long, the Autumn Water Sword was sold at a price of 3,700 spirit stones to a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. The manager was all smiles, seemingly pleased, as he beckoned with his hand for the second item to be brought forth. Unveiling the cloth, there was a jade bottle beneath that should contain some elixirs. This is an inferior-grade Grade 2 elixir. I'm sure everyone is well familiar with it. I present to you the Meridian Unlocking Elixir. It will start at 5,000 spirit stones, and each bid will be nothing less than 500. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. After foundation establishment cultivators reached the perfected stage, they would have to unlock the 8 meridians. The amazing thing about the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was that a foundation establishment cultivator would have a high chance of unlocking a meridian after consuming it. Of course, the better the quality of the Meridian Unlocking Elixir, the better the chances of unlocking the meridian. Furthermore, the elixir was only effective during the first consumption. Even then, it was quite a fearsome effect. Once a cultivator unlocked 7 meridians and consumed this elixir, they would have a high chance of unlocking all 8. Back in the ancient era, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was extremely famous. Unfortunately, there were not many left behind and even the recipe had been lost. Su Zimo was a little moved and leaned forward slightly. She glanced sideways and noticed Su Zimo's subtle action. "If you're interested, you can bid for it from here. The maidservants outside will help you relay the message." That was a privilege unique to rooms of this level. All the rooms were marked. For example, Su Zimo was in room 1 and there were 10 of such rooms at the top. The area below him where golden cores were at had 90 rooms. Those were numbers 11 to 100. In a short period of time, the Meridian Unlocking Elixir's price was raised by many golden cores to 10,000 spirit stones. And this was merely an inferior-grade Meridian Unlocking Elixir. Naturally, those golden cores had no use for it themselves. Most of them were getting it for their personal disciples. Su Zimo took a deep breath and temporarily gave up the idea of bidding for it. It wasn't because he had insufficient spirit stones. The pill's quality was too lousy for him. In the spirit mine of Linfeng City, Su Zimo had managed to obtain quite a number of middle-grade spirit stones. By now, His storage bag had more than 100,000 spirit stones. "Hey, are you feeling shy?" The girl in pink blinked and whispered, "If you like anything, I can help you." "Hee hee. It's fine. I have the ability to purchase it myself." Suzimo rejected her indifferently. A look of shock flickered through the girl in pink's eyes as she laughed and asked, I couldn't tell at all. To think that an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like yourself actually has the ability to purchase those items." Pausing for a moment, the girl in pink rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Do you know what spirit stones they are using to bid?" Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he realized that he had miscalculated something. There was no mention that the bidding in the inner house was done with inferior, middle, or superior grade spirit stones. However, he had subconsciously thought that the bids were done with middle-grade spirit stones. The difference in price between spirit stones of different grades was immense. Normally, 100 inferior-grade spirit stones was equivalent to a single middle-grade spirit stone. 100 middle-grade spirit stones was equivalent to a superior-grade spirit stone. Of course, there were supreme-grade spirit stones above superior grades. If the bids earlier were referring to superior-grade spirit stones, Suzimo's 100,000-odd middle-grade spirit stones would only be equivalent to around 1,000 or so superior-grade spirit stones. He couldn't buy anything at all. She commented at the side. Anyone who's been to the Sky Treasure auction house will know that bids in the inner house are made with superior-grade spirit stones. If supreme-grade spirit stones are to be used, they would be mentioned explicitly. Suzimo nodded. He looked calm and composed, pretending that he had known about it all along. However, he complained secretly in his heart, "This is awkward now." To normal people, Suzimo's composure may have been able to fool them. However, he could not hide from Gushi and the girl in pink. What sort of cultivation did Gushi have? A single look was enough for her to read through Suzimo's lies as she smiled faintly. The girl in pink looked at Suzimo with narrowed eyes. However, she did not expose him as well and merely smiled foolishly. Suddenly, the girl in pink felt that this green-robed scholar was rather interesting. Under the girl in pink's watch, Suzimo could barely hold it in anymore. "Even if I continue staying here, I can't buy anything. I might as well leave earlier." At that thought, Suzimo stood up. Right as he was about to bid farewell, an item was brought forth in the auction that attracted his attention. Next, this is a tempering technique for weapon refinement that was produced by an advanced weapon refinement master. 1,000 years ago, this person was extremely famous in the cultivation world of the Great Zhou dynasty. However, it was a pity that he had not managed to advance to nascent soul realm and died in the end. Although, it was quite a good ending for his life. The manager beat around the bust before saying slowly, "That person is none other than Mr. Sujan. It's him. That person is incredible. I heard that at his peak, he created dozens of supreme-grade spirit weapons. It was said that he even created a perfect spirit weapon. He's quite amazing, and many golden cores wished that they could obtain a spirit weapon from him. Many of the Foundation establishment cultivators present have not heard of that person." However, there was a commotion from the golden core rooms. Unveiling the cloth from the tray, the manager revealed a thin book that looked a little old with yellowed pages. The manager said in a dark voice, "This is Mr. Su's handbook. The starting price is at 100,000 spirit stones, and every single bid must be no less than 1,000. Suzimo looked at that book. His gaze was burning hot, but his heart was ice cold. That ancient book was exactly what he needed and also the purpose of his trip. However, he could not afford it at all. That was not mentioning the fact that the starting price was at 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even if it was at 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, Suzimo wouldn't be able to afford it after a couple rounds of bidding. Indeed, in just a short while, the price of that ancient book rose steadily and was close to 200,000. There were only a couple of people bidding. For ordinary cultivators, this ancient book could be worth nothing. However, it was a priceless treasure for weapon refinement masters. Even if the bidding was not a weapon refinement master, they must definitely have tons of relationship with weapon refinement. Right then, a voice sounded from room 77, 250,000. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and his heart skipped a beat. That voice sounded a little familiar. It sounded like the disheveled old man. Su Zimo was not absolutely certain since it was just a voice and he hadn't seen the other party. However, it was indeed true that he hardly saw the disheveled old man around the sect these days too. Gasps could be heard from the inner house. Previously it was at 200,000, but now, it suddenly rose to 250,000. A jump of 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones was no small sum. The few rooms that had been bidding earlier instantly fell silent. Fufu. The manager smiled. The customer of room 77 sure is generous. Of course, that's also proof of this ancient book's value. 250,000. Any higher bidders? As the manager of Sky Treasure Auction House, he naturally did not want the price to stay here. His statement was also casually reminding the other customers. After a momentary silence, a voice rang out from one of the rooms that was bidding earlier. 251,000. 300,000. Immediately after that, room 77 raised the price to 300,000 before the manager even spoke. This time round, the entire place was stunned. Could that person from room 77 be part of the auction house's staff? That's hard to say given how he just keeps raising the price. There was a commotion in the seats. After a long time, no one else raised the bid and the manager could only smile. Are there no higher bidders? In reality, 300,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough and was almost the limit of how much that ancient book was worth. It would be inappropriate to raise the price any higher. The manager did not bear much hopes and merely declared loudly, 300,000 once, 300,000 twice, 300,000, 310,000. Suddenly, a dark voice sounded from room 80. When he heard that, the manager was delighted. Room 80 has raised the bid to 310,000. Are there any further bids? Even though he said that, his gaze was fixated on room 77. A short silence later, room 77 raised the price once more. 320,000. This time round, the cultivator of room 77 was clearly much more cautious, as though anything more than 300,000 was about his limit. 330,000. The cultivator in room 80 raised the price without hesitation. Gradually, the cultivator of room 77 became more hesitant. Each time, he would only raise the price after thinking for a long time. In that period of time, the price of the ancient book was pushed up constantly by the two rooms and was now at 400,000. In truth, the actual value of that ancient book was only around 300,000. However, the value of that item was in how priceless it was. Tempering techniques were mostly kept secret and were difficult to purchase. It was now time for the cultivator in room 77 to speak. After a long time, there was no sound. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, an arrogant laughter burst forth from room 80 as a golden core in red robes strode out. With a dark gaze, he looked at room 77 and scoffed coldly. Old man, stop holding on if you can't. Even if this ancient book is given to ethereal peak, no one will be able to understand it. Upon hearing that, Su Zimo no longer had any doubts. Indeed, the door of room 77 was slammed open with a loud bang. An old man with long, white hair and unshaved sideburns came out in a huff. He glared at the red-robed man and asked loudly, Sima Ji, are you going against me on purpose? True Fire Sect has no lack of such tempering techniques. What are you fighting with me for? Because I like it. Sima Ji smiled smugly. You! The disheveled old man was at a loss for words. Sima Ji continued leisurely, Old man, we're talking about 400,000 spirit stones here. Can you afford it? Look at how poor you are. Fufu, you might have to sell everything you have. Right? The disheveled old man's face turned steely green. It was as Sima Ji had said. He only had slightly more than 300,000 superior-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, and even that was pooled together with the other 4 peak masters. It truly meant that he was placing all his net worth and valuables to call for that 400,000. He was determined to get that ancient book. However, it was not for himself. It was for his disciple, Su Zimo. Ever since the Five Peaks face-off, the disheveled old man had been adventuring outside. He wandered through various auction houses in hopes of purchasing a tempering technique. Su Zimo had long been able to create inferior-grade spirit weapons. However, he was stuck at the step of tempering. Even though the disheveled old man said nothing, he was anxious. He felt that he was letting down Su Zimo's talent in weapon refinement. Therefore, the disheveled old man would naturally not give up on a rare opportunity to get this ancient book on weapon tempering. However, he did not expect True Fire Sect's Sima Ji to be here. True Fire Sect was the strongest in the 5 major sects in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. They had no lack of weapon tempering techniques as such. The reason why Sima Ji was bidding relentlessly was because he did not want the disheveled old man to get his hands on that ancient book. "Old man, am I right?" Sima Ji laughed. "Go on back and don't come out to embarrass yourself." Many cultivators in the inner house were watching and making gossips. Even though the disheveled old man looked terrible and was trembling from head to toe, he could not refute. In room 1, Su Zimo suddenly stood up and looked at Gushi. "Chief Steward, can you lend me some spirit stones?" "What's there to lend? If you want that ancient book, just bid for it directly." Gushi seemed to have expected this. She merely smiled faintly and crossed her arms, replying casually. However, Gushi changed the topic and pointed to the girl in pink. "You've got to accompany her to a place and ensure her safety." By now, the price of the ancient tempering book was at 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones. What Gushi said was equivalent to giving away 400,000 or more superior-grade spirit stones. The immensity of the favor was unimaginable. At the same time, the place that Gushi referred to was definitely not a good place. "I'm only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Why me? This lady's strength is probably even above mine, right?" Su Zimo asked after pondering for a moment. Gushi did not reply and asked instead, "I heard you are good in melee combat?" Su Zimo frowned. There were not many people who knew that he was strong in melee combat. He wondered how Gushi got wind of that information. Su Zimo turned his gaze to the girl in pink. Wearing a veil, she smiled through her eyes and he could not read her expression. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo nodded. "I'm all right at it." Gushi smiled. "That place is a little special. You'll know when you get there." Su Zimo did not agree to it and Gushi did not continue, evidently not willing to reveal more. Actually, even if Gushi said nothing, Su Zimo had already realized that it was an extremely dangerous trip. 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones was more than enough to buy off the lives of 40 foundation establishment cultivators. After silent consideration, Su Zimo nodded. "All right, I agree to it." "Bravo!" Gushi clapped gently and praised. Glancing sideways, she transmitted her voice. A maidservant at the side came before Su Zimo with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Su, if you wish to raise the price, just let me know. I'll convey the message for you." This was a privilege only accorded to the 10 rooms at the top. That way, the customer's voice would not be revealed and would not attract unnecessary trouble. One of the greatest worries in an auction house for cultivators was for their identities to be exposed, attracting the attention of others. A person's talents would arouse the envy of others. That was the logic behind it. Within the inner house, many people were privately discussing the confrontation between Sima Ji and the disheveled old man. Ethereal Peaks really lost their pride now. Despite being mocked so badly by others, they have no way to fight back at all. Ha! But it's strange as well. Ethereal Peak has always been lacking in terms of weapon and elixir refinement. Why are they suddenly trying to purchase a secret manual on weapon refinement? The manager was naturally delighted at the 2 golden cores fighting. He smiled and declared loudly, "Fellow Taoist Sima from True Fire Sect has raised the bid to 400,000 spirit stones. I wonder if our fellow Taoist from Ethereal Peak wishes to raise it further." "Old man, go ahead and raise it." Sima Ji burst out in laughter. "If you raise it to 410,000, I'll go to 420,000. Let's see who loses first." The disheveled old man's expression turned uglier as he tried to repress the anger in his chest. A moment later, he said slowly, "Sima Ji, don't be smug. The road ahead is long." With that, the disheveled old man flicked his sleeves and left. 410,000. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from the top of the inner house. Everyone looked towards the voice only to see a maidservant standing in front of room 1 right at the top. Smiling, she was the one who reported the figure. All the seated cultivators were stunned. They were not the only ones. Even the manager froze on the spot in confusion. Others may not know about it, but he knew who was in room 1 today. That was the chief steward of their Sky Treasure auction house. Why is that big shot involved as well? The manager was a little perplexed. Stopping in his tracks, the disheveled old man turned back and looked at Sima Ji with a mocking gaze. Someone appeared to raise the price right after Sima Ji made his grand announcement and bragged. It was clear that the other party was at odds with him. Of course, neither Sima Ji nor the disheveled old man knew who was inside room 1. After all, the maidservant was only a messenger. The manager froze for a moment before coughing gently. The customer of room 1 has raised the bid to 410,000. Sima Ji frowned and looked at room 1 for a long time before saying slowly, 420,000. The maidservant in front of room 1 turned slightly and listened for a moment. She turned around and shouted, 430,000. Sima Ji looked hesitant. Anyone who could enter the 10 rooms above must either be extremely powerful or of high status. Otherwise, they would have to spend a lot of spirit stones. Sima Ji knew nothing about the other party's identity, strength, or sect. Because of that, he felt a little worried. Crossing his arms, the disheveled old man asked at the side, "Sima Ji, what's wrong? Why aren't you raising the bid anymore?" Suddenly, Sima Ji laughed and shook his head. "I don't want it anymore. We have many of such ancient books in True Fire sect anyways. I only raised the bid just so that you can't get your hands on it." "You sure are shameless." The disheveled old man cursed coldly. Sima Ji chuckled. "Shameless? I just don't want to let a pearl be covered in dust. No one in Ethereal Peak can understand an ancient book as such anyways." "Ha ha!" After laughing, Sima Ji cupped his fists in the direction of room 1 and said loudly, "Since this fellow Taoist has taken a liking to this ancient book, I can only give it up." The manager wiped away his cold sweat secretly and declared, "Congratulations to the customer in room 1 for obtaining this ancient book at 430,000. Right then, the maidservant in front of room 1 turned away once more. Many cultivators realized that the person inside had more to say. After a moment, the maidservant turned back and said, "Please give that ancient book as a gift for this fellow Taoist of room 77 from Ethereal Peak." Gift. The entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Sima Ji was a little confused. The disheveled old man was equally perplexed. He turned back and looked at his room. It was indeed room 77. Who was this person who had given him such a huge gift? The first reaction of many cultivators was that the customer in room 1 was joking. However, the manager knew what sort of a person the chief steward of the Sky Treasure auction house was. Even though she was a woman, she was not someone who would go back on her words and make a joke as such. He wrapped the ancient book immediately and came towards the entrance of room 77 personally. Under everyone's gaze, the manager passed the ancient book to the disheveled old man. It was only then that everyone finally realized what was going on and their expressions changed. Sima Ji's expression darkened immediately. It did not matter who the other party was. They were clearly pitting themselves against him. However, Sima Ji could not understand what kind of status the other party had. It was too much for them to give away a gift of more than 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones just like that. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? Are you pitting yourself against the True Fire sect intentionally? Instantly, Sima Ji brought out the name of his sect. "Because I like it." The maidservant shook her head and pretended to be smug. It was a familiar sentence. Sima Ji had said that to the disheveled old man. Now it was sent right back to him. Actually, that maidservant was only around 13 years old. She wasn't tall and looked charmingly naive. With a pair of big, clear eyes, her voice was crisp. The fact that she mimicked Sima Ji's tone in saying that sentence was extremely interesting. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. Catharsis. The disheveled old man's first reaction was catharsis. When he saw how Sima Ji looked as though he had just been fed shit, the disheveled old man felt an indescribable joy and could not help but laugh along with the crowd. With a darkened gaze, Sima Ji glared at room 1 with an icy stare. He grit his teeth in hatred and could only feel his cheeks burning from the surrounding laughter. This act by the other party was no different from slapping him on the face. Fufu. A moment later, Sima Ji suddenly laughed and asked with raised brow, "Fellow Taoist? What sect are you from? I'm keen to befriend you. Could you be kind enough to show yourself?" Even though Sima Ji sounded polite, everyone could hear the resentment in his voice. Once the both of them met, the feud would be formed. No, the maidservant heard the transmission from within and rejected decisively. When Sima Ji saw that the other party refused to appear, he no longer had any qualms. He guessed that the other party must be fearful of him or his backing from True Fire sect. His question earlier was merely to test the other party out. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a reputable status, Sima Ji would merely mock himself and admit defeat without losing anything. If the other party showed themselves and they were of a common status, Sima Ji would be able to remember who was the one who caused him to lose today. But if they didn't show themselves, humph! He snorted coldly and said in a sinister manner, "Fellow Taoist, you don't know what's good for you. Do you think that I won't be able to discover your identity just because you're hiding inside? If I find out who you are, I'll—" Sima Ji, this inner house is not a place for you to act wildly. Before Sima Ji could finish, he was interrupted by a loud shout. Everyone turned to the direction of the voice. Not far away, the manager of the Sky Treasure auction house was no longer smiling. He had a fierce expression and was clearly glaring at Sima Ji with a warning look. Zhou Rue, the manager of Sky Treasure auction house, was always known to be smiling. However, he was also a golden core and was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as a businessman, no one had seen Zhou Rue lose his temper all these years. Everyone was shocked by this scene. "Manager Zhou, you?" Sima Ji was a little stunned. "Sima Ji, if you dare to create trouble at my Sky Treasure auction house, even True Fire sect won't be able to protect you." Manager Zhou interrupted Sima Ji and declared again. Immediately, Sima Ji shut up. However, he felt extremely terrible within. In truth, Zhou Rue did not know that Su Zimo was in room 1, nor did he know that it was the latter's idea to give away the ancient book as a gift. He thought that everything was the intention of Chief Steward Gushi. Now that Sima Ji was acting so brazenly to even dare threaten Gushi, Zhou Rue saw it as a perfect opportunity to curry favor with the Chief Steward and would naturally not let it go. His attitude had changed so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. Sima Ji was at a loss for words and his face turned red. No longer able to stay at this place, he left in a huff. Zhou Rue watched him leave before smiling once again. He bowed in a circle. "Let the auction continue, huh?" The disheveled old man held onto the ancient book and looked up at room 1 in confusion. He decided to return to his room first and clarify things with them after the auction was over. 430,000 superior-grade spirit stones. If he did not clarify things for such a grand gift, the disheveled old man would feel uneasy. Room 1. Gushi watched everything unfold from the sides and was amused. Even though this green-robed man looked to be pretty mature, he had a childish side to him. Just like that, he gave away something worth more than 400,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Even if they were both from Ethereal Peak, that was still an extremely huge gift. In truth, to Su Zimo, it made no difference whether that ancient book was given to him or the disheveled old man. He was absolutely certain that the disheveled old man wanted to purchase that book because of him. Furthermore, the choice to give away the book helped the disheveled old man vent his anger. That was more important to Su Zimo. For the past 2 years, the disheveled old man had treated him well like family. Su Zimo could not bear to see him get bullied. Aren't we meeting him later? Gushi asked. No, Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before shaking his head eventually. It wasn't a big deal to meet the disheveled old man. But things weren't easy to explain. So it was better not to meet him. All right, you can leave first. I'll look for you in 3 days. Under the lead of a maidservant, Su Zimo left through the back door of room 1. Downstairs, he was arranged to a relatively quiet room for the time being. Yaoyan, no one knows what's going on in that place exactly. Furthermore, I heard that fiend heirs of the sixth sex have brought people over. Are you sure you want to get involved in such a complicated situation? After Su Zimo left, She looked at the girl in pink sternly and asked, Hee hee. The girl in pink laughed. Auntie Gu, don't worry. I'll definitely be fine. Furthermore, how can I miss such a grand gathering with fiend heirs of the sixth sex gathered? You're different from them. She shook her head. Of the 7 fiend sects, only the pure maiden sect has a singular heir. Furthermore, you don't have a reliable helper. This trip is way too dangerous. Are you really counting on that Su Zimo? It's fine. The girl in pink waved it off. Before this, I've already selected a couple of people carefully and they're all stronger than Su Zimo. He's just there to make up the numbers. Besides, I'm the pure maiden of this generation's fiend sections. If things go bad, I can stop in time and the fiend heirs of the other 6 sects won't dare to lay a hand on me. After pondering for a moment, the girl in pink added, Yes, that's true as well. Gushi nodded. She contemplated for a while. But if that happens, the few people you take along with you might not survive. If they die, so be it. The girl in pink scoffed coldly. They are just hypocrites. Even though they seem righteous on the surface, their hearts are dirtier than anyone else. Is Su Zimo like that too? Gushi asked with a fake smile. Him. The girl in pink hesitated before shaking her head. Indeed, he's different from them. His gaze is clear and there's no malice in the way he looks at me. The both of them continued chatting for a while and the auction ended. There was a knock on the door outside. A maidservant pushed the door and entered. Manager Zhou is here with Room 77's Golden Core from Ethereal Peak. He wants to express his thanks personally. Not meeting. Gushi waved it off. This was a favor for Su Zimo so naturally. She would not meet the disheveled old man. Gushi left with the girl in pink from the back. The disheveled old man was even more surprised when he did not manage to meet anyone. He thought for a long time to no avail before finally leaving the Sky Treasure auction house filled with doubts. Instantly, he headed straight back to Ethereal Peak, intending to pass the ancient book to Su Zimo right away.